not at his stage, you know, his career. Could I use this one instead?
You can, yes, sure. Yeah, have an online.
Hi everyone, welcome back. I hope you had a nice evening after dinner, or if you weren't with dinner, had a nice evening somewhere else doing something else fun. Thanks for coming back this morning. We've still got some people online already, and we've got some great talks. We're going to go all the way through till 5 o'clock today. If you've got a flight, make sure you've booked your Uber for 5:15. I'm just looking at the program. So we've got some talks this morning. We've got an in-person talk. We've got Tanya online after our first talk of the morning, and then we've got the workshop after lunch. So our lunch is scheduled for 12:30 to 1:30. I didn't leave us very much time for the workshop this afternoon, and we've got a few things to talk about, I think. So what we might do is regroup instead of at 1:30, regroup at 1:20 in here, keep your lunch, keep eating, bring it. You don't have to do anything at the beginning, but we just have a bit of a discussion around the table because I'm aware that we can't do it at the end of the day in case people need to rush off to the airport. Is that okay with everybody? Excellent. All right, so we might as well get going for the morning then. And it's my very great pleasure to introduce our first speaker of the day, Rosie Cameron, from the University of Canterbury. And Rosie's come all the way over with a very small child. So extra bonus points. I would never put a small child on a plane. Well done. And we're talking about blended delivery of homework to provide effective feedback. Thanks, Rosie.
Thank you. Okay. I didn't want to be this formal, but a blazer gives me a lapel, so. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Rosie Cameron toko ingoa. Nā tō roro, nā taku roro ka ora ai te iwi. So with your food basket and my food basket, the people will thrive. So we've come together today to share ideas and help each other in this journey along teaching first year maths. And I've started in Te Reo Māori because in all my practice over in Christchurch, I need to be mindful of reaching out to Māori and Pacifica students because they're some of our more vulnerable students that I'm teaching. So today I'm talking about some changes I've implemented into our discrete maths course, Math 120. So that includes trying to get the balance between online quizzes and collaborative tutorials, so that in-person and face-to-face. So focusing on the blended mode of that delivery. And so I'll talk through some of the changes that I made and then try and set up a little bit of a framework about thinking about all of these activities as modes of feedback. And then at the end, hopefully frame some research questions to think about further. And at that point, input is welcome because I've sort of just started thinking about this as I've returned to work a few weeks ago. So for some context, Math 120 is our discrete maths course. So it's a prerequisite for computer science and software engineering students. And it's recommended for maths majors. We're trying to make some structural changes that kind of nudge more students into that without making it a formal requirement for the math major, because that has other logistical issues around. So the course is basically a selection of discrete maths topics. We do some graph theory, which is great. I think I get to teach that this year. We do some set theory. We do introduction to proofs and logic, sort of fairly standard things. But our main learning outcome in my mind is thinking rigorously based on an axiomatic approach. Can students take a definition and apply it at some level and then hopefully more abstractly? So I've got 600 students this coming semester. When I started at UC in 2019, there were 350. So it's growing, which comes with logistical issues. Mostly the main challenge I think is around finding tutors to staff the classrooms. Students are coming in with a variety of mathematical backgrounds. They don't get any exposure, I think, to proofs in their New Zealand if they come through the NCEA New Zealand system. They have varying levels of algebra, confidence, and fluency. And so there's a real mix of students in the class. Okay. Cool. And so what I've been doing is changing the feedback and formative assessment process throughout the course. So before I get into the changes that I've made, I want to briefly refer to the solo taxonomy. So I think that's structured.
Your muesli's there too, if you want some.
Someone's not on mute.
Okay.
What's up? Okay. So this is a way of framing, looking at an individual question that you might give a student and framing it in terms of what's the work involved for the student? What processes do they have to go through? So a uni-structural question, there might be one relevant aspect that they need to think about. So is 2 congruent to 7 modulo 5? Or list the power set of this small set. So fairly concrete questions there. Level 2 then is multi-structural. So there might be a few different things the students need to think about. So finding the inverse of 43 in modulo 59. So they've got to think about the GCD of 43 and 59 has to be 1, and then I have to implement the Euclidean algorithm and then interpret that result at the end. So there's a few steps there for the student. And then the third step is the relational. So taking a few aspects and then incorporating them into a structure. So for this, what looks to us like an easy induction question, students have to think about, I've got to do the base case. I've got to set up my induction structure. Inside that, I've got to do my induction hypothesis correctly. Rosie will mark me wrong if I forget some of that. I've got to do a little bit of algebra and rearranging. And then I've got to conclude at the end. So that's all wrapped up inside that structure. And then for some of my students, of course, this isn't a perfect model. For some students, that 2 is congruent to 7 modulo 5 might actually involve a couple of steps because they might have to stop and think about 7 minus 2 equals 5. That might be a separate step for some of my students. So it's not perfect, but if nothing else, it at least gives me a tool to make my colleagues stop and think about actually that easy induction question actually sits all the way over here at this level of abstraction. There's lots of steps involved in it for the students. So that's the framework I've got in the back of my mind for thinking about how am I scaffolding questions for students. So previously, the structure of the course was we had lectures, there's a tutorial problem sheet, and you get an hour in a room with a tutor. You can ask questions if you're brave enough. There's an assignment which you get written feedback on. There's a weekly assignment, so there is some momentum there, and you do get that regular feedback. And then we've got a standard test and exam, which I'm now rethinking. No, we'll have to keep it. But, so then what I've done, so I think I've been the driver for most of this, but there's been a team of people along the way helping to implement each of the stages. And then, of course, the whiteboard tutorials only work with a huge team of tutors. So we have our lectures still, which are also live streamed or face-to-face. And in lockdown, we experimented with some modules that I'm not sure if we're going to keep up to scratch or if we'll keep going with that. But after the lectures, we have what I call a preparation quiz. So it's a few questions online that get automatically marked. And that's really thinking at that solo level 1. So here's one fact, is 2 congruent to 7 modulo 5? Or give me a number that's congruent to 7 modulo 5. So they've thought about that standard level, and then they go into the tutorial. So they've started processing and thinking about about the lecture content from the previous week. We then have whiteboard tutorials, which I'm sure you're all familiar with the concept. So students work standing up at a whiteboard in I like groups of 3. They have one tutorial sheet between them, and so they work through the problems. I try and train the tutors to make sure each student has a turn scribing a question, everyone's involved and participating. The tutor ideally stands in the middle and can see, hang on, that group's going off topic, I better go and help them and redirect them and so forth. So that's that tutorial aspect has changed to be really collaborative. And then from there, they've got a consolidation quiz. So that's more quiz questions. And we're moving up into solo level 2 and 3 at the tutorial and the consolidation quiz. So I think the tutorial kind of moves up into that solo level 3 a bit more, and the consolidation quiz mostly sits at level 2. So just to flip back, that level 2 is kind of thinking about multiple things at once, and level 3 is integrating it into a structure. And then they've got their assignment questions, so very similar assignment questions than we had previously, but now they've had all of this lead up to it with feedback and input along the way. And we've changed the feedback system so that that's an online submission and still hopefully some written comments, and that's a bit of a work in progress about how we make that work nicely. And then they go into the test and exam. So that's kind of two main aspects that have changed there. So there's now this quiz aspect, and then the tutorials are now collaborative. I want to see if I can switch briefly to have a look at one of the quizzes. Nope. No, I don't know how to change that. Michael, do you know?
Did you want to change to this?
To this screen, yeah. Or if it won't work, that's fine.
Carl or Barbara, do you know?
You want to show your laptop?
Yes.
Something else on the screen.
Something else on the laptop.
Oh, okay. So you need
Oh, I might need to. I thought it was. I need to escape that. Oh, that's going to work. Cool. All right. Thanks, folks. Right. So this is one of my quizzes. And today is Friday. So if we imagine it's Friday, we've just done a week of lectures. And now we're looking at our preparation questions. So we might run through a simple iteration of the Euclidean algorithm. So this is, we've just done this in class. Now we do some straightforward questions and get feedback. And then we've got part 2 of the quiz is some more involved questions on we've just done the tutorial on induction. So we've just done the tutorial on induction. We've got more involved questions here, and this afternoon I'm going to have to submit an assignment on induction. And then next week I've got my tutorial on the Euclidean algorithm. So there's a little bit going on in terms of, there's lots of moving parts, but it does give me lots of feedback along the way. And we thought about splitting this quiz up, but then it's even more complicated about keeping track of what we need to be doing. So the sorts of feedback I get in here, so I've got 33 equals 3 times 10 plus 3, and I can click check, and that's correct. And so I could do that as I go, or I could fill in the whole thing and get the answer at the end. So I get that feedback. If I got it wrong, then it tells me, and I get a small penalty. So I've got a penalty of 0.02, and it's so small because it's a penalty of 0.1 for the whole question, but then it gets divided by each of the feedback lines. So that then is set up to encourage me to try again and get it right. So to keep working that until I figured it out. So we set that up with a small penalty to encourage us to really get ahead around that level 1 content before we head into the tutorial to build on that next week. Oh, that's a good question. I hope it's coded that will be incorrect. Yeah, it's incorrect. There you go. But I've still got my marks because I got it correct before. So that is using the Stack Moodle plugin. So this is my slight segue to thinking back 10 years in first year in maths. 10 years ago, just over 10 years ago at Canterbury was the earthquakes. And so in the earthquake years, there was a lot of innovation that my colleagues did then around bringing in online quizzes. So at that point, they implemented a huge question bank. At the time, it was Maple TA, which then became Mobius, and then we've recently switched to Stack, which we love. It's a huge upgrade. So that was sort of the 10 years ago, Canterbury had its emergency teaching response that it had to do at the last minute. And one of the things that my colleagues did at the time was implement this huge question bank of online questions, which we then were able to reap the benefits of that in this more recent emergency teaching response due to COVID, that we already had a huge question bank to draw on and a lot of expertise around running online quizzes. So that's a brief nod to the theme of 10 years in first year in maths. So that gives you a brief overview of how the course runs now. And so what I want to do is think about each of these activities that the students do as a form of feedback. So we're thinking about feedback as information that you get somehow regarding your performance or understanding. So in the preparation questions, you get a check and reattempt. And so you get that feedback, yes, you've got it right, now you can move on. The collaborative tutorial, you're getting input from your peers and from the tutor, and then from the solutions at the end if you want to follow up on that. The consolidation questions also have that check button. They've got a slightly higher penalty on the reattempt, so we're trying to encourage, think a bit more deeply before you hit that check button on the consolidation questions, but they can still do the reattempt. So they're getting that information from the quiz. And then in the assignment, they get the grading and comments, information about how they're going, and all of that feeds into the test and the exam. So that's how I'm thinking about these activities, is to line them up as at each of these points, students get some information about how they're going and where to next. So, of course, is this good feedback? So what makes good feedback? Good feedback makes students think. And so the cheap joke here is, if anyone can tell me how to make my students think, please let me know. But of course, I think a lot of them are working really hard. And so we can think through these 7 principles here about effective feedback does all of these things. And I think thinking about this list, probably you can't do that in one hit with one item. And so maybe you want to split that over different items. Are you doing all of these things at some point? So what is good performance? What's the goal? Are you helping students along the way to think about, can they check their own work? Can they reflect a bit on how they're going? The information should be high quality to students. It encourages teacher and peer dialogue. So that links back to one of the things we were talking about yesterday about those interactions between staff and students, and between the peer-to-peer dialogue between students, is that relational aspect there. Positive motivational beliefs and self-esteem or self-efficacy, which we can see down here. I've got self-regulation and self-efficacy has a solid foundation in the literature. If we can promote that, then we can really help the students on their learning journey. And then where to next is number 6. And then, of course, if I can get some information about what students are struggling with, that's great too. So the feedback that I'm giving the students, how does it line up with these things? I'm going to circle back to that, but first think about how did I think it went last semester? What did I observe going on? So one of the things was there's heaps of energy and activity in the tutorials. Lots is happening, hopefully good things in the tutorials. There's a huge vibrancy and buzz when the students are standing up and talking to each other and talking to the tutor the whole time. A lot of comments around from students that they were hesitant to work in groups, but then once they did, they saw the benefits, or that they didn't like working in groups, but they saw it was good for them. So some really interesting comments came up around that. And alongside that, students reflecting on the fact that they were then able to interact more with their peers and seek input from each other, and that they grew in confidence that that would be helpful and that they could do that. Generally growing in confidence in skills and in asking questions. So some students commented that they, if it was a silent tutorial, they would find it difficult to ask questions. But if there's all this noise happening, calling the tutor over is really no big deal anymore. I got weekly feedback from tutors about how they were going and common mistakes and observations that they made. So that was useful information. A sort of general observation about what's going on in the context is that students have a lot of screen time. They have a lot of me at the computer doing the quiz. And I know I've now contributed to that a little bit more. That's kind of a given in learning at the moment, that they're spending a lot of times at screens. And so maybe this tutorial aspect is a break from that. And that was reflected a little bit in student feedback as well. On the other hand, the tutorials did have attendance dropping off throughout the semester. I haven't looked at numbers, but my feeling is that it's similar to other courses, that it's at least no worse than other courses. But it did drop off still. The group dynamics are challenging. That's a really demanding job now for the tutors because there's a lot for them to manage in the room. And of course, some tutors find that harder than others do. So that's kind of a quick snapshot of what I've seen in implementing this, some things that stood out to me. And so going back to, is this good feedback? So in particular, number 4 and 5 stood out to me as things to really think about to make sure we're doing. So does it encourage teacher and peer dialogue? And again, we saw yesterday that was really important. And does it encourage self-efficacy? So how are these two things met by the online quiz or by the collaborative tutorials? And my feeling is that the teacher and peer dialogue is happening a lot in the tutorials. It's not really going to be facilitated by the quiz unless you build in a whole lot of add-on around that. But that quiz feedback is inherently solitary. It's inherently you at the computer getting that tick or that cross. Hopefully, self-efficacy is happening in both activities. As I get positive feedback, as I get questions correct, that builds my confidence. As I interact with peers and get to come to grips with the tutorial content, that also hopefully increases my confidence and self-efficacy. So this is my reflections. I think this is happening. I hope this is happening. But I think where I'm kind of focusing is on this teacher and peer dialogue. To me, that's interesting because I think it's not going to happen in the quiz. And so where it needs to happen then is in the tutorial. And in my context, the quizzes are there to stay. That's an established part of teaching in first year. The students expect that. It's really useful for a lot of things. And so given that the quizzes are there to stay, what else do we need to add to make sure that we're giving students effective feedback, that we're incorporating hopefully all of these things? And I'm thinking particularly about that dialogue between the teachers and the students and the peer groups. So to finish, some kind of questions that I've come to is, what's this role of peers and what's the role of this collaborative tutorial work in the context of we're increasingly relying on online quizzes? So what feedback activities are happening in the tutorials? What conversations are going on there between the tutors and between the students? And then in particular, do those collaborative tutorials encourage that dialogue? And do they promote self-efficacy and that self-regulation as well? So that's kind of where I'm landed, where I'm currently at with this work around redeveloping this course. And so this kind of nicely leads into the workshop this afternoon. I'm going to keep thinking about this as we go into that workshop. So I'll finish there. Thank you.
Thanks, Rosie. That was really great. Any questions for Rosie? Too old to run, Joanne.
I'm going to do the classic conference thing, not a question, more of a comment. Well, two things. Go and have a look at the literature around feedback literacy, and see what you can find in that space.
Mm-hmm.
The second thing is actually a reflection back to maybe 10 years ago, but at least 7 or 8 years ago in this space, where Deb did a presentation about what we think is feedback is not what students think is feedback. And so I think we still have that same problem.
Yeah.
I think if you asked your students, they will tell you the quizzes are not feedback.
Yeah, I think they'd say the comments that I get on the assignment are feedback.
No, interestingly,
Oh, yeah.
what came out of Deb's work was talking to my teacher is feedback.
Oh, yeah.
But written comments often aren't, and
Mm.
work solutions in maths probably aren't.
Yeah.
And so when you talk about this idea of student self-efficacy, I think the answer is actually to get the students to reflect on self-efficacy and what that means for them as part of that tutorial. So those conversations become more meta than just the maths. And the literature on feedback literacy, there's a really nice framework that's just come out. I'll send you a reading list. There's a really nice framework that's just come out on feedback literacy that'll probably give you some areas to think about in a maths classroom. But it's a meta conversation rather than a just maths conversation.
Cool. Thanks, Joanne.
That was work we did with Leanne, and so we can have a chat about that later. Yeah, I wonder if we've still got a copy of this. Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you. Very interesting. Actually, my question is really very related to what Joanne asked, is how do your students perceive the tutorials are? I was going to ask whether they realize it's feedback, but now Joanne stole my question, so we changed it a bit.
Some students do. Some students recognize that as feedback from their peers and from the tutor. I think because they're having those conversations around what they've done and how to get the answer. But probably not all students.
Thanks, Deb. So in my presentation yesterday, I showed a slide where before we redesigned our course, the feedback score was sitting at quite a low level. And then after we redesigned it, the score, the students perceived that they were getting a lot more feedback. And the one thing that changed was our transformation from the tutor-centered tutorial, where the tutor was talking at the students, to the workshop model where students were talking to each other, so getting feedback from their peers and also from the tutors. So that was the thing that changed the feedback score. So
yeah,
I think going back to what Joanne was saying, perceiving feedback as feedback from instructors and in our case, from their own peers. The other thing I want to say is about tutor skill level. I think you mentioned something about tutor skill level and how we address that with our Transform course. Is we had an experienced tutor paired up with someone relatively inexperienced, spend a semester with them so that in the next iteration, they become the less skilled tutor becomes the more experienced tutor. and can mentor the new ones.
Yeah, something like that would be great. And one of my colleagues is doing a little bit of work on extra tutor training for those tutors who are interested. So that's kind of happening separately in the school, but
That's a whole other theme for next
whole other
year's
thing.
workshop is tutor training.
Yes.
How do we train this massive tutors? Yeah, exactly. Because constant, you tutor, it's like a rolling, you know, workforce that you're always dealing with. Just on that feedback paper, I don't think I ever told you this. Our Teaching and Learning Quality Assurance Committee at the University of Melbourne a few years ago wrote guidelines for feedback for the university based on our paper. I know, it was good, wasn't it? Basically said students are very fussy about feedback, and what they saw as feedback is, I want someone to tell me what I did wrong and how to do it right. And that's called instruction, not feedback.
Hello. So yeah, just one comment. Even if the students don't call it feedback, I'm sure they find the board tutorials very useful. So that's one thing. Another one is, I was wondering about your assessment structure, because the quizzes are very formative. So I assume they're low stake. So does that mean that all of the weight is on the final exam? Because you don't seem to have a midterm or an
there is a test. It kind of works as a final exam for the first few weeks of the course. So it kind of sits somewhere it's a little bit formative, it's a little bit summative. The test is about 20% and the exam is 45, I think, from memory. And so the quizzes sit somewhere around 10% altogether. Yes. Yes. Yeah.
More questions, we can talk about that over morning tea. So we need to
Definitely.
move on. One in the comment.
Oh, there is one in the chat. Sometimes I ask students, how did you understand concept before, after feedback, and or clarifying to help consolidate their understanding? Yes, that's getting the students to reflect on their learning process, I guess, and can be that reflection process can be really helpful too. Thanks, Matthew.
So can we all thank Rosie for really interesting and stimulating, give her your feedback on the talk. Blind joke. Thanks, Rosie. And of course, more questions and comments over morning tea if you'd like to continue that conversation. Yeah, well, when do I put this? Can we see Tanya? Our next talk of the morning. So just while
Yes, can I please, oh yeah. Okay,
there she is. So just while Tanya's getting organised, I just wanted to reflect back as standing in a room very much like this, but in Melbourne. So it was clearly colder. But apart from that, it was very, very much like this about 10 years ago. And I was there with the project manager of our project, Joanne, who some of you will remember, who was a dynamite. We had the whole room set up and everything was great to go. And we stood there and we went, what if nobody comes? So we had no idea of our first meeting who was going to walk through the door. And a lot of people did walk through the door and some of them are still walking through the door. So that's fantastic. And I actually didn't say this yesterday because I was in a bit of a fluster for being here. But when I look back on my career, I think this is my greatest pleasure and achievement in this group. And I really appreciate all the relationships that we've made along the way and the people that have come in and out. And I hope that the group has helped you in your work, because a lot of our work is not helped and supported and appreciated. And I think this is a group that does all of that in spades. So thank you all for your continued participation. And on that day, when people walked through the door, there was a young face that walked through the door, and we were amazed that she walked through the door having come from Auckland. It's like, how did you know about this, or from Auckland and coming in? And it was Tanya, and she was a young teaching fellow in those days, and Tanya's gone on from strength to strength since then. And we're really grateful to have Tanya here to give us a talk about something that, of course, is on all of our minds over the last little while, and that's the unintended consequences of lecture capture. So Tanya, take it away.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Okay. So, yeah, I just want to say that 10 years ago, or right before that, I guess, I was sitting in my office, and Deb and others must have put a message across the Australian Mathematics Society to advertise the first workshop. And within 10 minutes of that email, I had a couple of mathematics professors coming into my office one after another saying, someone has to go there from the University of Auckland. And I think you are the best person to go. You have to go. I said, well, it's hard for me. I haven't left the country for 10 years. I've got 3 young kids, so I feel a bit trapped here. They said, no, it's time for you to go. And yeah, and the rest is history. And as Deb alluded, it's this workshop, I think, was a pivotal event for my career, because at the time I was a pure mathematician by training and specializing in low dimensional topology, who was on teaching only position, teaching while being a mother to 3 young children. So I was kind of in this space wondering where to go next. And attending this workshop and meeting people like Deb and Michael and Joanne and others really showed me the way where I can contribute and take my research career. So 5 years ago, I became a lecturer in mathematics education within my department. We have a unit that is got a 40-20 researchers writing papers in mathematics education. So I'm now the head of that unit. And I've just been appointed an assistant dean to help out with our curriculum transformation that is happening across the whole university, which very much aligns with my research interest. And here's the topic of today's presentation. Okay, I will take it away. If I can move my slides. Here we are. So lecture capture, some people call it lecture recordings, and most of the literature it's called lecture capture. I will refer to it as such. It's seen mass adoption in Western universities across the world pre-pandemic, as reported by Wood. 86% of the UK universities had at least some partial adoption of lecture capture, published in 2017. In Australia and New Zealand, almost all universities that I know of have some sort of, some form of lecture capture that is pretty much mandated across the Faculty of Sciences for sure. So as you know, key institutional drivers are, it's perceived, or it was designed as a useful extra resource to substitute live lectures for students who are sick, who can't come to campus. And mostly it was conceived as a revision tool, as an extra learning resource, especially for students whose English is not their first language. And also it extended as an agenda to cater to non-traditional students. So those students who do not live close to campus, we're in the central Auckland, so it's kind of expensive to get here, and you have to pay for parking or pay for public transport, and those who work part-time. So all of this was in a bid to widen our participation and address equity issues. So all very good, but yes, the main reason to roll it out was it became a promotional tool for universities in our competitive game. So once one university started doing it in New Zealand, the rest had no choice but to follow suit, or else the students would just simply not go there. And even pre-pandemic, we realized that the big issue of the last decade, when the rollout was happening across the Western world, is that research was lagging behind the implementation. There was hardly any research referenced in the strategic management teams who were telling us you must do that. There were no real research studies that were conducted to evaluate the impact of this initiative. So to address this gap, we decided to do a systematic literature review. This is a joint work with my summer research scholar, Jon Lindsay, whose photo is right here. So we adopted sort of a gold standard for the systematic literature review. It's called the PRISMA protocol. So you basically start with the identification protocol. We looked at the databases that might publish this kind of work. So Scopus, ProQuest, ERIC, Web of Science, and we did hand search through Google Scholar, and that was very fruitful. We just looked at the almost 400 listings that appeared according to our keywords that we entered. So then the screening process, we looked at the records. We just looked at abstracts to see if they're suitable to our research questions. We removed the duplicates. We assess the full papers. After that step for eligibility, we have a strict criterion for eligibility. And in the end, we ended up with 16 published peer-reviewed journal articles that comprise this systematic literature review. So we had 3 research questions. One was, we were looking at student perceptions of the use of lecture capture and its uptake. We also wanted to know whether or not the lecture capture has an effect on attendance and effect on the attainment. So the third question is kind of by far is the most important one, and I only have time to talk about that one in this presentation. So the finding is that out of the 16 papers that we looked at, 8 of them reported negative association between the lecture capture usage and the overall student attainment. One study found no association and one reported positive association. So we looked at this publication closely, and back then I was just starting in my research journey, and this was a clear, striking revelation to me. That study was purely qualitative. In that study, they've interviewed some number of students, not a large number, less than 20, I would say. And they analyzed those interviews using, they have the transcripts, they have all appropriate software to analyze qualitative research. And out of those comments, they concluded that the lecture capture uses actually has a positive association with student attainment, just because students were telling the researchers so. And whereas all of the other studies, the 8 that reported negative association, use quantitative methods. And that was a striking revelation to me that qualitative research quite often cannot be trusted in terms of generalizable conclusions, or in fact, any conclusions, because most of those papers say, given those interviews, we think this is true. I mean, then most of those research papers, unfortunately, overreach the generalization and the claims that they make are not substantiated. So of the 8 studies reporting negative association with attainment, all found that regular substitution of lecture attendance with lecture capture was associated with lower grades. These are the papers. And Sven Trenholm, who used to be at the University of South Australia, quite like his work. He's done a previous systematic literature review of the decade before the last one. So, but in his paper in 2019, he concluded that there is a significant negative correlation between lecture capture views and final course grade. So negative 0.443. Right, so key studies that comprise the systematic literature review, a Loughborough University study. For those of you who don't know Loughborough University, it's in the UK, it's in the middle, somewhere Midlands. And it's not in the Russell's group, but remarkably, they have managed to establish one of the best mathematics education research centers in the world from what I've seen. And they've started within the Department of Mathematics. So it was like a unit specializing in mathematics education research, and they grew and they grew, and they've got substantial funding from the government now, and now they're a huge mathematics cognition and learning center. So I just visited there a couple of weeks ago. It was marvelous. Anyway, what they've done, they conducted quite a comprehensive quantitative study. They've examined students' patterns of usage of online videos versus face-to-face lectures. And they also have a world-famous mathematics support center, as many of you who are working in the math support center research would know. So they, at the start of the semester, all the videos were made available, and the lecturers of those courses, there were 2 courses in the study, one for math majors and the other one was for engineering majors. The lecturers told students, you have a choice. You can either come to lectures or watch recorded lectures online. We don't care, or don't do any, like it's up to you. So these are the modes of learning. You're not getting any marks for coming to lectures or watching. It's up to you. So you decide, and we will just track your behavior and your outcomes. So for the tracking, they've used attendance at live lectures. They actually made students to scan their ID cards as they were coming into lecture rooms. So I'm pretty sure it was not an easy thing for them to do, but they've done it. And also they've had the same data from the Mathematics Support Center. And they obviously analyzed the number of times they viewed online lectures. So all of this data was put through a hierarchical cluster analysis, and they identified 4 clusters of students. So the first one, those who primarily attended live lectures. So that was the largest cluster. Then the second cluster, those who primarily just used online lectures. And a third cluster, those who just used the Math Support Center and probably just looked at the course book or course lines. And also another very large cluster, those who made little use of any resources. All right, so this is a picture of the clustering analysis. Their findings were students in the different clusters adopted significantly different strategies for their academic study. And the researchers, when they started looking at all this data, right, that was 2011, right? So that's when the blended learning was all the rage. Everybody was talking about blended learning and its potential and how great things will be. And so the researchers were trying to analyze the behavior in terms of the blending of the learning. But what they've discovered is that the blended learning was not happening. What was happening is the blended teaching. So the students would set into their behavioral patterns early on, and it will stick to those. So those who would come to face-to-face, or those who would use online lectures, or basically neither. And so that was not blended learning at all. We thought we're doing a blended learning, but that just didn't happen. And so the students who often accessed online lectures had lower attainment than those who came to the live lectures. And the most important predictors of the examination success were incoming diagnostic quiz, unsurprisingly, and the attendance of live lectures. All right, another key study has been conducted over many years in that space by the team led by Maria Mihan from the University College Dublin. And they also done a cluster analysis similarly set up to the Loughborough people with slight variations on the outcomes. So the group of students who rely on watching lecture capture while skipping lectures, they identified as the largest cluster, but their study was a lot later than the Loughborough study. And that comprised 60%. And that group achieved the lowest grades in the course. They had a mixed method study. They also interviewed students just to trying to discern their views on things. And from the interview data, the researchers concluded that the portion of students in this cluster strongly believed videos are superior to lectures in maximizing their learning for the time that they had available, owing to a more concise format with less repetition, flexible use, efficient and faster pace. Some of them reported watching videos on double speed, as we all know they do. But they believe that is just the most efficient and effective way for them to learn. So what do we know? And both of those studies that I mentioned, they use hierarchical regressions and clusters. So it's correlations, not causation, right? So what do we know in terms of, does high lecture capture uses implies low attainment? What evidence do we have in terms of causations? Well, not much. However, Ada Lee from Toronto and team, in 2010, they also looked at that very issue. They provided a potential explanation that not only because less motivated students use lecture capture more, but that they thought the technology facilitates more of a surface learning approach. What evidence did they have? They studied 2 calculus courses, and they found that the highest usage of the pause feature when they paused videos in lecture capture was associated with the lowest attainment. Now, that surprisingly was in direct contradiction to the previous study from a psychology course that Ada Lee was trying to replicate from the same university. So in the psychology course, the more they paused the videos, the higher the grades they got. So here's again, if someone from the higher ups telling you to do things because some publication from the humanities or psychology, it's not true. Mathematics is clearly different to, at the very least, psychology. That did not replicate in the mathematical context for their team. So, and so at the end of the discussion, they kind of speculated as to why this could be the reason. They thought maybe mathematics requires less rote memorization in psychology. Yeah, and so more the pause feature when they pause maybe in psychology is when they're trying to check whether or not they memorize something, and whereas for maths it's not perceived as conducive to understanding. So the weaker students do it, and yeah, anyway, it's a speculation because they didn't control for prior achievement, unfortunately. So it might instead highlight the students who just cannot keep up with the speed of the lecture and thus are more likely to perform poorly, yeah, no matter what. However, Sven Trenholm, who controlled for prior achievement, also found some evidence to support Lee's claim. And he used it through an instrument, a validated instrument called a sort of instrument that measures learning approaches questionnaire. It's a questionnaire that he distributed to the students in Australia and at the University of South Australia, I believe. And he concluded that regular lecture capture users scored significantly higher in the surface approach category. Actually, it was a dual study. It was Loughborough University and the University of South Australia. They had data from both cohorts simultaneously. That was a good study. So this lends support to the hypothesis that the relationship between lecture capture usage and low attainment is not only because low achieving, less motivated students tend to use lecture capture more, but because of some intrinsic quality of lecture capture itself. So Trenholm and team concluded that regular lecture capture use overall may be depressing the quality of student learning. So We also did trend over time analysis, and the trend was just jumping at us. It was very obvious. So broadly speaking, there were two types of lecture capture users: students who supplement attendance and students who substitute attendance, right? And so what we saw in the trend analysis over time is that the latter group seems to be getting disproportionately large. So at the start of the last decade, the proportion of students using lecture capture to substitute live lectures was no more than 30%, even in studies that were less quantitatively solid. So we've got numbers such as 13% from the Ingles and other Loughborough researcher study. And then as the decade goes on, 2013-14, that proportion goes up to over 37%. And that's the University College Dublin study, 2013-14 cohort. Interestingly, the same team of researchers did a follow-up study in the same university, in the same course, just a couple of years later. And that group has grown to 60%. So, and that actually coincides with our statistics as well. This big jump to the largest group of students who are skipping lectures and just using recorded lectures have jumped to those numbers in the middle of the last decade. So the group of students who use lecture capture as intended as an extra supplement to live lectures represents a rather small proportion, with smaller and smaller numbers reported as the time goes by. And in the most recent studies, we have this group is 21% in the 2013-14, and 2 years later, it's down to 12%. So quite a small proportion of students using the technology, the lecture capture, as we intended it to be used. So what's the conclusion? Well, actually, the obvious first thing that came to our mind is that we have an ethical dilemma on our hands. When we implement lecture capture as a mandated, everybody must do that, we need to think about this dilemma in terms of ethics, because the technology gives benefits to one group, while another group might be unknowingly harmed, in the sense that the students who do not attend class but would attend if lecture capture was not available, maybe they would do a lot better than they're doing now. But I haven't seen this ethical issue discussed in any of the literature or any of the administrative decision discussions. It's kind of weird. So, I mean, I realize we can't go back in time and say, oh, let's just all agree to stop providing lecture capture. That's not going to happen. Many reasons. But so what can we do to move forward? So a little bit of a discussion, and I will rely on your help in that as well. So specifically for mathematics education, the results of our systematic literature review, it's clear that we can say the lecture capture has become a liability to a large majority of students studying mathematics. And with the COVID, the pandemic, now a lot more expectation for all of the other even smaller universities and tertiary institutions to provide lecture capture. So we need to reconsider the way we use this technology while striving to make research-informed decisions to find an optimal way. So my assumption is we have to keep it. So what can we do to optimize the way we do things? So from the literature, we also know that lecture capture is regarded by students as a complementary or competing resource. Caroline Yoon from my unit said that long time ago, 2014. So depending on the interaction during lectures, So obviously monologue transmission style lectures are no longer prioritized by students. So what's happening? They just think, oh, there's no extra value added. I might as well just watch it at home on double speed. It'll be better for me, faster for me. So a research-informed way to move forward would be to increase the value of attending a class. Okay, so how can we do that? I guess in many ways. I will offer you 2 ways, and I hope there'll be more suggestions coming as part of the discussion. So one way is simply introduce more interactions that occur during live lectures, prompts for active engagement. Now, I have anecdotal evidence from my own experience and lectures around me that sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And you might increase your lecture attendance by, I don't know, 10%. If you're really excellent at what you do, I throw lollies for correct answers. You know, some people do circus stunts at our university, like Peter Beer, some of you may know. Yeah, all these things do make an effect. That they will increase an attendance, but not by much. And so this option, I'm thinking, could only meaningfully change things if we give them some marks for those activities. So we are now thinking of using 5 to 10 minutes of each lecture at stage 3, because the attendance is just abysmal at stage 3. So yeah, 3 lectures for us. So this coming semester, we're doing a trial. We at the end of each lecture, students will have a quiz, online quiz, and they have to do it in class. Well, they don't have to do it in class, but they will benefit from doing it in class because they will be allowed to work in groups, and the lecturer will be able to help them. And if they're not in class, they still have, I think, till the end of the day to complete this quiz, but they will have to read up course notes, course book material, educate themselves. So the material will be on the lecture that just happened. So the quiz will be on that material. It's a bit rough to come to these kind of measures, and I have no idea how it's going to go and what the students will think, but I'll report back next time I see you. So we're collecting data and analyzing it. So it's a part of a research project here. Second option, more radical in a way. Some might say, or now I'm thinking maybe even not, flipping the classroom. So swap the order of learning activities, provide explanations on videos, let them watch the recorded videos ahead of time, and the lecture time is replaced by some sort of studio format workshop thing, maybe 2 hours together, so you can get them to be working together more and solving problems while the lecturer is there talking to them and discussing things and bringing it together. So there's a lot of things you can do. So basically like whiteboard tutorials, but on steroids. So you have 2 hours for those, and you have kind of basic level problems and challenging problems, and you have all these incentives for them to be there and get marks, and you have highly trained tutors helping you and the lecturers there, so all sorts of things perhaps. So we're also doing a trial. We're flipping our hardest course, algebraic geometry, at stage 7 this coming semester, and also collecting data. It's part of a research project that I've got a PhD student working on this. So hopefully by the end of the year, we will know which model is better, or maybe they both will be used. But looks like we are committed now to be changing the way we teach. We can no longer do what we do and have 20% of students attending our lectures and the rest watching them online and not doing really well. And hence my appointment as an assistant dean of curriculum framework transformation, so to help the faculty with those initiatives. Right, and when I say flip the classroom, I've noticed there's a lot of literature in the undergraduate mathematics space, coming mostly from the US, And they call it, they talk about inquiry-based learning. It's a huge thing there. It's absolutely tremendous. And it's spreading like a wildfire. And so the Americans decided that to include this active engagement in mathematics learning, the best way to just not explain anything. So basically the students are expected to engage in discovery learning or inquiry learning, where they discover mathematical concepts new to them for themselves or as a group. And the lecturer is like a facilitator of learning, going around, asking clever questions to guide them through this process. This is not what I mean by flipping. I come from a very much scientifically minded background. I read the literature on from cognitive sciences and things like that. This is not the most effective way to teach and learn. And that goes against most of the findings in the last 50 years from the cognition literature. And the proponents of inquiry-based learning, they don't seem to either know about this huge body of literature, or those who know seems to be very dismissive. They just say, well, the cognition people, they're just too narrow. They just worry about cognition, nothing else. Completely not true. Cognition scientists worry about affect, emotions, self-efficacy, motivation. They consider it all, but they do it in a very scientific manner. So I got really annoyed with this whole movement, and because I was trying to reach New Zealand as well. So I've spent time last year, and I've written together with Heiko Dietrich from Monash University. He's a professor of mathematics, pure mathematics. So we've written this scoping review to say that from the New Zealand and Australian perspective, we're not buying it. The inquiry-based learning is not the best way to go and change our tertiary mathematics education. So just to clarify the difference, because a lot of confusion when I say flipped classroom, people assume that I'm promoting inquiry-based. Not at all. The expert explanations are to be provided by mathematicians, by experts. The new maths has to be explained. They don't need to discover themselves. They can discover other things and solve problems, that's fine. But the hardcore inquiry-based proponents, they want to remove explanations by expert, and that is not the right move. Anyway, and so the systematic literature review can be found here, also published, actually 2022, sorry, those are the references, and that's enough from me talking. Let's discuss. Thank you so much for your attention.
Flip the screen so that we can see Tanya. Does somebody know how to do that? Thanks, Michael. Can you hear me, Tanya? Hello, Tanya.
Yes, yeah, I can.
I can hear you. We're just going to get you on screen so we can see your face. So while we're waiting for that to happen, congratulations on your new appointment. And thank you for that talk. It was really interesting. And of course, the one thing that I picked up was in your conversation about qualitative research, of course, when you ask students, do you like this and was it good for you? They all say yes, because it was convenient. But that often doesn't translate in, did you actually get good marks and pass anything? And so that's the really difficult thing. But I'm sure there's lots of questions to come. So we've got one. I'm going to go this side on Aaron because it's close, and I'll go do a bit of a circuit.
Hello, Tanya. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much. You've taken some of the wind out of the sails of my talk coming up, which is wonderful.
Sorry.
No, fantastic. It complements very nicely. I actually take a different track in the focus of my talk, but I just want to say I wish you could come to my university and yell at management a little bit for me. So thank you very much.
I can do that for lots of money. Yes.
Thank you, Tanya. I just have a question. At the beginning, you said that one of the reasons why we record lectures is because of international students and second language, English as a second language. Is this something that was controlled for in the studies? Do you know?
No, except for just I think some interviews data that the international students said will really benefit from having recorded lectures. But again, you know, it's beside the point, because if they come to lectures and then watch it later, that's great. But if they think, oh, I don't really need to come anymore, that's might not be so great for them as well. Yeah. No, sorry, we didn't cluster on international status, or I don't remember any of the studies on top of my head looking at that. Yeah, it'll be interesting to look at.
Hi, Tanya, it's Nazim here. Thanks for the talk. I've got a paper on flipped learning, which I'll send to you. But I flipped my second year class, and the class has 250 students. One student walks in the class and says, my goodness, we have a large class. There were only 40 students in there. So I wonder what the small classes are like.
Yeah, I think that's the point a lot on the flipped classroom, and you might have read a lot of this, Tanya, and some of the stuff that I've read certainly is when, if it comes from the US and they talk about a large class, they mean 30 students, 40 students. That's not the same as flipping a class of 1,000. Have you got what size class are you thinking about flipping?
Yeah, we've been thinking about flipping our largest service courses, and I think it's going to happen very soon. So 300, 400, 500. I mean, we have different streams. I guess largest stream is 300 room capacity. Yeah, and yeah, ideally would have flat spaces and, you know, desk and stuff, but you know, you can still get them to work in groups when they turn around, even in a sloping lecture room. You can ask them to turn around and face, you know, it's still possible, not ideal, but it's possible. We've done some trials here in the past and reported at previous workshops in 2014. I remember doing that with Julia Novak. But
yes, determinant, matrix determinants. Debate.
That's right. Yeah, the debates. We had them to debate the methods. And yes, Nazim, I totally agree with you. When you read the literature from the US, it's completely different world. But that's exactly how they can justify such high tuition fees. The whole system is just a little bit unsustainable in my mind. I mean, now they create this inquiry-based thing and they're drumming it up to say this is the best way to learn maths. And then to do an inquiry-based learning properly is very hard, very inefficient, so they struggle. So they say, oh, we need smaller classrooms. Or because we need smaller classrooms, we're going to charge you more money. You know, it's just, yeah, anyway.
Resource.
Hey, Tanya, I've got a couple of questions. Your literature review was focusing specifically on live lecture capture as opposed to video recording of lecture in general?
No, yes. So if I would have had more time, I would have described it in full detail. So we included pre-prepared videos as long as they were made by the same lecturer, and we allowed for them not to be long 15 minutes. So for example, the Irish team, they made 20 minutes short videos, or they varied in length. Some of them was 10 minutes long. So they made them topic wise, but the lecture was the same, who made the videos, and the content of each lecture, they compared to, 2 or 3 videos. So that was the mapping was done quite rigorously and accurately.
Cool. That's sort of what I thought, that you were looking at both sorts. A question, a comment on flipping. 2 things. One of my colleagues flipped a chemistry course in 3rd year about 3 or 4 years ago, and discovered that they actually lost students by doing it because they were scared to come to class if they hadn't done the pre-work. And so rather than coming to class unprepared, they just didn't come at all. So that is something to really think about, an unintended consequence of flipping. I flipped my stats classes, but I have to remember with the on-campus classes that I have to assume that they have not done the work beforehand. And I find that's actually quite successful. They will then go and do the videos after class, use the videos post class to go back and pick up the things. But it means when I teach a tutorial, I do a 15-minute mini lecture at the beginning of it, of the key points I need for them to be able to go through the tutes, and then they consolidate the learning afterwards. My online students do it traditionally. They do the lectures, then the tutes, then their computer labs. But it's when they come in and they know that they're unprepared and they're going to have to do stuff that they're not prepared for, that can be a real trap.
Yeah, thanks for that. Question back to you. Why can't you insist on them watching the videos before coming to class? Can't you give them an exit quiz after they watch this 2 hours?
They won't do it. I am teaching at a university that has very mixed maths background. I used to say we used to actually take people who are upright and breathing and wanted to do our courses, but so yeah, they're a mixed low achieving generally group, so it doesn't work. They just don't do it. Incentivizing does not help.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, that would be a problem.
Yeah, I've done a bit of a study on it too, Tanya, from ages ago. I can fill you in on it later, but if you like. But yeah, same thing. It's sort of like if the students don't do the work, they don't come. The students who do the work would have come anyway, and so you end up in this worst kind of tutorial that we used to, old style tutorial that we used to run. And if you've got active classroom, the tutorials are still the best way of, active class tutorials are still the best way of doing it. So it's how the whole thing fits together, the whole learning design that you've got set up that needs to work together.
Hi, Tanya, this is Barbara Manhout from UQ. Thank you very much for your great talk. Just a comment. So quite a few years ago now, I guess it was 2016, we flipped our big first year discrete maths course, which has, up to 800 or 900 students in it. And so just from my experience, I mean, it's sort of evolved over time. In terms of what you said about flat floor room versus lecture theater, when it's available, we had the flat floor big exhibition hall with groups of sort of 9 students sitting around a table. When that wasn't available, we used the lecture theaters, and we just told them to turn around and talk to their friends. It actually didn't seem to make that much difference. Students could work together in both those environments. So, I mean, I sort of liked the flat floor because I got to run around everywhere and I couldn't climb over the furniture quite as well in a lecture theater. But in terms of student interactions, I think both work fine. In terms of incentivizing them to do the pre-work, we tried doing that at the start. And then we eventually decided it was more trouble than it was worth, trying to keep track of who's done what. And also there was a feeling, sort of students who weren't keeping up felt like they couldn't come to class. So we sort of relaxed it a bit. And so certainly now we do have students who haven't done the pre-work who come to class. Just as Joanne was saying before. And as long as you sort of make them feel that that's still okay, like, yes, you certainly want them to do it. And the class is sort of easier for them if they've done it, but they're still welcome if they haven't. And I try and make it very clear to them. Even a couple of times during semester, when we've sort of tackled something pretty abstract and we're going to change topic, I say, please come back, come back. And they do come back. So I still think it's great. And I mean, I always do it for that class, but in terms of lecture attendance, it's probably a bit better than some of the traditional lectures, but it's still not, it's still not great. It's still maybe 40% attend rather than 20%.
But are you giving them any marks for the work that they're doing in class?
No, we did do that. Well, we've tried that at various times. We gave them marks for the work that they did in class. And then some years we didn't, and it didn't seem to make that much difference.
Oh, okay, very interesting. Yeah, well, thanks for your insights about the floor of the classrooms. That doesn't make any difference because we have a lot of concern about that. And I agree with you. From my experience, I don't feel this is a deal breaker in any way. Yeah, but yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I think that's why it's worth doing the trials. From our perspective, have 2 different ways of trying to increase attendance and on-campus participation and see what's going to stick. I agree with Deb maybe that, Yeah, maybe the lectures will survive in the end, because I think this for pure maths or harder maths, let's say, this sort of expert explanation done well is probably something that they would value, or at least some high performing. Well, we have about 30%. They're usually, you know, A students. They come to lectures without any incentives, and they say we really like it. We really benefit from being in a lecture and listening to a lecture. So I think there will always be a room for that, but to increase the attendance, maybe we'll give some activities, and instead of doing a written assignment homework, right, with all the threads from ChatGPTs and what's coming next, we can just split it into smaller bits and make them do it in class. So we kind of have an individuated assessment, you know, like they do in schools, essentially. That's kind of what I'm thinking now, my work.
Okay, we're going to need to wrap it up. Thank you, Tanya. It was really interesting conversation. Are you going to be around later on in the day for the workshop or for the rest of the day?
Yes.
We could maybe talk a bit more about that. Because I guess the question is really here with the flipped classroom in my mind in any of these things is, are we doing it as purely a way to get students to come? Like, for example, you know, when baby says flip the classroom, it's really great. You know, we get the kids to watch it online. They don't watch it online. Well, we'll give them points. Well, I thought we flipped it so that they would do it because it was better, not because we were giving them points. If we're going to give them points to watch the videos, just give them points to come back into the lecture theatre. So what, you know, we chase our tails a little bit. So are we doing it just to get more attendance? And maybe the answer is it doesn't work so well. Or are we doing it because we believe that that kind of learning is better anyway? So I think there are two different questions there that we need. How do we teach better versus how do we get the students to engage more, and can we come up with a way of meeting in the middle? I reckon that's really the question we're looking at, because a few people have tried the flip and not so great results that it would cost benefit analysis, you know, it's heavy resources and all the rest of it. So great conversation. They're lovely to see you, and we'll see you again in the workshop. Thanks, Tanya.
Yes, see you. Bye.
We have morning tea, and I'm sure the chat will, you don't have any morning tea, Tanya, sorry. You might have some there, but you can't have ours. Lovely to see you.
Mortified to miss the cake yesterday. Oh.
We'll see you later.
Yeah.
What's that square?
Square in the back.
still stuffing their face. That's what I think. So would I. I'll jump in at about 3 minutes to go.
Brilliant. Yeah.
And wave and
Okay.
idiot.
Yeah. It was designed for 15 minutes.
Oh, okay.
So
Well, that's
just have
good.
that. Yeah, speak slow.
Okay, well, I think we are ready to start. So we now have Aaron Vigant, who is going to talk about something that doesn't sound like maths at all. Gone with the Wind, The Sound of Music, Alien and Star Wars, films done wrong. Okay, over to you, Aaron.
Thank you very much. I'll just pin this up here. All good? Is this coming through? Okay. Oh, it's like being in a lecture theatre again. How nice. Okay, so I'm from the University of Sunshine Coast, just up the road here. And just to give you a little bit of background into why I have developed this talk is because, of course, COVID came out. And so we all scrambled to make videos and some didn't, some just used pre-recorded lectures and they were still doing that now. Not many anymore, but and subsequent to the whole COVID thing, where we are now, we got basically told about 2 years ago, no more lectures. No lectures whatsoever at the University of the Sunshine Coast. And instead, we were told to create asynchronous learning materials. The idea being that students will want to learn in their own pace, at their own time, but then they should probably attend workshops. We weren't really supposed to call them tutorials anymore for some reason. But anyway, so that's sort of where it all sort of kicked off. So why all those movies here? Well, these movies are listed because they're long movies. And for one reason or the other, they have been heralded as amazing movies and really good movies for one reason or the other. And clearly, I'm not going to actually talk about those movies, but after I had created a whole suite of videos, very directed. I didn't want to just release pre-recorded lectures from previous years because I hadn't actually taught calculus for maybe 4 years, first year calculus. I didn't want to just release old lecture videos. They're grainy, they're from a distance, there's someone else talking to start with. And so I created, middle of COVID, every weekend, even in lockdown, I got permission to go to the university. I set up a 4K video camera and I basically made lots of 46 tiny little short, not tiny, but short movies. Each sort of topic building, I designed them to build, hierarchically, slowly but surely up to from, hey, let's talk about what a straight line looks like and what its slope is, up to let's solve the second order DE and let's take a look what it looks like. And these 46 videos lead that topic by topic, very, very carefully structured into little self-contained bundles. Having spent the better part of about 30 days worth of work, if you take a look at it in total, 30 days worth of work getting into this and starting to deliver this, rumors started going around, quite strong rumor, that we were not allowed to make any videos in our learning materials that were longer than 10 minutes. And I sat there, and of course, I usually use the phrase, we were really angry. And what of course I mean by that is I was really angry. And so I started trying to find out if this was true. And here is the overview of teaching delivery at USC, my university, 2023, which goes into considerable detail, fine level detail about how we are to deliver and create our asynchronous materials. And if you take this dot point, each online learning material module contains no more than 6 sections. So you're not allowed to break anything up to more than 6, which is, that's okay. And each video be no more than 10 minutes in duration. There it is, black and white. When I kicked up a massive stink about it to certain people, it ultimately got mentioned that it was a guideline. And therefore, maybe, just take it on board. No, guideline means I can ignore. So, however, the kickback I got from certain people meant that I really had to fight a little bit. So what I did was I smashed together a bit of stuff and I went off to the Deputy Vice Chancellor because I just figured, oh, screw it, I'll go up there. And I went in like this, look what I've got, here's all my data. And he just goes, oh, you need to present this at the next learning and teaching seminar series that we had at the university. very like there's the data, you've presented, go, talk about it. So that has led ultimately through a little pathway to the talk today. So why so specifically 10 minutes? Well, this paper, which is actually a little bit disparaging of the whole let's have short lectures because of short attention spans and things, writes, you find the academic literature is replete with articles and books supporting and propagating the conclusion that lectures should adhere to 10 to 15 minutes because of the attention span that is characteristic of our, poor modern students. And attention during lectures tends to wane after 10 to 15 minutes, which I don't agree with, because this is broad scale. In my lectures, my specific lectures, yeah, those ones fell asleep, but those ones didn't. That was lectures. So now we move into the world of videos and making video materials. You can find, you go and cherry pick the literature as much as you like. The optimal video length for engagement is video content that is greater than 6 minutes sees students starting to turn off. Or researchers found the features that students find more engaging include a short format, less than 6 minutes. The 6 minutes is very specific. Now, I should mention I'm also running a different research project in education, really, and its use of a thing called a light board or a system like that. And in that, our videos are less than 6 minutes. We're aiming to get them less than 6 because we're trying to get across one feature, one item, one little snippet of knowledge. That's the point of the 6 minute thing, not let's discuss the differentiation of the trigonometric functions. You've got 6 minutes from scratch. Hey, you can't do that. And finally, there's things like this. The longer that a video is, the more likely that it will be the dropout rate for continued watching. So today's topic is zooming down on that, on this idea that long videos are bad, short videos are okay. Well, the abstract of my talk, if you could be bothered reading all of that blurb, allegedly when Victor Fleming, who was the director of Gone with the Wind, should be longer than 10 minutes, he probably wasn't, he wasn't told that it should be no longer than 10 minutes. He expressed concern, he probably didn't, that it would be difficult to compress so much narrative into such a small amount of time. But I'm not joking. Okay, he didn't reject, I did. He rejected the follow-up suggestion to release his film as 22 short 10-minute films, which is what I was suggested to me. Oh, your longest video is 50 minutes long, chop it into 5 10-minute videos. Now, those of you who have sort of watched Khan Academy and played around on Khan Academy, one of the earliest adopters of trying to describe mathematics and math processes in the video format on YouTube, he literally chops them at 10 minutes. Halfway through a problem, boom, 10 minutes is over. Please see me in the next video. We don't need that. It breaks the narrative. It breaks the story. If you want to talk about something that takes 30 minutes to talk with little examples and little digressions, you need a bit longer than 10 minutes for some topics. So is this recommendation or this guideline justified broad scale across a whole university, especially into first-year maths? And of course, in my particular case, to me, does it apply to me? That's what I'm always caring about. Do students really disengage after 10 minutes? Well, the need for data. We need to have data to argue. So at my university, we used to have a learning management system called Blackboard. I'm sure many of you are familiar with it. And the video streaming system we used was MediaSite, which basically is just a software setup that streams videos on demand. We now use Canvas, but luckily we are still using MediaSite, so I can continue using it. Anyway, as students click on the video links, it collects data and it creates these analytics files. And while this is all very nice that it collects these data, it looks like that. And as semesters go by, if you don't reset the analytics file, which is actually a real pain in the ass, it becomes more like that. And you can't really do anything with it. So that's all very well. But then, of course, I'm not just interested in one course. I'm interested in my courses this semester and last semester, and not just my first year course, my second year course, my third year course. And hey, let's go and take a look at a whole load of courses. And when you start looking at that, you just go, oh, you're not screwed. So how do we deal with that? Well, of course, MATLAB to the rescue. So you grab all that junk, you write some code, and you generate lots of well thought out graphs and tables, all nicely sorted. And so we're going to go through a few of those today. I don't need to do a revision of box and whisker plots because I think you all know what they are. So we'll skip that. So the first analysis that I actually really took a close look at was our Math 104 Introductory Calculus. It's the 2021 cohort. We had 220 odd students in it. As I've already said, I designed 44, I think it was 46, topic focused lesson videos. Here's a little crappy histogram that sort of gives you an indication of how long these videos were. There's the count of the videos, that's the time in minutes. You can see that it goes from short to long. The total video duration, if you add up all the lengths of all the videos, is about 28 hours for the entire semester, which if you think about it, isn't dissimilar to a lecture. 2 hours per week over 13 weeks, 26 hours. Except these are slower paced. There's more examples in these videos, etc. So, of course, I begged the students to work through those videos. There were no lectures. I implemented, some incentives to watch these videos before the tutorial classes each week. They were released a week before or 2 weeks before by making various processes, have a folder. We're going to look at your folder. We'll give you a little mark. And it sort of worked, but they weren't really getting into it. And I was frustrated. So that's why I wrote the code and I started looking at it. So the engagement is the key issue that I'm only going to focus on today. So I'm going to define engagement today, especially for the first part of my talk, as only two things. And we're only talking about engagement with videos really at this point. The simple act of clicking on the video link, it actually logs that. Did a student click or didn't they? Did they even watch it for half a second? And the second engagement indicator is how much of the video did they watch? What proportion did they watch? 10% of the video, 50% of the video, 90% of the video? That's also logged, or at least it's back calculated in my code. So those are the two quantifiers of engagement, okay? So the most obvious approach to start with is to do an analysis per video. I've got 44 videos or however many there were. And so we do an analysis. Let's take a look. This next graph examines how many days pass. This isn't one of the indicators I mentioned earlier, by the way. How many days pass after some time zero that I've defined before students click on the video. And you get a graph that looks like this. But it's not very good trying to explain my way through a graph like that in a conference type setting. So we take a different approach for today. If we have time, I have more graphs for you. There's the one you just saw. That's another version of a totally different thing. They get better. Look at this. They're fantastic. And even better is this one here. So you can see that these, to be fair, they're interesting, but they're not that interesting. And they don't answer the key points I have today, which is, does video length actually make an impact on anything? So the first engagement quantifier, did the students just click on it or didn't they? So does the length of the video influence how many students clicked on the video? And yes, they can see when they get it up at front, it does say to them how long the video is. They see a little picture, it says length 27 minutes, 13 minutes, whatever. So here's a quick graph. This is, again, 2021, Math 104. This is the length. There's 44 dots on this graph. It's one for each video. Here's the length of the video. And here is the proportion of the class out of the 224 students who clicked on the video link at all. And when you look at that, it's a little shocking. This one here, it's 6 minutes long. A 6-minute summary of, I spent 5 hours creating that 6-minute video. The editing with little things jumping or well, I thought it was really cool. But no, why should we watch a 6-minute video that summarizes the entire thing to give us a picture? No, only 30% of them thought that that was actually worthwhile clicking on. So squinting your eyes a bit and putting a line through there,
And that is not a regression line. That is an Aaron line. I just went, oh, about there will do. You can see that if we judge it, we'd sort of say 65% of the class on the whole click on the videos, which means 35% of the class on the whole don't. There is one caveat I should mention, and I'm not going to mention again, but it is an important one. It's that some students watch the videos with a friend, and they always use the friend's account. So a student over here who didn't do the clicking gets recorded as in having not clicked on the videos, even though they've watched them. So there is that little bit of messiness in the data, but can't do much about that. So perhaps this is a one-off. Here's 2022. Nope. It is an improvement. It went up 10%, and I know why it went up by 10%, but that's not the point of today. If you're interested, we can talk about it in questions. So, but by and large, I gave them more incentives. But basically, no. We still have the situation where the length of the video, this is the key, the length of video, it's a flat line, has not affected the percentage of students who have clicked on it. Okay, short video, 75%, long video, and as much as I would like to say, look, it's the other way around, short videos they don't click on, I think those are outliers. We have to be clear on those. So again, Math 104, first year calculus, special kind of student. Is it restricted? Is this observation restricted to that particular course, unit, subject? Math 104, LFS 100, cell biology. Okay, big scatter, but there's no, up to 40 minutes, there's no up or down. I can't remember what that course is. That's another biology course. Oh my goodness, that's off screen. I can't remember what that is. Math 203, numerical analysis. These videos, these are created differently. They're second year courses. I figure that by then the students know how to hit the pause button. So I'm not going to have different videos, you know, one for Simpsons and one for, you know, trapezoidal. It all just goes. But you can see these videos go up to 85 minutes length. Flat line. Third year course, the whole different beast, that one. There's not much data in these, but basically you can see there's not a trend downwards or upwards. So is the click rate pattern unique? No. Observation one, the overall click rate, did they click or not, is independent of video length. Okay, so that's the first key point. So let's take a look at the second engagement quantifier. How much of the video did they even watch? What fraction of the video? Having clicked on it. So from here, all the statistics and graphs I'm going to show you, and I use the word statistics very loosely. This is only for the students who clicked. So forget that 25% of students who never clicked. They're not included in these data. They've got a video watch length of 0. Okay. Again, the hypothesis, guiding question, does the length of video influence how much of the video the students have watched? So let's take a look. Lots of number crunching in this one, but very simple to interpret. Length of video on the x-axis. This is the proportion of students on the left who watched less than 10% of the video. Okay. Now, the problem here is it's 10% and 10%. That's just a coincidence. What you can see, if I give you an explanation, this would be my expected trend. My expected trend would be that as videos get longer, more students stop watching. Okay, that would be my expectation. As the videos get longer, someone might get to 30% and stop, some people, you know, like 30 minutes. That would be my expectation. But that's not what we see. We see that basically independent of length of video, 10% of students watched 10% of video. That's just, unfortunately, those two numbers are the same. Is it a one-off? No. There's 2022, bit of a tighter run. Here's the opposing side of that graph. These are, each dot, again, is a video, length of video on that axis. This is the proportion of students who watched greater than 90% of the video, meaning all of it, really. Now, the expected trend, oh, don't worry, those are just me explaining a couple of outliers. The expected trend, you would be this. You would expect that as videos got longer, this is just purely an expectation on my part, as videos got longer, students would drop out, okay? The proportion of students watching to the end would drop off. And again, if I draw an Aaron regression, meaning it's the visual regression, my eyes drew that line, the dotted line, it's more or less flat. There's no obvious trend downwards as videos got longer. What's horrifying about this though? What is truly horrifying about this? 55% of students have watched all the video. That's 55% of students who clicked. So that's 55% of 75%. 40% of my course, 40% of students watched the entire video, the whole length, more or less. That's not many. And this is incentivized, so to speak. It's hey, you need to write some notes. We need to see those notes in your next class. And we'll pay you. We'll give you marks for doing your homework. So yeah, is it a one-off? No, it's seen 2022. So observation 3, the length of video doesn't change the proportion of students who watch to the end. The question could also, well, is it always the same students? Well, that's really much more difficult to extract out, but basically, yeah, it's the same students. The good students will watch everything. The less good students will persistently watch not very much at all. Okay. So one thing that really did appear to me, and this is purely out of interest, and I haven't answered it yet for myself, viewing persistence, meaning how much of a video someone's watched. That's very interesting. The persistence, the amount of video seems independent of the absolute length of the video, but seems to be more dependent on the proportion of video that a student watches. So you get the so-called, you should have heard of these, I'm an HD student, high thing. I am a 90% of the video student. I will always watch 90% of the video. You give me a 10-minute video, I'll watch 9 minutes. You give me a 100 minutes video, I'll watch 90 minutes. That's what this shows. And if you don't believe me, let me show you this. Here's the graph we saw earlier. This is just to explain the next graph. This is the graph we saw earlier, length of video on this axis. And this is the data for 90% of the video has been watched. Okay, this proportion of students. So here's how the box and whisker was created. You can see these data smear up and are represented by that box and whisker. The axis now says this represents this whole graph. And there we are for the length of a duration of a video, normalized duration. So all the videos are now represented. Each one of these is created from 46 odd videos or 44 videos. And what you can see is, you haven't seen it yet, I'm sort of preempting myself. There's this, like this, big box at the end, quite high. Lots of students do seem to go to the end, approximately 50-odd%. Sort of a linear sort of drop off as the video progresses of 5%, and a whole load dump out after, well, yeah, no, I thought I could do it, but I'm not going to do this video. But is this normal for that year? No. This is the next year with different incentives. Is it unique to mathematics? Biology, cell biology, another biology, second year math, third year math. Okay, as I said, that's a very special case, but there's another one for third year math. For some reason, we see this, a lot of students first click on and then go, yeah, actually, I'm done with that. A lot of students really give it a go and then sort of drop off linearly, as you see, and then a whole load, 50%, 60% do watch to the end. It's just a very interesting little pattern that I've observed. And I can generate these in seconds now because I've got code. So it's not unique to Math 104, first year calculus. As I said, observation 5, most students, between 60 and 80% of students who click on the video, watch at least 90% of the video, regardless of how long the video is. There's a lot of words in there, but I think you get the picture. So here are the overall findings. Just to give you an idea that this is not just a little tiny thing, 300 videos in total over, at the time, 1,700 students, it's now 2,000 something. The length of the video, okay, up to about an hour, this is the key, has no impact on the level of cohort engagement with that video, as measured by did they click and how much of the video did they watch? I mean, that's the key things there. There's also the delay before clicking, which I haven't really presented today. So my take home here was the click rate is low. The 35% of students who never click on the video in the first place, apparently, how do you get them to do that? As I've written here, here's the horse, here's the water. No. Okay, they're not going to take the drink. So something to consider. So I do have a few more slides, and it looks like I've got perfect. So this is just a lazy way of concluding a talk with something, like by ripping it off out of a paper. As scientists and educators, we are called on to provide evidence for our research, which everybody here does, and data backing up our assertions. Yet when it comes to attention span and videos, this mantra of 15 minutes is chanted. You hear it a lot, 15 minutes, 10 minutes, with no support other than, well, that's what I've been told, or hey, look at that paper with 10 students in it, okay, in the cohort. With the current educational trends of lifelong learning and evidence-based teaching, what have I written here? If we insist on dogmatically applying a 10 to 15 minute limit on videos, we're implying we don't care about this evidence. And I think you're also doing yourself and your students a disservice because you aren't providing a lovely narrative that's in one little bundle, if that's what it needs. I have a couple more slides after this one because I'm sure I know the questions you're going to ask. Anne Parkinson, Dr. Anne Parkinson is a physiology lecturer up at the university, and I do a few collaborative projects with her in the fields of first-year education. The question I know you're going to ask is, well, so what? Does it affect grades? Well, here's a lovely little graph. 28 hours of video, how much did the student watch? Each dot is a student now. Each dot is a student. How much of the video did they watch in total? What's the final grade in the course, score? And the green dots, the color is traffic lights. Red, warning, warning, didn't attend many classes. Green, yeah, attended lots of classes, okay? And obviously, so everyone who's above that line passed the course, everyone is below this 50 line failed the course. So this is obvious. You attend all the classes, you watch all the videos, you're probably going to do okay. You attend no classes, you don't watch any videos, you're probably not going to do very well. These ones didn't watch many videos, but they still did okay. Either they watched the videos with their friends or they relied on the tutorials to be taught the material. And these ones, you just feel sorry for them. They've attempted to watch everything. They've attended classes and they still haven't made it. Is that unique? No, there's last year. That's a second year course. It's a lovely little graph. It tells the picture of the obvious, I think. So the key thing I was going to talk about today was purely trying to dispel this mantra, the myth that videos must be 10 minutes, otherwise students are going to turn off. Thank you.
Yes,
look, I'm really sorry, no. This is actually the fourth time I've presented this. I presented it first internally at the university, which got me selected to present it at a RUN network education, the RUN network, the Regional Universities Network, which got me invited to speak it at the Charles Sturt edX. And at every single place, I get that question, have you written it up? We need to show management. You know, I would love to write it up. It's especially as it's the number crunching in there. Yeah, it's mostly there. I will write it up. Thank you. How do we know they aren't just, okay, I would maybe think about that large group. How do we know they aren't just popping the video and letting it run in the background while they do something else? I often do that with long videos. It doesn't mean I'm watching. Absolutely, that's another little, yeah, and there's also the issue that they might be watching it in double speed. There are the issues of things like that. That's another little messy part in the data. Just like some students like here on the far left who apparently on this graph haven't watched the videos at all, they probably watched them with a friend. Not definitely, but so that there's a bit of mess in the data. There's a bit of noise that is very difficult to extract. A really good point, Grace, thank you. Yes. Sure.
Why is it that management walks around to our lecture theatre and says there's no students coming to, only 30% of people coming to the lectures, we're going to get rid of them. But they don't look at that and say only 30% of kids are actually watching them, but we're not getting rid of videos.
I can answer that because they're not asking, sorry, they're not asking me. No. Yes, no, they've been told, yes. I did get told a little while ago that, oh, we are looking into the level of engagement that students have with online materials, to which I replied in an email, I have this data, would you like to see it? Silence. So, however, I'm thinking, I sent the Zoom link to a couple of colleagues at the university, and I know that there were a few who are very interested in what I have to say here. So I'm hoping they've logged in and are watching, and will it be a really good discussion next week? Yeah. So.
But everybody's clicked on and watched all the way.
Yeah. At double speed. Yes. Yes. Thank you. I'm sorry for going over time. Thank you.
You can vote while
But you must write it up, I think. You'll get
Oh. You can sit down if you want to.
Is it turned on? Can the online people hear me? Okay, for this talk, we have Simon James, Julian Ugon, and Kerry Morgan, who are going to present decentralized and personalized learning for diverse cohorts in maths.
And mention too before this group starts, this is another one of our celebrations for this time around, another citation this year for its outstanding contributions to student learning, fantastic. And also, I was just having a chat to Simon last night, and for people we were talking about this, Simon was promoted to associate professor this year. So yeah, that's right.
Congratulations.
Okay, yes, very glad to be here. This is actually mainly going to be Julian talking. Kerry and I are just going to stand here and look very pretty. Oh yeah, we might sit down. But yeah, I just wanted to mention reflecting a little bit on Poe's talk yesterday and talking about the big push down that we get sometimes, and it can stop inertia. For us, we have wanted to do things a lot, and we actually got an opportunity to do things from one of these big push downs. So although in some ways, you know, them saying, okay, we're targeting maths, we're going to redevelop 4 units and you have to do it and you're getting, you know, all this time. But so we each redeveloped a unit in that process and got amazing support for it. And it was actually a really lucky experience because it would be very difficult to do a lot of this without that kind of support. So, all right, I'm going to give to Julian and he'll tell you stuff.
I got a microphone. I don't need this.
You don't need
Thank
that.
you.
Cool.
Right. Okay. So that's work that's done with Kerry, Simon, and other people that you saw the pictures earlier. I'm going to start from apologizing. I'm heavily jet lagged, so my brain is in deep sleep right now. I'll try to keep talking anyway, and hopefully it's mechanical enough. That's going to be interesting. Mostly this is, we've done a lot. This is, like Simon said, this is an opportunity we've had to redevelop to rethink a lot of what we're doing in math at Deakin in first year and beyond. And some of what I'm going to talk about is the result of that reflection. And what I'm hoping to get from this is a lot of feedback and conversation to get a conversation started with this group. This is my first first year in math conference. I'm very excited actually, even though I knew about this group and I've been following quite a bit, in particular through Simon. So let me start with working out how to, yeah, I might be able to, or if you want, how do I do the clicking on this thing? No, no. Which one, sorry? Ah, here, okay, cool. Okay, so where did we start? Well, we started from where many people in this room have things that many people in this room are familiar with. When you teach in mathematics, especially in first year at university in a service unit, you have a wide diversity of backgrounds. You get people who come with enthusiasm for mathematics, who know how to take care of themselves, have strong self-efficacy, and then you have a whole group of people who don't necessarily feel comfortable with mathematics and maybe haven't done much math in high school and then end up at university having to take a scientific-ish degree and having to learn math and don't want to be there. They have variety of interests. Some of them want to be here, some of them don't. They don't necessarily, Rosie mentioned that, but they don't necessarily have a very strong feedback literacy, although some of them do. At Deakin, we have a big mature age cohort, for example, in our class, who tend to have a much stronger self-efficacy, feedback literacy. And then we have a whole bunch of school leavers who are not necessarily in that place. And then situation. Again, Deakin, we have a large online cohort, about, I don't know, 40% of our class sometimes is online, mature age. Some people are working, some people are school leaving. School leavers, we have international students, domestic students, people who speak English as first language, people who don't, and so on. So we have a large diversity of students, and I'm sure everyone does here. And what this leads to is high fail rates and high HD rates at the same time. So we get students who are too challenged by what we do, by the way, what we offer. We don't necessarily support them well, otherwise they probably wouldn't fail. They don't have the right self-efficacy. Then we have on the other side of the spectrum, we have high HD rates. We don't challenge those students enough. And again, that means not enough support. We tend to have low engagement. We've talked a lot about it today, and I'm sure you talked about it yesterday. Again, that affects self-efficacy. It's also motivation and things like that. And so that leads to a challenge here for assessment, which is how do we evaluate student at both ends of the spectrum, right? How do we evaluate that a student is ready to pass the unit, and how do we support those students to pass the unit, and how do we evaluate that a student is very strong in mathematics and does deserve a HD or a distinction in a unit? So that led us to a bit of soul searching and a bit of existential searching here. Questioning here is, what does it mean to pass a mathematical unit? What does it mean to get a HD in math? So I don't know how you answer that question. Of course, if you ask a student what it means to pass, is getting a 50%. What does it mean to get a 50%? Does it mean that you achieve 50% of the learning outcomes? Does it mean that you have achieved 50% of each learning outcome? How do you measure that? So we reflected a little bit on that, and what we came up with is, first of all, in order to pass a unit, what it means is that you achieve minimum core competencies. In math, especially in first year, it's quite easy. You go and ask the second year lecturer, what do you want your students to know? What do they need to know in order to take your unit? In science, in IT, in engineering, and in math, that's what they need to know. If they know that, they should pass. If they don't, they should fail. Once you've established that, then getting a higher grade means knowing more. So to get a credit means that you have acquired not only the core competencies, but also desired competencies, additional competencies on top of that. Then to get a distinction, you start to look at building and utilizing those competencies. So Rosie mentioned the solo taxonomy. This is really related to that. Start building on and utilizing your competencies. And then HG to us, means really going beyond the content. So you're going beyond what the lecturer is actually giving you. So this really led to how are we going to assess that? How are we going to support the students to achieve that? And that means that we need to rethink the content, we need to rethink the assessment, and we need to rethink the support. So the content, we started from modularizing it. And really the key here is split the core competencies in some modules, the additional competencies that are not core, that are not essential for the students to continue, but that might be additional and useful, and put them in additional modules, and so on and so on. So we have those core modules that target the core competencies, and then we have the additional modules. On top of that, at the end of the spectrum, at the higher end of the spectrum, what we have is what we call own modules that focus on independent learning, on creation, communication, and so on. One thing that comes here is also the dichotomy between the procedural learning, which is what we tend to focus on at the core, in the core modules, and then we progressively move on to the conceptual understanding and learning at the higher end of the spectrum again. So what you've got, that's a prettier way of saying it, but the core competencies, then the advanced competencies, they extend on content, but not only, they also work towards higher level of complexity, on abstraction, and so on and so on. And finally, we focus on independent learning here. So what we did is we took our unit and we split that into core modules that were that are kind of self-contained, although they are related to one another. The core modules contain the core competencies. They're very strongly scaffolded, strongly supported. We focus on procedural and core capabilities. If you need to complete all the modules in order to pass the unit. If you fail one module, you fail the unit. If you pass all modules, you pass the unit. It's a binary decision here for every module. Once you've done that, we move on to, we offer you a selection of additional modules. You need to complete a few modules of your choice, and then you get higher marks and higher grades. Once you've completed enough advanced modules, then you're ready to take a more challenging task of defining your own module. And here we give a very wide choice. We basically work with the students on how to work on those modules. And HG really goes beyond, and we're really trying not to limit the students here. What it means is that the students can see, and this is really quite important to me, is that the students can see how they progress through the unit. One thing that we tend to do in mathematics is we tend to have a subtractive way of assessing students. We give them a task, we start from 100%, and every mistake we remove some marks. This is quite maybe demoralizing for the students, and I think it's helpful for the students here. They complete the modules as they go, and they can see their progress, and they can see themselves building the competencies as they go. So this is an interesting byproduct of what we do. And then it's scaffolded. So the type of support that we provide to the students really changes qualitatively across the modules here. So we start from a very structured support, and then it becomes self-directed, and finally negotiated and really student-led. We really put all the responsibility to the students, and we are there to guide them. Okay, so the assessment, how do we do the assessment based on that? Well, the assessment is constructively aligned. So we assess every module individually, and we assess the modules as they go. So the assessment, of course, drives learning. You wouldn't have the students' engagement without actually having some assessment. So the assessment does drive learning and support it, and then the learning supports assessment completion. And the important thing here is that it's self-paced. Some students are going to aim at completing the core modules only. Some students are going to aim at completing more modules. And so what this means is that we need to assess the students when they're ready to be assessed. And not every student is going to be ready to be assessed at the same time. I'm going to show you a little bit how we do it. The key point here is that for every module, it's a pass or a fail. Sorry, it's a pass or a redo. We never fail a student on a module. What we do is we provide them feedback and then we work with them on achieving the learning objectives of the module. The point of the assessment is this, I'm going to give you a learning objective for a particular module. I'm going to give you a set of learning objectives for the module. The assessment is simple. You show me that you've achieved it. Okay, of course, we need to scaffold it. It's first year. The students don't know how to do that. And so the way we ask them to do is we need them to provide evidence. And that evidence needs to be conceptual and needs to be procedural. And finally, we give them feedback and we give them an opportunity to resubmit, to revise, to review their work until the standards are met. So let me give you an example here. The first thing we start from is a learning objective. So an example in the unit, this is discrete math unit. So similar, very similar to what Rosie was saying. And let's say one of the modules is logic. And in that module, one of the learning objectives is that they need to know how to construct a truth table for a Boolean expression. Okay. And the first thing we do is we give them some resources, and the resources are online. They typically would be videos, they would be text, notes, there would be a lot of exercises, practice, and so on. They're all put online, organized online. Not all our videos are 6 minutes long. Some of them are a lot longer. And I think that some of the most popular videos are actually quite long. But they, and some students actually don't like to watch videos. They like to read notes, interestingly. So it's really important to give them in a variety of formats because they really use them differently. That's what I was saying. The cohorts are very different. On top of the resources, then what we do is we provide support. Again, support, there's a variety of different ways of supporting the students. One is in class. We have flipped classroom. It's a very different type of flipped classroom because it's decentralized. The students don't work at the same pace. So there's never somebody standing in the classroom telling the students what to do because they do different things in the same classroom. The way we do is we have a large flat classroom, about 100 students at the start. And then we peer teach with 2 or 3 people in the classroom for 100 students for a couple of hours. And we circulate between the students and between the tables, and then the students organize themselves on how they work. What happens is that, of course, I can't claim that we have 100% attendance, but the students in the class are very engaged. Okay, they do work on the class. They engage with each other. They engage with the teaching staff. I was saying a little bit earlier that one of the things I like to do in my class is actually to have, as part of the group of teachers, an undergraduate student who's done the unit before, so that they can actually support the students in different ways, and the students really appreciate that. But this is not the only way that we support the students. Another way to support the students is asynchronous support. In particular, in our case, is through the discussion forums. We have discussion forums, they're very alive, and some students actually choose to use that and comment on how useful that is to them. So we again provide a variety of support. And then we have the assessments, and the assessment consists of 3 parts. One is a conceptual summary. The students have to explain what is a truth table. They need to define it. This is something that we don't always assess, the conceptual understanding. We sometimes give them a procedural. Here's an exercise, solve it, I'm going to check it. We don't just do that. We ask them to explain what is a truth table. Then we also ask them to provide evidence. How do you know that you know how to construct a truth table? Show it to me. And finally, because of a variety of reasons, in particular integrity and so on, we have a online quiz based on numbers. I think there's going to be a talk a little bit later about that. This is incredibly useful. I don't think that would be able to do what we're doing here without that, because it really challenges the student and helps, in particular, helps them self-assess. So the students really have to complete that. But the real assessment is show us that you know how to construct a truth table. This is what the assessment. It's a negotiation. Once they submit this, then their tutor checks it. and discuss it with them. The tutors have free reign on doing whatever they want. They can ask follow-up questions. They can give a Boolean expression and ask them to give the truth table. They can give comments on the summary. They can give comments on the exercises. They can do whatever they want. It's a discussion. The students are there. Their task is to convince their tutor that they know how to construct a truth table. And that creates a module. Each module has typically between 2 and 3 learning objectives. We have at the core modules, we have 8 core modules that cover more or less what Rosie was talking about this morning. Then we have a selection of advanced modules. The nice thing is because it's a service unit that we're teaching, it's discrete math, it's a service unit. We have a lot of IT students, cybersecurity, computer science, software engineering, and so on. We also have math education students, we have mathematics students, we have students taking the unit as an elective from a wide variety of degrees, some art students for some reason. I had once a dancing student, so that's very cool. And so we do give them a choice of what they want and do try to guide them towards advanced modules that will be useful to them. So let's say if you're a cyber science student, then you want to learn more number theory. And so we have one of the modules is called advanced number theory that goes beyond what we teach in the core module. Okay, so a few challenges here. One is that students' time is constrained. We all know that. Many of them work. Many of them don't have a lot of time to spend. So we try to assess everything, to align everything on assessment. Kind of everything is assessed in the unit. Okay, whatever you do is going to be part of your assessment. That's because we ask them to provide evidence. How do I provide evidence to you that I know how to construct a truth table? I learned it. Here's how I learned it. The class time accommodates the space nature. This is really quite a challenge. This is really one of the challenging part of this model is that you can't really have a one-size-fits-all in the classroom any more than anywhere else. And so it's really decentralized. And we do have that feedback mechanism that Rosie was talking a bit about as well. And finally, support resources in a variety of formats. This is really important to students. Not everyone likes the same thing. So typically what would happen is that you would expect something like that. At the beginning, everyone starts at the same point, and then they start completing modules. And some of them start a bit faster than others, and they get a HD. Some of them go a bit slower, and you can see the line. In practice, it's more like that. It's really interesting. You will have the students who really, take that blue line at the top. They're really motivated. They go. Then you have the students who really think, oh, no, there's no way I'm going to do that. And so they go slowly. And then they realize that, well, in fact, I'm not that bad at math. And so they start to pick up all the way to HD. And then you have the other way around. You have a lot of students who will say, yeah, I'm going to go for HD. I'm not going to name it, unit. I got a HD because there was no work to do. So, I might as well do that as well. And then they find out that because of time constraints, because of whatever, they're not going to get a HD, they slow down and they can still get a pass. So we really have a wide diversity of pace. One of the things that is really important is because it's self-paced, then if a student is having a personal problem in their life during the trimester, they can still catch up, okay? And that happens all the time. It's quite amazing how much you learn about your student's life when you start talking to them. On our time, an important thing here is the teacher's time is spent on interacting with the students. Very little time is spent on delivering. That's because we do prepare the delivery beforehand, and we do spend a lot of effort on setting that up. So it's not just, hey, here's a dump of videos, just watch those. It's really actually a lot of reflection on how we're going to deliver that online. The low-level task, as much as possible, we talked a little bit about marking. As much as possible, we outsource the low-level marking to numbers or to online quizzes. The numbers quizzes, the students struggle with it. They're really hard. And that's a good thing because they come to class. So we actually help them and we tell them, we help them to pass the quiz. That's a good motivation for them to come to class. We have a help hub. It's really working quite well. We have a diversity of, we have pretty much every day the students are able to come to the help hub and ask questions. Gives flexible access to tutors on top of the classes. The important thing here, and I didn't mention that because I didn't have time, but the HD tasks are about writing a report about a topic of their choice. They do require a lot of attention from the tutors. So as much as the low-level marking is as automated as possible, the high-level marking, I treat it almost as a peer review paper submission, where they submit to somebody, to some of the high-level tutors or myself or the lecturers, and then we have that feedback. We very seldom have a student submitting, and it's perfect. The problem, again, mentioned earlier today, tutor training is a challenge. We're blurring the distinction between a marking tutor and a teaching tutor. The marking is teaching. It's all about feedback at any point. And so it does require a bit of training. We have those tutors moving in and out. One of the ways we've been solving it is, well, not quite, but working on it, is I was lucky to get support to have a 1-hour meeting with my tutors every week. And so I've get the junior tutors meeting together with the senior tutors. And I found that everyone finds that incredibly useful because they do realize we do get to discuss the difficulties of tutoring, teaching, feedback, all in one room, all in one meeting, which ends up being useful. Typically, the result distribution is like that. We get about 20 each person fail. We have also a lot of students who drop out, so this is probably a little bit lower than this shows, because what happens is the students are able to situate themselves very well during the trimester. So they end up knowing that they're going to fail and they drop out. We still have about 20% fail. A large portion of students get a pass. Okay, this is something that might need a bit of work, but that some of those students is really as much as they can do. Some of those students is as much as they want to do. They could do a lot more. But then otherwise, it's kind of a nice distribution. The university management likes it for what it's worth. And then I'm going to leave you with a few student reflections. I think it's the most fun part of the presentation. This is a student who ended up having a HD, and basically, this is what she says. When I started this subject, I was terrified. I thought it was really going to be difficult, and I ruled out almost immediately trying to get a HD. But when you open yourself up to learn and become willing to experience new things, you get to learn about your own capabilities, which you often don't even know you have. So it's very cool, it's quite nice. It makes you feel good about yourself. And this is something that comes across all the time from students. I'm incredibly proud of my hard work. The pride is something that comes out all the really very, very frequently from the students, which means I'm very happy with it. Personally, I'm very proud of it because the students are taking ownership of their learning. Okay, I don't want them to be thankful. I want them to be proud. This is another student. No, I think this is the same student. I forgot. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The most important thing I learned in this subject is that math is used in everything. Yay. Which was whatever. I was a bit confused why I had to study this subject, which was very quickly changed when I started actually learning. I have a horribly tough time picking my favorite for this subject, but if I could pick my own topic module, I would pick that. This was one of the coolest things I've made in my degree. And it's up there with creating malware. So that was very cool. Yeah, okay. Mathematics has never been my strongest subject. I was a little bit concerned with this unit. And I would be delighted to discuss each of my submissions, but I genuinely believe that reviewing them, you will readily recognize the tremendous effort I have dedicated to this unit, my sense of accomplishment, one where I am very proud of. So again, pride. This unit has taught me how to genuinely appreciate mathematics. I have come to realize the immense importance of mathematics in various fields. I struggle to think of any discipline that would not benefit from its application. So similar things, similar feedback. The most important part, and that's to address the, I think, the feedback literacy that came up. I felt that the feedback process really helped me with my learning. And then something about also the ability to take ownership. I do believe this was a student who was very strong at programming before joining the unit. I do believe that allowing me to use programming with the mathematics really helped my understanding. So students do know themselves, and I think there's something to be said to give them an opportunity to learn how they want to learn. And that's the last one. This unit had a profound impact on me, and I genuinely mean that. It had made me realize many things and ignited a strong passion within me. Whatever, well, somebody's grateful, but I prefer them to be proud. Thank you.
It's on. Yeah, this is really, really nice. It's nice that your grades mean something, right? Asking someone what their marks mean. It's a hard thing to talk about, especially when we talk about sort of incentivizing students to do things. You know, should we be measuring compliance or understanding? Question I have is, you had that graph where you show the distribution of students and where they end in a semester. The students who fail, what do you do when they come back? Do they have to?
This is a very good question. So the answer is it varies. So I do have those repeat students, and again, there's a variety of things. But I had a student, or we also have students who fail and come back stronger. Actually, you know, just to answer again, it's anecdotal. I don't really have numbers on that, but you know, I had a student who got a high distinction, and for the whole trimester, I was talking to him. He was super motivated. He was very keen. You know, one of those students I mentioned a little bit, and I got a HD, and then I realized it was a student who had failed before. And I talked to him and I said, "What happened?" And he said, "Well, you know, failing made me realize that I was doing things wrong, and I learned how to learn, basically." So, you know, some of them really pick up on that and rebuild themselves, but some of them don't.
Do you ask them to redo the core competencies they've already done?
Yes, I do. Okay. I ask them to redo. Yeah. So well, kind of. So because of the free format of the modules and the assessment, what I ask them to do is to acknowledge that they have done the module before, and to use the fact that they have done the module before in their learning, in the relearning of the module, but they still do have to submit an assessment task.
I think this looks great. I'm just really worried about the workload. How do you manage? Like, how many students are in this class, and how many staff are involved?
Okay, so this is a good question. So about 600 students. There's not an insignificant workload to develop the unit. So I think this really does, and you know, it's not just about developing content. It's about thinking how you're going to organize content. It's about talking to second and third year lecturers and asking them what they want their students to do. So, you know, you really have to rethink the content, or the unit, not just in terms of, yeah, I'm going to do this lecture, then this lecture, then this lecture, or this module, then this module, then this module. It's this module, this particular capability, those particular capabilities, the student has to fail if they don't, or have to fail if they don't know them. And so it's a bit of a challenge, and it does require a bit of thinking. Once the unit is running, it's running well. So my tutors don't complain about my sessional staff don't complain. They want to come back. So that's probably good news. They love it. They really enjoy teaching, and they really feel value in teaching it. One of the things that happens is I do give them some freedom in handling the students who submit late. And I tell them, like, don't give feedback to students who submit late unless you have time, and they do give feedback. So it means that somehow they must have the time to do it.
Okay, but in terms of like cost, is it
any
more expensive in terms of the
amount
amount of paying this, you know, paying the sessional staff and the lecturing staff?
It's about the same. So we get an hour per student for assessment, so for marking. And then we get 1 2-hour class with essentially one lecturer and 2 tutors, so that they're not paid at the same rate in the class for about 100 students. So it's about the same as our lecturing, where typically you would have a lecturer giving 2 or 3 hours, and then tutorials of 1 hour, 2 hours. It comes back to the same cost.
Yeah, just I'm overtaking this unit for this trimester. And so, and I know about the unit, so I haven't had to learn what's going on, but essentially I don't have to worry, you know, there's no lecture notes, so I don't have to prepare for lectures or give lectures. It's mainly just managing the unit and everything. The tutoring, actually, the markers does work well because it's much more manageable for them. So rather than having an assignment that's due, you know, probably the same time if they're working in other subjects and we need it marked in 2 weeks, it's kind of a rolling commitment that they have. So actually for markers, they spread out that time so that, you know, it's much more like expected what they're going to have, not those
3 hours a week.
Yeah. It's like, 3 hours a week.
4 hours
You've got
together.
this group of students that you're submitting to. And I don't have to develop assignment questions. I don't have to rethink, you know, how am I going to ask the same exam question that they have practiced exams that's going to change things because of the numbers, you know, automation for those lower tasks. So yeah, it's not as easy as walking into a lecture theatre that you've been running for 5 years and you don't even think about it and you do the same questions every year anyway and you don't care about the distribution of grades and, you know, you just chuck a tutor in the classroom and doesn't matter that they're good or not. So, you know, it's harder you do have like a minimum commitment that you really need buy-in, but other than that, it's the same. Sorry.
Yeah, I think it's true. And the time commitment is all about interacting with students, usually in a positive way, although you do have to manage, you know, your fair share of, hey, you know, whatever, my cat died, it's terrible, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, I'm late. So you do have, and you do actually, you really get some students who are quite open on their personal problems, which can be a little bit difficult sometimes to manage, especially during COVID time. But, you know, other than that, all the time that we spend, be it tutor, Marcus, myself, anyone, is really about interacting with students and working on that. So this is a very, people enjoy teaching that unit.
Okay, thank you very much.
But to check.
We got a question from online. If anyone's listening.
Yeah. So I think that's me. I put up my hand. I've just come off teaching a discrete math subject.
Hold on, Charles. I don't think the people in person are hearing you.
I
was hoping to have the audio on.
I do have the. Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
No, I can hear you, Charles, but I'm on Zoom, but I don't think the people in the room can hear you.
Right. Okay.
I'm also on Zoom and I can hear you, Charles, but
yeah, I can see that the people in the room can't hear me. That's all right. Don't worry about it.
maybe Charles put something in chat.
Yeah, that's probably best.
Yeah. Okay.
It also looks like according to the schedule, it's supposed to be lunch. So the schedule is from 12:30 to 1:30 is lunch. And I'm not sure if there's anyone presenting online in the afternoon, but I assume you probably want to make sure that things are working on your end. So apologies to people listening to the recording.
Okay, grab us a drink or some more fruit and we'll keep going.
We should be a panel. No, there's two. One's talking to. There you go. You both can speak. Then until you have to talk. Make me feel like I'm not alone. Okay, we're going to start going. Thanks, Law. We're starting now. It's always good to know students. Oh, it's just swinging this microphone around as if it wasn't on. So sorry, people online. So thanks for coming back a bit early. I hope you've all got your lunch. Just feel free to get up and down and get some more. So this is going to be quite an informal workshop. And what I mean by that is that we had an idea, it's slightly morphed and we have no plan. That's what I mean by informal. So first thing I wanted to do is just address a couple of issues that had come up in the course of the last day or so. And one was in Joanne's talk when we were talking about assessment, and people said something like, oh, it'd be really good if this group could collect some data on that, because that would be really useful. Of course, we've done that sort of thing before, and that is part of what this group does. And so for those of you who weren't involved right at the beginning, we actually ran a forum in Sydney for over 200 people on the big issue that came out of this group in the beginning, which was background knowledge and student preparation. And that had, I won't say it was a a world-changing forum, but it did have an impact. So for example, very soon after that, that forum, Sydney reintroduced prerequisites for some of their courses, and it certainly put the whole idea of prerequisites or not prerequisites, how universities convey that information to students and what the expectations were. So it got people thinking and talking, and so that was really, really great. The other one that I can think of in recent times was last year, I think. Yeah, where Kaz from Wollongong was saying, you know, what's going on out there in the community with maths exams? We've gone online and all of a sudden our management says we're never allowed to go back to in-person exams. What's happening across the place? And so everybody contributed. We had some data, we gave a presentation. Kaz, at this group last year, Kaz took that information to her institutional leaders and they changed their practice. So this is something that we do because and the same with prerequisites. If Aaron goes by himself, he's obviously doing very well, but if he goes by himself and says, this is what's happening with lecture capture and this is what's happening with recordings, that's great. That's what happens in Aaron's university. But if he can go and say, and not just here, but in all these universities as well, this is what's happening. We're not in fact, what we're doing is out of step with what everybody else is doing, then that's impact and it's influence, and it helps that you're not a lone voice. So that's certainly something we can do. And so we need to just keep our eye on where Joanne's going with that assessment issue, I think. And anything else that you think you need group think on or evidence beyond your university, we might not always be able to get it, but it's certainly a great place to come and try and get that information. So I called it FYiMaths as a data source for impact. You see, you can see that I've been in management for a long time, can't you? And why I needed to get out. The other thing that came up was in Poe's talk, where she talked about two things. One thing was, you know, what do you need for your promotion application and what that looks like in the teaching space, and because every university does that slightly differently. We're not in a graduate school of education. We tend to be in teaching units in a maths school, and a lot of people in the maths school don't know what those criteria or benchmarks should be. So having critical friends in this group, people that you are willing to say, well, this is what I did. Here's my application. I can send it to you. Here's the grant, application that I put in, the award application, promotion application, but also here's a paper that I've written that I think I need some advice on. Who are my critical friends? Who can I send this to give me some ideas before I send this in? So I think we can certainly do that. And we had a bit of a chat about this yesterday. And we can certainly think about putting some stuff up on the website, asking you with permission if you would be happy to be one of those people, and put your website address up there so people can contact you. And then it's just a matter of me, contacting someone on that list if I want their help. So if we can get that sorted out, if people are happy to do that. The other thing is to put up lists of papers. So if you've got papers that are published, I think we did this in the early days, but it's sort of fallen off the list. If we're publishing papers, do send them the details into us, and then we can compile a list, maybe categorized under different topics, so that people know what you've done and can go and see what you've been doing. That would be really great, because as we talked about in Tanya's talk this morning, sometimes when you go to the literature from another country, what they mean by large or flipped or subject or unit or course is very different than our context. So the words mean different things, but for us, we sort of know what we're talking about. And the other thing is going to lead on from the first thing we wanted to talk about here, the idea of conference participation. Now, having been around to quite a few in Australia and overseas, and lots of us have, apart from a couple of select ones in Australia, I've noticed very much that Australia is underrepresented at a lot of the maths education conferences across the world. The talks that we've given here, we've heard the last couple of days, here today and in other years, are as good as any that you'll see at any maths education conference across the world. And some of the innovations are very different than what other people are doing, because they're picking up on their literature from their country and they're reinventing their own wheels. We're doing things a little bit differently. We need to talk about that. If you want to travel and get out there and do those things, I'm sure that you would find a really receptive audience at many of these conferences. And again, that goes to your reputation building, your portfolio building, and your promotion applications and your grant applications, and all the rest of it is making those connections with people around the country, but also overseas. So really important that we get out there and do those things. So one of the things that we'll continue to do, and we thought we could get a Google Docs up after today's talk, is say, okay, here are the conferences that are going. Are you going? So, if I decide, if we're going to Kettle MSOL, we'll say, well, Don and Deb are going, and Don's giving a paper, it's on this thing, or thinking about giving a paper, it's on this thing. Is anybody coming? Does anybody want to collaborate on this bit of research? So building the collaborations. I know it's scary to go to an international conference if you don't think you're going to know anybody there, or what they're going to be like, when you get there. But if you know that somebody else from here is going, that's a good first step. So we can start to build in those kinds of support mechanisms through the website. Does that sound okay? Any other ideas that you have about that? Just let us know. We're probably not going to be able to do everything, but we can do some things. And we've already got some ideas for next year, and Amanda's got some ideas about including some more stats in the workshop, maybe as a standalone, maybe as part of this. We almost went to parallel sessions for this one. We could go for next time if we need to. I don't know that we could split it into 3 days. So if we get more talks, we need a way to get them all going, which is great. But we can talk about that later on. Okay, so the rest of the talk will be a bit as follows. So we compiled a list of the conferences that are coming up that we think would be of interest to you, and just to let you know what's happening, and hopefully encourage you to think about submitting a paper and or attending one of those conferences. Then Michael's going to give a bit of a cut down version of the really great workshop that Marilyn did last year about how to do SOTL research and what are the things you need to know. And so we thought we'd just sort of talk a little bit about that. And then hopefully we'll have some time at the end to throw some of your ideas on the table. If you're thinking about anything, if you want any help with something, if you want to expand it, if you want to get some collaborators involved and have a discussion around the ideas that you have and what you'd like to maybe work up for one of these conferences. Okay, does that sound okay? Excellent. Okay, so I'm going to start with a couple and then Don's going to talk. I'm not sure which order it comes in, doesn't matter. So the first two on the list. So one is a conference that I thought everybody knew about, but apparently some people still don't. So the Delta Conference is a conference in tertiary maths education. So it's it's us. We're Delta, and people like us in South Africa and in New Zealand. Tanya's a big participant in Delta, and lots of other people that you would know from around the place will all be at going to conferences like Delta. It's Southern Hemisphere, so it's on our academic calendar. That's where it started, so that we're not, because even though to get to Europe, it's not just like offset by summer and winter, it's a little bit off that grid as well. So sometimes the conferences are hard to get to. But this is always every second year, and it's late November, early December. This year it's in South Africa, so it rotates around the different countries. We've run it in my time being a member or participant in Delta. We've run it in Australia twice. And Nazim was on the organising committee once. Yeah, when we had it in Western Australia. And this year it's in South Africa. So it's in Cape Town, it's in November, and the proceedings for the papers for the journal are closed now, but the conference proceedings are still open. So if you wanted to go to Delta and you wanted to put in a paper for a talk or an abstract, you can still do that. They're open until the 15th of August. So there's still a bit of time if you've got an idea ready to go that you want to put in, pointing at people to somewhere like Delta and you want to go, there's still time to do that. So that the limit of that is a 5,000 word limit on the paper, excluding references. So, yep. Yeah, abstracts only too. So just have a look on the website. I haven't put all the information here. So the website, there should be a link that's fallen off the bottom, but we can, how do I do that? How do I scroll? Oh my God, see, I don't know how to do it. Scrolling that way. There's a link. So there's abstracts as well. I don't know what the date is, but you can go to the website and have a look at that. There we are. See. Right. Yeah, okay. So that's for the conference proceedings, and the abstracts posters are the 30th of September. There you go. So it's on. So that's a really good one to go to. You'll feel right at home. If you feel at home here, you'll feel at home at Delta. No, Leanne's going. Who else is going to Delta or that knows they're going to Delta? Nazim, you think you're going? Leanne's going to Delta? Yep. Excellent. Excellent. There's two. Maybe Don, maybe no, I don't know. The other one that some of you might not have heard about, and I've heard about it before, haven't been, but really planning to go next year, is INDRAM. So the International Network for Didactic Research in University Mathematics. Again, I think that runs every 2 years. And next year it's on in early June or like early to mid-June in Barcelona. If you've never been to Barcelona, this conference is a really good reason to get there because they're a great group of people and a fantastic city. So INDRAM is a little bit more maths education research focused. So a lot of practitioners, but also people who are working in the maths ed space. So if you're getting a paper back that says, what's your theoretical framework or what's your research question, and you're not quite sure about what to do there, they're going to tell you because they're bridging that gap a little bit more between what we do and the maths ed research space. Has she been? Qualitative, theoretical, and data free. Oh, well, we can change that, don't worry. We can bring our data. So don't scroll yet. So really good. Maximum of 10 pages, including references. Really great group of people. Dates for submission aren't open yet because it's still a bit early for that. But worthwhile going to, even just to make connections with those people. They're really interesting. This is part of the conference that I've just been in Norway. Very inclusive, friendly people looking to build community. So great. Thank you. AXME, some of you might know about AXME. This is a more local conference. So it's the Australian Conference in Science and Maths Education. It runs every year in the September sort of break. And it's on this year on the 30th of August and going through the 1st of September. So it's usually 3 days, but 2 days of conference and 1 day, which is called a discipline day. Now, sometimes there isn't a lot of maths there. It's a lot of science focused stuff, but we were involved for quite a long time and we ran the discipline day. Well, I ran the discipline day for years and years. And we had a much bigger maths participation. I stopped running it because I can't, there's just not enough time in your life to do all of these things. And I see that I don't think there's anybody, it says TBC Maths Discipline Day. If anybody is interested in going to AXME, but also to put a discipline day just means an open sort of workshop where people come in and give talks. I think there could be some scope to still do that. And it's too late for papers for AXME though, so they're closed because it's nearly upon us, it's in September and the schedule's out. Jen's going to AXME. Can we take questions? We don't really have time for questions at the minute, sorry Nazim. Jen's going, but if anybody is interested in Discipline Day, you can tell me and I'll see if there is any scope to do that because it was all pretty open. So they're the 3 conferences that I know about. Haven't been to Interim, but that doesn't matter. Really good opportunities to get involved. Don, you're on. Oh, I
think that's on, yes. Okay, so the 3 or 4 that I've put up, Kettle MSOR, which Deb mentioned before, that a few of us have been to. I first went to this conference in 2018 and it was great for making contacts. Since I went to that the first time, Leanne, Jim and I have published 3 papers in conjunction with some people from UCD that I met there and met a lot of other people. It's again very similar to this, but for the UK maths teaching, maths support, maths and stats teaching and support. The operations research bit is still in there, I think, from historical perspectives. 250 word abstract or up to 250 words closes the 14th of July. They've just extended it. I know Amanda's going this year. We're talking Poe into going this year. And we're talking Deb into going this year. Leanne's also been to it. So the Australian contingent is growing. That's it. As far as papers go, if you give a presentation there, you're also invited to write a paper, and I think it's up to about 5,000 words for the MSOR Connections journal, which is peer reviewed. I probably did. I think it might be I'm pretty sure I copied that straight off the website, so they probably aren't sure. The other one that those of you that are involved in e-assessment might be interested in is the EAMS conference. It's run out of the University of Newcastle by Christian Lawson Perfect and a couple of others that are involved, Numbers and Stack and various other software. It's very relaxed. They run, it's all online, 2 sessions a day. They run one at 9:30 a.m. UK time and one at 3:30 and record everything. So things that you can't get to, you can watch on video later. We originally thought it was probably not going to be something that we could present at, but Jim and I have presented at that for the last 2 or 3 years and have brought up some new ideas for the numbers things that we're doing. So anyone that's interested in any of that, it's a good place to share what you're doing and get some ideas for what else is happening. Locally, AustMS, and I think I should have left this one to Michael because I think Michael and Poe are organising this session this year. AustMS has a maths education stream every year. That's going to be held here 5th to 8th of December. And I don't think the call for abstracts is out yet, is it? So that'll be coming. ASC and AusCots, the Australian Statistics Conference is on every 2 years. It's in University of Wollongong this year. Abstracts have closed already for this year's, but that's also another conference that's worth considering. The AusCots is the Australian Conference on Teaching Statistics. I should know I'm on the organising committee, but so that's something else to consider, if not for this year, then certainly in the future. Michael.
Thanks, Don. Every year there are a couple of big conferences in America. The next one coming up is the Maths Association of America Special Interest Group on the research in undergraduate maths education. So that's pretty much sort of O week for us early next year. No details on when papers or submissions are due, but we'll keep an eye on that and let you know. So that might be a good one to go to. MERGA, Maths Education Research Group of Australasia, is usually in the winter holidays. Now, it is running on the Gold Coast next year as a precursor to FYiMaths, which is the next conference I'll talk about. And QAMT, the Queensland Association of Maths Teachers, is partnering with MERGA next year. MERGA is largely sort of a pre-service teachers, academics, your traditional maths ed kind of conference, largely primary school maths ed pre-service teachers, but there is a reasonable secondary and sometimes a reasonably sized tertiary section of the conference as well. I usually go about every second year, and it is good for meeting new people, connections, joint papers, things like that. So that's on the lovely Gold Coast in the middle of winter, right about this time next year with the Maths Association conference. With MERGA, there are some publication possibilities. There is the Merge Journal, which is pretty highly ranked, gets quite theoretical. You usually have to have sort of a pretty good theoretical perspective as part of your article to get into that. But then there are double reviewed blind proceedings, and then you can also just put in an abstract for a round table or a discussion. So they're very welcoming, very friendly group of people. And then the big one in Sydney, the International Conference, held every 4 years. The last one was in China. That was online out of Shanghai. And then before that was Hamburg in 2016, which I went to. About 3,000 people in Hamburg. Massive conference. There are over 50 topic study groups. I've just listed 2 here that would be relevant to us. Topic study group 3.2, maths education at a tertiary level. And Deb was talking to Elena Nardi in Norway the other day, and she's one of the co-chairs of that and is very, very keen to have some submissions from Australia. So we might talk.
Doesn't have to be polished, includes references, not very long, get it in, polish it later. She's very keen to have people, get their submissions in. So do think about FYiMaths for next year.
Yeah, so 4 pages, pretty easy. The other topic study group, I'm actually co-chair of this. Obviously, the organisers were desperate to ask me to be co-chair of the Teaching and Learning of Calculus study group, but yeah, submissions are open. They've pushed them back a month until the middle of September. So you got 2 and a bit months to think about a 4-page submission to FYiMaths, but highly recommend people coming to that. Hopefully we have a big Australian presence and a massive international presence as well. So that's at the International Convention Centre in Darling Harbour in Sydney. So MERGA runs into FYiMaths, and then as Tanya's mentioned on chat, FYiMaths is followed by PME, the Psychology of Maths Education, and that is in Auckland the following week. Yeah, Don, do you want to talk about your satellite conference?
There's also a History and Pedagogy of Maths conference, which is going to be at Western Sydney University the week after FYiMaths. Details not out for that one yet, but it'll be coming soon.
So PME always follows FYiMaths every couple of years, and I went to the one after Hamburg, and they're also a very welcoming group. That was down in southern Hungary. Posters, abstracts only, papers, etc. So there's some of the big conferences coming up in the next year or so, and we really hope that people can get to them. As Deb said, in a little while we might have a chat about possible collaborations, and as Deb also said, on the website we'll set up a Google Docs and we'll say, Michael's co-chairing the calculus topic study group, or Po's going to Singapore, or who's interested in doing some joint work, or even peer reading. I've got this paper, do you mind having a read of it before I submit it to a journal, things like that. If anyone has any other conferences that they know of, please sing out now, or you can let us know and we'll stick them on the website as well. Silence. Okay. Okay. Pardon? Which one the ATO will object to the least? Yeah, so Pose just mentioned lack of funding.
Get funding from, because I've been lucky to have been given some funding because of my award. But if I didn't have this funding, I would have to look for funding to attend. I'd love to go to some of these conferences. If the money wasn't available, I'd find it very hard to go. So where can people, or how can we lobby for funding?
I don't have an answer to that really, but because it's institutionally, guided. Some institutions will support, staff to go to various conferences, and they have their own, like they do with their research stuff. So they might say, well, one international conference a year, provided you give a paper, and others will just say, no money for anything. So it's a bit tricky. I don't know of any external granting bodies, do you?
It's only ACDS, really.
Yeah, they're not gonna, you might get money out of them to mount a conference, but they won't give you money to go to one. Yes, it's really tricky. Yeah, so I mean, and that gets back to, if you're at an institution that has that view where they won't support staff to go, even if they're talking, that maybe, maybe there's a paper in that we write that you can then shame your leadership with.
And the tax rules have got trickier too. At least half of your trip overseas has to be conference related, but then the extra rule that came in last year is, well, if you want to have a holiday, it has to be in the same city as the conference. So they've really tightened up on those conference holidays. At least that's what our rule is here, and I'm pretty sure that's the tax rule as well. So.
Many of us who are teaching focused are also heavily teaching. For example, in second semester now, our teaching time runs right over school holidays, regardless of whatever state in Australia you're looking at. So it's really difficult for us to do anything in September or August anymore, because the powers that be frown on you wandering off from your precious little class to go and play conference. And so that's also a real issue that's becoming even more of an issue.
If you're in that boat, trying to make the most out of the ones that are more local, so being able to, get a trip to Sydney or the Gold Coast is probably easier than trying to get, to South Africa to go to Delta. But if the next time Delta runs, if it's Australia's turn, another way to do it is to be on the organising committee of that conference, because then you've got some sway about where it is. And so then you're still involved in an international conference, right? It just happens to be near you. And so there's, thinking about why, and then from that you spiral up, because then you might get invited to be a plenary speaker for the next Delta, which means they would pay your airfare.
Meanwhile, you just have to publish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Publishing conferences that you're not going to attend. As long as you've got a one of the authors can attend the conference, you can publish in the conference. I've never been to Murga, but I've had 2 papers there, and that's quite common with a lot of us. So you just have to write up and publish.
also an option to try some alternative teaching techniques. I'm going to Kettle MSOR. There's a couple of lectures that I may do by flipped classroom or by some other method for a week. Seven.
Well, speaking of funding, Ava Poe and I were fortunate enough to get an accelerator grant here. It was an internal grant of $5,000, which, judging by its name, helps you accelerate your research. And so in November, we had Professor Marilyn Goose along for 2 days to do to give a workshop on the topic of how to do research and publish your work. The first day was open to everyone, and I know a number of you participated via Zoom or were here on campus. And then the second day was for UQ staff to work one-on-one with Marilyn to start that idea of how do I turn something that I'm doing in my classroom to an actual journal paper. And so I've got Marilyn's slides. I've trimmed them down a fair bit. I'll just run through the key points. And then in the last little bit of the session, we can have a chat about some possible ideas that you may have. So these were the three big questions that Marilyn focused on. And it largely comes from your own interest. And we've had 2 days of wonderful talks about things that have been happening in our own classes, in our courses, across year levels, etc. And so that's the obvious place to think about writing something for a journal. And at the end, we will talk about possible journals where you could publish your work. Of course, there's the whole idea, and we had that with the people's PhDs, of how do you turn what you're thinking about into an original contribution to knowledge or building on other published work or other work that you're interested in, and then various ways of disseminating your findings. We've talked a lot about these 2 dot points in the last 2 days, and we talk about these things every year at first year in maths workshops and other conferences that we go to. Concerned is often a theme that runs through our talks: high failure rates, poor background knowledge, plagiarism, things like that. And last year at the workshop, Marilyn talked about some possible research topics based on online teaching and online assessment. Now, a lot of universities are back on campus. Here at UQ, we're going fully internal from this coming semester. There are a couple of courses or degrees that will teach out in external mode, international students who haven't been able to come, or small boutique degrees, but pretty much nearly every course across the university will have on-campus assessment and only internal enrolments. And so one task that Marilyn got the attendees last year to do was spend a few minutes thinking about your own problem, write it informally, a few dot points, and then she got people to share and discuss. So we don't have time to do that today, but at the end, after I've gone through the slides, if people have an idea that you want to talk about, we can do that. And of course, we've still got the afternoon tea, and we've got everyone's email addresses, so feel free to sing out if there is someone that you would like to talk to and you're not sure how to contact them. This next slide is interesting because Marilyn was my PhD supervisor along with Peter Adams. So I had Marilyn, who was education, maths education, pre-service teacher, trainer, and then I had Peter, who was a computer scientist / mathematician. And I'd explained what I was interested in, and no one had done it before. And they went, well, so what? Why does it matter? What's your contribution to knowledge? There's lots of stuff that you can study about that hasn't been done before, but why is it important? And again, the last 2 days, we've heard of lots of problems, and they all matter, not just to ourselves, but to the wider group and the wider university in general. And then we've talked about solutions, and then what difference does that make? And we've heard all the changes that have been made and the outcomes that have followed. With this next slide, we collect an enormous amount of data each semester. but then it's hard / not allowed to take that data and then try and retrofit it into a research project, get ethics approval, and then go from there. So you really need to have a good think before you start collecting the data, get your ethics approval. If you're interested in more detail about how to get ethics approval, Ava here is on our local science ethics committee. Low and negligible risk, which is pretty much what most of us are doing. We're not, asking students about smoking or alcohol or things like that. It's generally low or negligible risk. So Ava's a good person to talk to. I mentioned MERGA before, and the MERGE journal. You really need a strong theoretical framework in that to get published. And so that's something that you may need to think about depending on what you're interested in or where you want to publish. There are journals like Australian Maths Education Journal, which is sort of aimed at primary school, high school, tertiary, where you don't need a theoretical framework for your paper. It just depends how you want to go about it and whether you're interested in having a look at those sometimes quite complex theoretical frameworks. So you've got something you're interested in, you've had to think about it. How do you then turn it into a proper research study once you've got your ethics approval? Here are a few quite sort of traditional maths ed framework ideas. Something that I haven't had much or anything to do with these left-hand columns, the knowledge claims. Plenty of papers about them, and if you talk to a traditional maths ed researcher, the Indram people as well, they can give you some ideas on that. I'll send these slides around and we can make Marilyn's talk available from last year as well on the website. Goes into a lot more detail, and she's obviously a lot more knowledgeable than I am about this. I'm just cherry picking the important bits. Just give you a sec to read that. Yes, Joanne. Sorry, I'll give you the microphone.
The statistician, but a mixed methods researcher. If you look at that positivist, interpretivist knowledge claims epistemology, if you go and find yourself in your library a research methods book that's written for an MBA, you will find the clearest, neatest, sensible explanations of what they mean in the real world that you will be able to apply. There's something about textbooks that are written for people in MBAs that are written for really practical people that don't like the deep theoretical stuff, just want to know how to use it. I've got 3 of them in my office having taught that stuff before, but yeah, that's where to find it.
Thanks, Joanne.
Don't go hunting down journal papers because you'll end up in really, really murky territory. Oh, deep philosophy.
A lot of us are doing not only quantitative research, but then talking to students in small groups, focus groups. You might get some outside people. We have an organisation here called Slokey, which is a student-led collaboration team, and they come in and talk to our students away from us and get feedback on the course. And so you might be able to use those kinds of people to help you do your research. Marilyn's very happy on an ongoing basis to chat to anyone about their ideas in maths ed research. So if you'd like to get in contact with her, you can just send us an email and we'll put you in contact with her. And so this is Marilyn's roadmap for planning your research, something that you're interested in. If it needs a theoretical framework, then have a think about that. And there's a whole
a whole bunch of theoretical frameworks and then knowledge claims that you can think about and perhaps use. Collecting your data, and obviously you've got your ethics approval before this. How to analyze your data, and Joanne is a great person to talk to, and Nazim and Amanda, our stats people, to help us analyze in particular ways. And then at the end, we'll talk about publishing. With the email, Grace, you can email me or others. You can just email the normal FYiMaths email, or just me or Deb, and we'll get you in touch with whoever you would like. So from November, these were 3 possible research ideas that Marilyn posed to the group. Some might be still valid depending on the scenario at your current university. Others, as I've said, we've moved back to internal assessment and classes here. As I said, I'll post the recording from that Marilyn's one-day workshop with everyone, and then the slides will make a lot more sense with her talking to them rather than me just explaining some bits and pieces. A little bit on theoretical frameworks. The last sentence there says, most often it's chosen before the data collected. I didn't do that with my PhD. We had all the data and had a few ideas about what theoretical framework might be useful or appropriate. But then after having a look at all the data, we realized that, okay, well, there's a couple of other frameworks that could be used without trying to sort of fudge them all together and sort of retrofit it. Sometimes it works by considering the framework after you've collected the data as well, but not always.
Same story as Michael. Picked a theoretical framework, looked at my data and went, nope, I will pick a different theoretical framework.
But Jen, yours was COVID affected, so that was the main reason why you had to change it, because of the data that you could or could not collect. Yeah, sure.
Theoretical frameworks are much simpler than you guys think they are. It's just a piece of published research that you can hang a hat off. It's not a deep philosophical theory. It's a concept that you can use. And so threshold concepts. That there's lots and lots and lots of basic pedagogical concepts that we know because most of us have had to do this stuff that we can use. But it's not that you actually have to do a deep philosophical framework in this space at all. And in fact, most of you, when you go to publish this stuff, you've already got it. You've already got an understanding knowledge base, and it's just using the right buzzwords. Shh.
I sort of agree with Joanne, and I think Marilyn made a statement that needs to be made here, is that when you're writing a paper, you're likely to be writing a SODL paper rather than a theoretical maths education paper. And you're not, apart from Jen and Michael, you're not writing a thesis. So if you were writing a thesis, if you had a student that was writing a thesis, the attention to the theoretical framework would need to be obviously much deeper. But when you're writing a paper for a journal, you're not writing we're not writing deep mathematical research, cognitive science papers. So that's why I think what Joanne's saying is a useful thing.
Yeah, sorry, Deb, this point about, the paper that I said was sent back. So I didn't talk about theoretical frameworks. I reported what we did, and then they asked for a theoretical framework. So I looked up the literature and I thought, oh, well, this one seems to fit what we did. I didn't start with a theoretical framework. It was what I did. And then I found something and then it came back from the reviewer that, no, you can't retrofit. So
Yeah,
that was
resubmitted.
why it was sent back.
Submit it to a different journal.
But there is always the danger that research output can seem contrived in the sense that it's been designed to be plugged in to a theoretical framework that the researcher seems to have taken off the shelf. I think that's problematic. I've been in a situation where I've done a lot of research, done a lot of thinking, and then felt that I've needed to in order to give my output authority and credibility in that kind of academic community. I've felt that I've needed to tweak it, modify it, adjust it, shape it, such that it plugged neatly into a theoretical framework that referees on input and, on these Maths Education Journal editorial committees and others would make sense of. Anyway, it's just a bit of a comment. It's not a criticism. I mean, these theoretical frameworks, in my view, should empower the work. There should be something that makes what you're doing bigger, enhances what you're doing, rather than sometimes, let's be honest, a little bit of a kind of inconvenience where you've been doing this great work and then you've got to suddenly work out how to plug it into what you think the referees might want. Anyway.
Yes, Marilyn's a great person to talk to if you don't have that theoretical framework at the start, or Joanne obviously is very experienced as well. So feel free to reach out to Joanne, Marilyn, me, Deb, and we can put you in touch with the right people if you want to have a chat about that. Okay, just to finish off with, because we're running out of time, and I'll hand over to Joanne if she's got anything else to add about writing articles. Deb's mentioned Delta already as a place to disseminate your research or publish your paper. FYiMaths is one that a lot of people in this group have published in over the years. Merge I've talked about, but you certainly do need a strong theoretical framework for Merge. In Merge. Okay. Merger proceedings is less strict than Merge. Yeah. AMEJ, Ava and I had a paper published last year in this one. It's one of the easier journals to get into, but it's still double-blind, peer-reviewed, whole bunch of interesting articles in there. Jen, you've had one in there last year or this year? Yeah. So they're really keen. This is from the Australian Association of Maths Teachers. It's one of their journals, really interesting journal. Margaret Marshman, who's a member of this community, was an editor of this for some years. Jana Wisnowska from Education here as well. So if you haven't published much or at all in some journals, this would be a good journal to start at. And that was it. A very cut down version of 8 hours with Marilyn. Joanne, did you want to add anything else about theoretical frameworks, retrofitting, good journals?
The only other thing I'd like to add is that some of us actually have developed our own frameworks and we need to take ownership of those. We need to show how we fit with the existing landscape, but we also need to show where we've invented. And I think a lot of us are not game to take that invented stuff and push it up there and say, hey, I developed my own framework. This is where it comes from, but this is new. And actually we do a lot more of that, but we don't publish it. And I think we need to take ownership of that a bit. It's not any harder.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're pretty much out of time for this session, and Laura will come up and start her talk in a sec. But yeah, as Deb said, and as I've said just now, if you do have any ideas that you wanted to talk to various people about, just email us. We'll put up the Google Docs, a couple of different Google Docs on the website with upcoming conferences, people who are interested, people who are going. This is what people are interested in. We'll also put up a document with Michael's interested in transition from high school to uni maths or first year calculus, and we'll have a whole list of people with their research interests. And if something piques your interest there, you can contact them and away we go.
Or even online. About lecture capture, is it something that you think you want to get involved with? Maybe you can do sort of a study across different institutions. It's always good. Aaron's going to write his paper, and it's going to be ready for which journal are you putting it in, Aaron? Which conference are you going next week? The one that's due next week. That will be really great. Joanne's assessment is going to be developing throughout the next little while. She's going to be asking questions. One thing that I thought that Michael and I and Don might do, just a weird, wacky idea, for a 4-page paper for FYiMaths, because it's going to be in Australia, was just talk about the community of practice that's developed here. And so just sort of talk about, you know, reflect, because we're here 10 years, just say a few words about what we've done here, because communities of practice in this conference that I was just at in Norway seems to be something that they've just started to talk about. We've been talking about this for a long time. And the fact that we've had a network, I've talked to them about expanding that network through to the people in the UK. Don and I have talked to those people already, is an idea that we've had on the cards as well. But one thing that could be really useful, and no pressure, is that we might send you out an email and say, well, what did you get at? How did FYiMaths help you? You can say it didn't help me at all. Actually, it was an impediment and I wish I'd never met any of you. But you know, that kind of thing is good. Anecdotal, qualitative evidence. Sorry, Tanya, no, we're not drawing conclusions. I think there's a problem, agree with Tanya, that when you're using qualitative evidence, what people say, you have to be very careful about the conclusions you draw from it. But if you're talking about how people feel or think about something, you know, that's how do you manage that other than ask them. So if you're happy to, you don't have to contribute to that article, but I thought we might just do that as a 4-pager in for FYiMaths, so that if people are coming, that at least you've got a rallying sort of paper to be part of. Thank you.
No, that's bad. I don't have my full screen. I don't see my screen. It's cut. It's cut. Can't start. I don't know how to start. It's not. I don't know how to get this. Can you help me? Just don't manage to see the buttons there. I can't see them. I don't have the buttons for starting the thing, starting the slideshow. They're hidden, slideshow, and then.
I think they turn your computer speaker off.
Yeah. No, but I'm looking for the start button. See, it's hidden. Is there? I can't see. Oh, it's the chat maybe. Yes, I was from the beginning. It's not starting.
Oh,
there we go.
Folks on Zoom, are you out there? Can we get some sort of message from the chat? They'll be able to hear me.
Yeah, can you hear me? The usual question we've heard so much.
Yeah. Okay, starting off our afternoon session. So we have Laura Elguizon. She's from the UNSW Sydney, and she's going to talk to us about major changes in, I assume, FY's first year. Which ones, why, and did it work? So take it away, Laura.
Hi, so thanks for introducing me. So just like you, I missed the beginning of the first year in my story. 10 years ago, I was teaching mathematics in French in a high school in Senegal. So I had no idea I would ever live in Australia. The sequence of letter UNSW meant absolutely nothing to me, but there I am. And I'm really so glad I found this group. That's really the group where I learn so much every time. And I get out energized thinking, I'm going to use all these ideas. I'm going to do more scholarly research. It's going to, well, so at least it gives me energy. So what the first thing I'd like to say is I'm going to talk about the changes in first year, and the really power behind all these changes is usually Jonathan Crest, for those of you who know him. So not everything is mine. Oh, this thing is not working. I can't change slides. Maybe here? Okay, so that will work. So the recommendation is when you do slide, don't crowd them because that's horrible and no one understands. I did that anyway, because in this one, I just wanted to give you an overview. So that's what we used to have. We had lectures, we had 2 hours. So basically almost all of our first year courses work on the same system. So lectures, classroom tutorial, then we had class tests, which were pen and paper, and then we had a final exam. The 4 hour to 5 hours in lecture corresponds to no change in the total number of lectures that students have. It's because we went from semesters to terms. So it's actually the same thing. The really big change was that we went from 2 hours per week of classroom tutorials to 1 hour. And in addition, some work that the students were doing by themselves. That was the revolution. Another revolution was the introduction of the assignment. And as teachers, maybe what you have noticed is auto-marked, some auto-mark a little bit, and everything was hand-marked. And the miracle behind that is Mobius. So I'm assuming you all know what it's like. So I just pointed this out. For those who don't, just, a quick thing. Basically, it's something where the students do exercises, and then there is Maple at the back, which means you have the full power of Maple. You can do statistics, you can do algebra, you can do calculus, anything, and then you can write sophisticated grading algorithms. So you give the students half mark, full mark for this and that. Basically, that's what it does. So the first thing I'll look at is what we have introduced. Basically, we replaced one of the 2 tutorials by what we call weekly Mobius lesson, a bit in a large sense, because for a few courses, they're really weekly numbers lessons. I'll call them weekly Mobius lesson. It's the same spirit, the same idea. But I know we have some numbers people around here. So that means in the semester, students went from 24 hours to 9 hours of tutorial. And that was kind of a bold move. So why did we do this crazy thing? Well, we didn't really choose. So first, some people got a grant to try to develop those. And I think initially the idea was that they would be in addition. And then there was a budget crisis, and then it replaced one of the tutorials. So it was a bit of a forced thing. So now the question is really what happened when you replace this 24 hours of in-person teaching with a tutor with only 9 hours in person and the weekly Mobius lessons in addition. So first, what do we do in those lessons? What do they look like? So they're entirely auto-marked, which is great. And students have unlimited attempts. So we try to convince them that it's formative, because that's really what the spirit is. They have this how did I do button, which means they can check that their answer is correct before actually submitting. So they can try and try again until the thing becomes green. It's worth 10% of the final mark, and all students do that. And as I was listening to all the talks, I really thought we're really underusing this. Because really now I realize that's the place to tell people about this help center, which they never come to, this consultation. That's actually the only place where they would notice things. For people with the flipped classroom, they don't click on the videos. Well, actually, we have some videos inside those, and students click on that. It's the only thing all our students do. They don't come really to my lectures. They don't really come to my tutorial, but they do that. Okay, so what do we put in them? We put sometime ground for future lectures. Like, for example, the epsilon delta definition for limits is something that's way beyond a lot of students. So the week before we do this in class, there is one Mobius lesson which makes them do it when epsilon is 0.01 and f is exponential of minus x, and it really guides them through the thing. So then the lecturer can say, remember when you did this specific case, then this is what it looks like. Or, for example, how they move on the chessboard, a little bit like vector moves, and then you can add them. So preparation for the future. Also, sometimes reinforcing or teaching, a lot of cases, the assumed knowledge. Then we can have some scaffolded practice, some regular practice, you could say, and then we have a bit of space for extensions. So this is what we do. So what happened? How did it impact the student learning? So fortunately, someone really did a serious study, not me. And that was published. And let's see what happened. So what they did is they cherry-picked some question in the final exam, looked for the question which were asking for the more or less the similar thing. They used a solo taxonomy, but in a way that's, so I don't know if there are several of them, but what they did was pretty different. The taxonomy they used was really for testing understanding. So for example, the students would get a really low score if there was some internal contradiction. See, this type of thing. So they took that and then they compared. And so we have two, one Math 1A and Math 1B are really the two math courses, they're consecutive, the two first year courses that our students need to take. And this group had a significantly higher success than when they actually were learning with humans. So that's for the 1A. For the 1B, there was no significant difference. And maybe, so my interpretation was that it's, that little bit of babies and having to do these things every week could keep them on track. But the student survey, that doesn't say that very much. I was thinking I would see it keeps me on track in every student survey, and it doesn't. Well, so I was a little bit disappointed to see that I could be easily replaced by a machine, but it's desirable. Seems to work better than what we were doing, probably because a lot of our students were a little bit passive in those tutorials and they're forced to be active in those, and also maybe of the scaffolding and the fact that it gives you some space for them to teach them what they should have known when they arrived. Another of our students did, so this time it's a student who did basically studied the same thing, but this time by looking at what's happening in a second year course, which luckily for us is not very imaginative in terms of the final exam. So that means we could compare because, there's not that much variety in the level of the various exams. And so she could see what happened. And in fact, same thing, those who got the weekly Mobius lesson do significantly better, and especially the one which are in the middle range. So it really seems to make a difference, and a positive one. So how did students react? Well, they said it was effective. I think they like also to get it wrong when no one's watching over their shoulder and they can retry as many times as they like. It's also the fact that it's really built for them. Watch this little video, then do this, then it gets harder. So they kind of like, I like this and not. The how did I do button was the best part of the course. It makes you feel small, right? Because you do all the other parts of the course, but okay, at least they like this and it works. So I think I've given a previous talk where I showed you the amazing things you can do in Mobius, like the question that Jonathan Kress coded, where you have this surface in 3D, which is randomized, and then you have this cross-section, and then, the cross-section can be anything. And so it showed you that the limit of Mobius is the imagination, but it probably gave you this impression that a lot of these talks give you. That's wonderful, I'll never do that. So I'm going to tell you the story of stats for life and social science, because the Mobius geniuses that we have, and they're really good, don't do stats. So they didn't touch this one too much. So they started as a way to teach to students. And so there was just a lecturer supervising, and it was created by a student. So it was doing only that. So it was really 3 little questions per week. That's all it was. And then arrives an ordinary lecturer, doesn't know much Mobius, doesn't know much stats, and that was me. And so I decided to create more. And so I've been adding little by little. So what I mean is, initially there were 3 questions, and then I added to some weeks. So it grew slowly, but it was not a massive, impossible thing. And you will see some of the question I'll show you. I can't do what Jonathan does, but what I did worked. And I can also ask. So for example, one problem I have, so it's terrible to be the one giving the 10th talk because I'm going to say, my students don't have the assumed knowledge. Well, it's more assumed than knowledge. So for them, so even, you know, it's like you make them calculate a p-value and they get 10 to the minus 7. And you say, is that a big number? I don't know, 7's quite big. You know, sometimes you get minus. So I said, so I put that, so I tell them, so I write that this is how the thing works. And then I give them like 3.5 to that 10 to the minus 2. And I ask them to put them somewhere on this scale, which you're going to use later as a p-value. And because it's better if you tell them everything, and I tell them, this is a skill you need for hypothesis test. If you're not comfortable, rephrase this question. You need to be able to do this. And I can't do this in class. I don't have time in lecture. And some of them will actually refresh the question and do it many times. And each time they can press the how did I do button. Now, I'm not embarrassed to say my student can't do that because I have the feeling I have some company here. And also, they have a hard time knowing what they read. So basically, if you ask them almost exactly what was in the lectures, but this forces them to really, so basically I'm teaching them to learn the content, right? So here they're supposed to say 2 events are independent if you knowing what happens for one doesn't give indication to what happens for, so really basic things. So we help them learn what's going on. You can integrate some GeoGebra apps so they can see what happens, you know, the binomial distribution. In that case, it looks like the normal, push it to the side, it doesn't, increase and it does again. You know, you need to see those things. And so what helped me, of course, I could since I was the one writing the final exam question, I could recycle a few of them. And that really helps. And if you look at the coding level, that's a multiple choice. You can do that. That's a numeric box. That's not too hard. That's another multiple choice. So students find it really useful. And the coding level is, I mean, I can do a bit better than that, but so this is what we did. So another thing we did, so in 2000 so before COVID and before we made all these changes, there were pen and paper class tests and a final exam, which was pen and paper. After that, we changed that. So these class tests, we changed them to Mobius tests. So they were lab tests. So we call them lab tests because they're in the computer in the lab, basically. And they're both formative and summative because it's scene questions. We give them the question bank in advance. Some of them don't open it for a reason I can't fathom, but they have the question in advance and they work on that. And then we introduce an assignment because basically here we could see how they were writing maths. And here we could also see how they were writing math a little bit. But this is gone completely from that part. And so the assignment is actually where we teach them and where we are said that they can write math. And Mobius is a mix, and that's why we don't use numbers. Because in Mobius, you have all these things that can be auto-marked, but you can also have some essay boxes where they type. And we tell them, you don't have to type things nicely. You don't have to use the equation editor. You just need to explain, you know, so type a few things. And of course, we don't make them write long proofs. So these are the questions we need to answer, you know, what happened when we did that and why. So first I need to describe what we have. So the lab test is what replaced the class test. And so they're entirely auto-marked. They have the question bank with the how did I, so they have 2 versions. They have one with the how did I do button. So they can do slowly. And then they have the practice version, which is timed and no how did I do button, exactly like the real one. And they can practice. Our lab tests became increasingly good because we became increasingly good at creating them and rather than, you know, adding questions like that. So that's one we created in stats, for example. And so we created at one, this 15 questions, which all look alike from the surface. So they can't really memorize them. It's a story where, so some lecturer has 2 tutors who are marking papers and we ask the students, you know, which tests they should be using to see if there's a difference between the 2. So for example, in one of them, the lecturer picks a sample of papers and have them marked by both tutors. And in that case, you need to use a paired t-test because or you put 2 independent samples. So they can't really memorize, because since when you give the question bank, that's something you need to think of. And then you can see that Maple is going to randomly pull one of these 15 questions. So we put them in groups. So one out of the 4 question on the normal distribution and so on. So the assignment. So we reintroduced the assignment. There was an assignment long ago, and sometimes there was usually one version, and then so some students were doing some stupid copying. Now they have to do some smart copying because it's randomized, so they need to understand a little bit, so it makes a little bit more sense. And also because we don't teach them mathematical writing. To say the truth, we were not teaching them a lot. We were just assessing them in the lab test. Now we properly teach it in the assignment, and we also assess it in the assignment. So we tell students, here, it needs to be typeset, everything needs to be perfect. And in the final exam, I mean, you don't have the time, and we don't want to spend too much time on that. So we won't put as much emphasis on making sure you write well. So for the assignment, students get, so they get their version. They all have different numbers. They all have, it's pulled from different questions, so they are different. And so for those which require numerical answers, they can go on Mobius, they enter them, they have the how did I do button, so they have zero excuse to get it wrong. Okay, and then they submit on Turnitin in the writing. So it's good for them because they see that 90% is the mathematical writing, and it's not something that's obvious to them because someone in high school must have told them that math is about getting the right answer. So that's a bit hard to extract from their head. And also it's very good for the markers because we tell them completely ignore the numbers. You're just marking the logic. And when it's randomized and they all have different numbers, it would be much harder to do differently. So like I said, we want to use the assignment to teach them mathematical writing. So this is how we do it. So first on Moodle, we tell them that's the goal. And then we tell them how to write nicely. And then there is this active quiz where they can test. This is optional. And we know what that means. So there is also a pre-submission checklist. And if you don't get 100% on that, you can't submit. Of course, they can do it 3 times until they memorize, but still, they really have to go through it, and it makes a difference. So let me just show you one question. So for example, one of the questions on that quiz, it says, you need the right level of explanation. So they need to say, my explanation are concise and clear, and I don't have any unnecessary or irrelevant information. I stated the theorem, I checked the assumption, blah. And so they go through this, and there's also sometimes what they shouldn't do. And so they go through all this question. We tell them, you should do this, not the second before you submit, do it a week ahead and redo the thing. So we really try to tell them what we need. And then sometimes they come to consultation and ask us, is that what you wanted? Okay, so did it work? The same people did a study. Wonderful. So what they did, so same thing, they compared the answers in similar question in the final exam. That's helicopter again. And they found that the scores were higher on the final exam for those who got this new structure. And they also checked the overall effect size, because you could have something which is statistically significant, but really you don't care about because the effect is really small, and it's not the case in this case. So there was a benefit for the majority, but same thing, not really for the highest achieving students. And I think it's also because some of our students don't know how to study. They really don't know where to start. So you give them the question bank, then that's an obvious thing, right? You have the question in the next test, do them. So these they seem to figure out more or less. And so again, now we know that this has absolutely no value, but I'll put a few quotes anyway, where they said gave them confidence, and they, and for the assignments, so same thing, you say when you write things down, you're forced to understand a little bit more. And so some students notice that. I'm sure not all of them, but not too bad. So now this is about how how we assign the marks. So everything we do before the exam is now mostly formative, right? Because they see the question in advance for the assignment, we help them a lot. So basically, so that's 50% of their mark, and then the exam is the other 50% of their mark. So usually students arrive after the pre-exam mark having on average 43 out of 50. So they've almost passed the course. So this should reduce their anxiety. We tell them, we give them these figures. We tell them if you have 35 out of 50, that's when half of the student failed. You're not in good shape. And then that means that we've changed the final exam. And so we don't have that many routine questions in the final exam because they were there, right? And some of the questions are unseen questions and some are seen questions. And that's actually where they prove that they deserve a distinction or something. So it took the students a while to be convinced that that's how, you know, to understand how it works, because they tend to get their information from their friend who took the course 3 years ago rather than from us for some reason. But now it's getting better. Now we don't have as much pushback, and students tend to, when a student asks, another one tends to say, well, you got to pass almost for free. So don't complain, the exam is too hard. So the reason we do that, it really encourages the practice, all these lab tests, all the things they can repeat. For us, we have a problem that not everybody has. We move to terms. That's 10 weeks. Students don't have time to digest. If we have an exam, there is a 1-week revision, and then we can have the exam the week after. So the students have a little bit more time to digest, and that's only when we ask them to put things together. It's a nightmare for us, by the way, because that means the terms almost, not almost, the terms do overlap. You finish one term when you're already starting the next one. It's crazy. And also we're explaining to students that they really need to have this exam, which is going to test understanding and the ability to use the tools they learned in an unseen context, because if all they can do is repeat something they've done, then computer can do that much better and faster than they do. And they're starting to understand that. So some students liked it. Okay, so just one more word about the exams. So before COVID, there were pen and paper and non-invigilated. During COVID, they were non-invigilated. It was a big headache. And now they're on Mobius, they're invigilated. It's a slightly smaller headache, but it's a headache. And the reason why is because we have large courses. So for example, Math 1A has 2,000 students. A lab test happens in the labs. And there are 180 seats in the labs. And so when you have 2,000 students, we have 18 sessions over 3 days. So it can't be the same exam. Otherwise, the one taking on the last day, we need common question to moderate between the sessions. So that's where we use, and that's actually the reason why some of the questions are seen questions, because we're completely unable to create that many new questions. Coding on Mobius is fun and whatever you like, but it takes time. And so that's all the pings probably you hear on my laptop. Right now, the lab tests are going on, and so they're always, what do I do? These students couldn't log in. This is happening, and so it's a very big logistics. And again, big part of this work is done by Jonathan Chris, which is absolutely amazing. So in some courses, so like in the stats course, an additional thing we do in Mobius is for the students who are close, if their final mark is between 45 and 49, we give them, they say, can you make me pass? No, you have to prove you reach the threshold, so go. And so we have this competency test, and then they get only one attempt, and it's capped at 50%, so they get this second chance, and we don't die in the process. So what are we going to do next? We introduce both tutorials in one course. So thanks a lot to all the ones. I visited several universities and got some advice and so what people were doing, and that was great. We need to improve what we have, because when I present, maybe it looks like our weekly Mobius lessons are perfect and our lab tests are perfect, and that's not exactly true. And we can rework some exam question. What our next big reform is to change how we offer help outside of class, because we have consultation with no one. So thanks to the mesh people, thanks to all the ones who, add all these ideal posts, so we're going to use that. And what we should do more, what I realize, is all the data analysis that people were talking about, and also telling people about what we do. So thank you, and any questions?
So looking at the time, we probably have time for maybe 1 or 2 quick questions. Gosh, Deb, this is hard.
It's your exercise of the day.
Thank you. So you mentioned that you have like a 10% Mobius part and then the 90% on Turn-In. How do the markers correlate between the two? Do they have to look up each individual student on Mobius to see what numbers or what randomizations they got?
No.
And for Turn-In, is it just type it up and then?
Turn-In, yes. Basically, it's typed up and they completely ignore the numbers. If the students say, I use the intermediate value theorem, the function is continuous, f of 0 is 3, they don't have to check if f of 0 is 3.
So the randomization have the same conclusions just with different numbers. Sorry, just like, so you have the same function but with different numbers but with the same properties.
That's one of the randomization. It also pulls from different questions. And then if it's really different question, then the tutor will see that. When the students submit, they only see one link.
So how do they
But
how do
really,
they
they could have
just choose to see that? That's
well, the students see only one link, but you can put them, let's say, in 8 groups. And you say group 1, and group 1, they have question 2, 7, and 9.
right.
And then you could, on Moodle, you can say, make this link only visible to the students who have question 2, 7, and 9. So the students don't even, so they see only one link, and then you give access to this.
So the questions are static within each group.
They randomize, the words are static, but the numbers are not.
Within each group.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And how do you, I mean, with the lab tests and stuff, I'm assuming the students don't see their final result, or is that?
They do.
They do.
We let them see it. Yes.
Okay. All right. So they can account for like Mobius's internal bugs and errors, and they can ask for regrades if.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Well, usually we hope initially one of the reasons we were giving them the question bank is because we were using our 2,000 testers to find the bugs, which we could fix before the real lab test.
Well, not
So
necessarily.
normally the bugs are.
Not necessarily the coding bugs, but Mobius's internal bugs. Like there are certain edge cases or like that only throws up once every like however many that you might.
Then
not
they
catch.
complain and we fix.
Okay, yeah, but I mean there is a way to kind of cache those and fix those. I guess that's the okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, we can override an automatic mark if there's something wrong, but.
Okay, great. Are there any quick questions online? One online, we'll have a look at the quick online one. And then perhaps we'll take the rest of the conversation offline, just noting the time and take it till the break.
What's the online?
Hit chat down at the bottom there.
Can someone read it?
Yes, no, just.
No.
That's, I think it's the one regarding mathematical writing, is that right?
Yeah, punctuation, equation numbering, correct use of English. We insist on full sentences, which the students find plain crazy. And things like that, yes.
I'm actually, I have a follow-up for you on that.
And we give them examples of what we want. And in the test, we say, is this what you want? And then among the answers is, no, you need full sentences. Yes, we really try to show them what we want. They fall out of their chair from surprise, and then, we explain and it gets better.
Okay.
Thank you for that. And if I may have a follow-on question, it's is mathematical understanding improved by correct writing, or doesn't it matter? And I just wonder if somebody could point me to some literature on that.
My intuition is if you don't understand, you won't be able to write it really properly. But literature, no.
Okay.
The same
Thank
from
you.
the literature point of view, nothing, but certainly anecdotally from my exams, the students that can write their answers correctly are much more likely to know what they're doing.
It sounds that maybe there's a research project hiding in here somewhere. Anyway, let us thank our speaker again.
Thanks very much.
And we'll just give a quick minute for changeover and we'll get started with our next talk.
Laurie, can you stop sharing? Are you still sharing from there somewhere? So that I can try and share.
Don, is your name pronounced as it's read? Don.
Human, yeah. Yep. Okay.
Here we go.
Yeah. I hope.
Okay, our last talk for this session. So Don Shearman from Western Sydney University is going to talk about diagnostic testing with numbness.
And I'm between you and afternoon tea, so I'll have to try and make it quick. One quick thing before I start, though, is this presentation is produced in a new system called Chiron that the University of Newcastle in the UK have put together, which from a single markdown document, you can get a series of HTML pages, series of slides, which I'll go to in a minute, and PDF files. You can embed numbers questions and runnable R code and Python code within the pages, and it's accessible, so it's screen readable, everything else. So it's a kind of neat new thing that's come out, and I guess one of the things that 10 years ago we weren't really talking about. So I mean, this is what it looks like. This is the whole presentation in a series of, or in a single HTML page. And then I can just go over somewhere, I hope, to the viewer slides. And I get the same thing in a slide process. So what I'm talking about today is diagnostic tests in numbers. Again, this is something new that Christian Lawson Perfect added to the numbers system about 12 months ago. It's a diagnostic test algorithm which uses a computer adaptive test process. So rather than asking the students every question in the test, the next question to be asked depends on what your answer was to the current question. Students get 3 lives, if you like. They get to repeat 3 questions if they get them wrong. But otherwise it then goes through and tests what's happening or what they know effectively. So our motivation for this, as we all know from the last 2 days, many students are poorly prepared for maths and stats study. We've needed to tailor our online provision of refresher lessons in basic algebra, and the test that I'm focusing on is the one that we've done for algebra. Leanne mentioned yesterday one of the things that Mesh has been running for many years is the Maths Start refresher program. It was all face-to-face, and we had lovely booklets that we printed every year and gave to the students. And then COVID came along, and in 6 months, we had to shift that whole thing to an online presentation, which we did by curating grabbing a lot of videos from all around the web, adding web pages, PDFs, so that students had some choice in what they studied or how they studied it. We added a lot of numbers questions for them to practice. But then there's a lot of content. And so when they come into this Algebra 1, which is fairly basic algebra, where do they start? There's sort of too many things there for them to look at. And so they just stop and don't go on. So what we wanted was some sort of an automated facility that would diagnose whereabouts, which parts of this Algebra 1 system do the students know, which parts do they need to focus on, and do that in a way that, you know, wasn't too overwhelming for them, and then recommend the focus areas. So we adopted this diagnostic test algorithm. Unfortunately, at the end of last year, we received some internal funding from the DVCA. We got that around about, I think, the 1st of December, and we had to spend it by the 21st of December, which meant that we didn't have a lot of time to really work on this and develop the theoretical background, and no ethics application, no nothing. It was backwards. Oh, we got it on the 21st and we had to spend it by the 1st, Jim just tells me. So we designed and developed a tool based on what the content that we had in basic algebra, which was Algebra 1. We also, we called this thing a tool. We specifically avoided this use of the word test. I don't know that it's had any real effect because I think students still think of it that way, but we're trying. And the design of a diagnostic test in numbers really has two components. First thing that you need is this thing called a knowledge map, which basically links all of the concepts, or what are called in the test, the topics, together, and which ones rely on which other ones, and then group them together into what they call learning outcomes. And then the diagnostic tool uses that knowledge map and numbers questions to then build the test. And overall, the development, again, working backwards, because now that we've had time to read the literature suggests that you start with a lot of questions do some factor analysis and various other statistical analysis to imply the knowledge map from the questions and then build the test. We kind of went backwards. We had all of these concepts in Algebra 1 that we knew, and we had a fair idea of how they linked up. So we built a knowledge map. Then we had somebody, in fact, Shartha, who I think is online today, who built this test for us by using questions that we already had and then writing a few extra numbers questions where they were needed. But there was also some refinement during that process. I'd put a couple of concepts into the knowledge map, which when we came to write a question for it, it really needed 2 questions. It was 2 concepts. And so we had to do some refinement in that respect. We also had to be careful that the questions only focused on the concept that we were testing. So we got some questions that were word problems, testing a concept, and then it became, well, is this question really testing the student's ability to interpret the question or to test the concept? So there was some toing and froing during that process. This is the knowledge map. Now, I think I can open this image in a new tab so it's a bit easier to see, maybe. Is this the new tab? Yeah. So this is sort of what we came up with. So the things here that don't have a number beside them are the learning outcomes, basically the sections of the test. Anything with a number is a question. So the learning outcome, or what we, to make matters worse, what we called in Algebra 1 a topic is a learning outcome, and what we call a subtopic is a topic in here. So it's kind of like thinking in 3 different languages at once, I think. But within algebraic expressions, for instance, there's a question on order of operations, and then leading on or depending on that question are things like the ability to multiply and divide algebraic expressions, expand brackets, write an algebraic expression, and so on. So moving downwards in the map, in this map, is questions lower down depend on questions that are higher up, or concepts that are lower down depend on concepts that are higher in the map. And the way the diagnostic tool works is that if a student gets a question wrong, then all of the harder questions, all of the lower questions in the map are automatically marked as wrong. So if a student doesn't understand question X and then a topic X and then topic Y depends on X, then it's assumed that they also don't understand topic Y. So zeros fall, if you like, in the map. If you get the question wrong, anything below it is then marked wrong automatically. If you get the question right, anything that's easier than that is marked as correct. So it's assumed that if you're asked about a topic and there's something else which that topic depends on, if you know the harder topic, then you understand the easier topic. And in that way, obviously, you cut down the number of questions that you need to ask. So in developing this, there were 3 key steps. Firstly, matching the questions to the topics, as I mentioned earlier. Putting the questions together into learning outcomes, which was fairly easy for us because the learning outcomes corresponded to the topics or the sections of the Algebra 1 module, and then linking the topics according to the knowledge map using this depends on and leads to directive. And again, as I said, the development process was recursive in the sense that we sometimes had to go back and modify the knowledge map because we figured out that it wasn't quite what we wanted. This is the sort of numbers authoring interface. So you've got a whole lot of, I should use this so people online can see it, maybe. You've got a whole lot of topics here. And within the section, this is one of the topics that doesn't depend on anything. It's one of the base topics. In fact, it's that 101 question on order of operations. But then that topic a number of other topics lead from that topic, which are listed here, and it belongs to one of the learning outcomes. So once you get to this stage, it's not too hard to put it all together. That knowledge map, though, is the key to everything. Once the student does the test, they get something like this coming back. So there, in this Algebra 1 diagnostic tool, there are 6 topics or 6 learning outcomes, and is it 6, 7? No, 6. And you get students get a mark for each one. There's a threshold set, which we've set to 80%. So if a student got less than 80%, then they're recommended to look at that section of the Algebra 1 module. Okay, so it's worked. We put it into operation this year in February. And as of a couple of weeks ago, we had 715 attempts by 521 students. Some of the attempts were incomplete. Some students just look at it and then, for whatever reason, decide that they don't want to do it, so they've dropped out. Some go partway through it and stop. But a little over or about half of that number have done the whole test. So we've got a fairly good amount of data. And so what we've done, because we run numbers through our LTI server, we collect all of that data and we can download everything in, it's stored on the server in a JSON file. So we're able to get all of the data on every attempt, and we want to now look back and look more at the theoretical basis. Again, this retrofitting idea, but we want to look at whether the knowledge map that I came up with in the 2 days that I had to do it is actually valid, and are the questions of the right level of difficulty for the knowledge map. So we've now, or we are now, Jim, myself and Shartha are now looking more into the theory and also doing some analysis along the way of what's happened. So the first thing is we got a better idea of these students who didn't go all the way through to completion of the test. And it was kind of interesting looking at the responses. Some students get to one question, get it wrong, and then decide that's it, I'm not doing any more, and leave, which is a bit of a worry. Some students get to a question they don't know, and then rather than answer the question, they then progress to the next question without putting in an answer, and then at some point realize they can't go back and then quit. Because the test, once it moves forward to the next question, you can't come back to an earlier one because that would change the whole pathway. And then some also look ahead. Some stop after getting a few questions wrong. The mean time or the median time for completing the test is around 40 minutes. Most students are somewhere between 30 minutes and an hour. Potentially 50, but most students won't be asked more than probably 25 or so. The other thing that we've looked at, now that we've got a deeper understanding of how the diagnostic algorithm actually works, is that there may be some scope for improvement of the algorithm as well, which we'll talk to the developers about, pardon me. If a student gets a question wrong, as I said, it marks everything after that wrong, but it then just moves one step back up in the knowledge map. So one step up or one step easier in the question. So it then steps backwards question by question until it finds a question that the student can answer. And then it jumps to some other pathway in the map. Now that could be improved by using some sort of a binary selection. In other words, jumping halfway back instead of just going to the next question. There's also possibly another optimization, because it jumps pseudo randomly between topics and therefore between areas on the knowledge map. It may be possible, using some of the graph theoretic results, to pick nodes which will have the maximum influence and therefore make the test more efficient. And so we're starting to look at how we might work those kind of things out. Yeah, this is the JSON file that we extract. It has absolutely everything. It's about, for the 700 and whatever it was, 715 attempts, I think it's about 120 meg, Jim. So it's quite a huge file, but it's got every piece of data about which question the student did, what order they did the questions in, which is important for us for the analysis, what the variables were that numbers used in those questions and anything else I think that you can possibly think of. So in order to analyze this, we needed also to get the knowledge map into R. We're doing all the analysis in R, and fortunately the iGraph package exists, which allows you to do some graph theoretic things within R. So we've been able to import the knowledge map, which has this sort of a representation as node 0 leads to node 1, node 1 leads to node 2, and so on. So each item, each topic is associated with in and out nodes, in other words, leads to or depends on. And yeah, if a student gets the question wrong, then the implication is they'll get all of the out nodes wrong. So by using the ego map, everything that's connected outwardly from that question, we can then predict exactly what the marks are that the algorithm has given the student. So this is just a quick look at how the knowledge map connects to the iGraph. So order of operations is question number 1, and you can see in the iGraph, question 1 leads to question 2, leads to question 3, leads to question 6. And somewhere further down here, it leads to another question 12. So question 6 is this one multiply and divide algebraic expressions. 3 is expand brackets. 2 is write algebraic expressions. Question 5 is something that's not connected to question 1. And 0 is the node for the learning outcome. So it doesn't have a question associated with it. So all of these things, we then have this linkage between items. And that's not what I wanted to do. So the questions that we have in numbers are not quite dichotomous. Some of them have multiple parts or a couple of parts. So the conversion, and this is the same as the conversion that the diagnostic tool does, is that if a student gets less than a full mark for a question, then that's a 0. They haven't mastered that concept. If they get a 1, if they get full marks, then they have mastered it, and so they get a 1 for it. And then by knowing the sequence of a student's questions, we can apply the knowledge map to the questions, and therefore we can get the inferred answers to all 50 questions for each student. And so for those, we have 359 fully implied score attempts that we've been working with. Keep hitting this with the wrong mouse button. So largely Jim has been doing some rash modeling on these questions, on the complete cases, and we've compared the raw responses, in other words, the responses that the students got to the questions that they answered directly, with the complete set of answers. And then we've compared the hierarchy of the questions, the level of difficulty of the questions, as a way of measuring whether the question that we're using is necessarily appropriate in that place. I think that'd be the best way of saying it, wouldn't it, Jim? So for instance, this is some of the output of the rash modeling. Question 11 was asked to 62 people directly, and the response rate, the correct responses there were 20%. So its rank in terms of difficulty was 39 from the direct responses. When we use the implied responses, the response rate jumps to, what's that, 86%, and the implied ranking is 5. There's a huge difference there, which is a suggestion that either we haven't got the knowledge map right, or maybe the question needs to be reviewed and looked at again. And in fact, in that case, that's pretty much what it is. So question 11 is a question about fractions as division. And this one had the greatest difference in item ranking. So what it means is that in many cases, question 11's been assigned an implied score of 1. Students have been presented with a harder question or supposedly harder question further down the knowledge map, got that correct, and therefore that's floated back to question 1, floated back to question 11. Whereas the students who were asked that question directly have got it wrong for some reason. When we look at the questions, question 11 was this question on fractions as division. First part of it's fairly straightforward, but the second part is where most students went wrong because it's a quite considerably more complex question. And question 15, which is one that leads on from it, on dividing a number by a fraction. So if students got this question correct and hadn't been asked this question, then it was implied that they'd got this one correct. So, you know, looking at these sort of things, we think we're going to be able to improve the questions in the model. We're also now looking at using just the direct responses for questions and seeing if we can imply what the knowledge map should be based on the answers to those questions and see how that correlates with what we've actually done as another way of improving the diagnostic test. So that's where we're at. It's something that's in progress. It's one of 4 diagnostic tests that we've done, and we've also got some plans to use these processes in some other areas in the work that Mesh is doing. So happy to take any questions or comments or anything else.
This is Peter, if I may ask a question.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Peter.
Go ahead, Peter.
Thanks, Don, for a wonderful talk. What I was interested in is, does NumBus, as it exists today, allow for the creation of the knowledge maps, or is that something that's manually done by you guys?
It's something that that has to be done manually by us. And then by those, when you add once you've created, so you have to create the knowledge map, you create these things called topics in numbers, and then to each topic you add a question, and then you create the linkages between topics for which one depends on other ones or which one each one leads to.
Okay, thank you.
So in a sense, you import the knowledge map into the numbers system.
And just as a follow-on, you mentioned JSON files and the R work that you're doing. Is that something that you get help with from outside of your group, or is it within your group?
No, it's largely stuff we're doing internally. Jim's got a fair bit of experience with R, and I've done a fair bit of statistical work. So we're sort of muddling our way through it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
Actually, I have 2 questions. One follows up from Peter's question on the knowledge map. So you have to manually make sure that it's acyclic, yeah? It doesn't have a cycle.
Yeah, so the way you construct it, it's acyclic, yes.
And it's manual.
It's manual, yeah.
And my other question is, do you have any data on, I mean, once the students complete the test, they get some feedback on what they need to focus on. Do you have any data on whether they do it?
Not at this stage. Again, this is something that we may look at the end of the year if we can get some data from the university on how those students have done in their maths subjects. Trying to get the data out of out of Blackboard is, for a course that's this big, is almost impossible.
I just want to add to that, we're hoping to get some funding for a project that'll sort of take us out to the end of this year, where we'll be integrating a diagnostic tool similar to this with targeted lesson materials and self-assessments. You know, being a bit blue sky about this was Don's idea, full credit to him. We're thinking that we might be able to use GPT-4 to help us generate model answers or model explanations of certain sort of key topics, such that we, as kind of, you know, seasoned educators, can curate. But it's a work in progress, and we've got 4 months to spend quite a lot of money. Yeah,
Well,
that's another
actually, the
story.
idea of introducing AI was Merrins, who's another member of our team who's, I think, been online. Yeah. Rosie.
Hi, Don. I have a bit of a comment. Sorry, not a question.
That's all right.
I've been using the CAP quiz, which is a Moodle plugin. That looks, I think it does a similar sort of thing, except it's a knowledge path on one topic rather than a tree network.
Okay.
But it uses what's interesting is that it uses the ELO rating system. So students are playing against the question.
This was the one you talked about last year at FYiMaths?
Yes, probably.
Yeah.
But it also calibrates the questions. So I came up with my guess about the knowledge path, and then the first semester of students calibrated that for me. And so now I have the knowledge path based on how those students did.
That sounds
Yeah.
interesting. I know after your talk last year, I was keen to look more into that, but because we use Blackboard, we don't have that plug-in.
Yeah,
So
but
we'd
it's
have to
Moodle
try and,
based.
we'd have to try and implement it through numbers.
I think I remember from the literature, it is sometimes used as a diagnostic tool, but I use it as a practice tool.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting. Thank you. Something else for us to add to the list of things to look at.
Great. So noting the time, let's thank our speaker again.
Thank you.
And so now I think we're on to afternoon tea for half an hour, and there's cake. Make sure.
If anyone's interested in the Chiron system, I'm happy to talk about that too.
rank comparatively. And so basically all that happens is this system spits up 2 random papers and you go, I like this one better. That's it. I need to get to 10,000 comparisons. Takes me about 20 seconds, but I know them inside out. For a newbie, probably a minute. So they're like, it's a 3-mark calculus 1 question on rational inequalities. If anybody is happy to volunteer up some time, 30 minutes to an hour, I have this incredible sheet of paper where I'd welcome you to come pop your email and I'll get in contact with you as to what's involved. Completely voluntary. I've made it to 6,000 comparisons, but I need to get to 10. And the way that it works is you get lots of people's opinions so that you get a sense of what does good look like based on the community. Otherwise, it's all going to be what's good based on my opinion, which is very teacher-based. So there's a sheet of paper. If you've got time, let me know.
Okay, so it's Nazim's turn to talk. For those of us who've been around for nearly all of the 10 years of first year in maths, Nazim can be definitely relied on to come up with something that makes us think. And so Nazim also, and to fly the stats flag. So Nazim giving us Bridging Mathematics, Is the Bridge Broken?
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's lovely to be here again in the FYI. This is, as I was saying to some other people, one of the forums I really enjoy because you have people with some like-minded thinking and some people who think that math education is not just interesting, but also very important. And that's always nice to have. This is, I think, the 10th, 11th, whatever it is. I remember also being with Paul, the first one, sitting in fact on the table as well. And that was fantastic. And we all sit here together. So I wonder how this works. This is just click. This will work surely. Oh. Right, so background. So since the 80s, universities actually have lowered their maths entry requirements, in particular for engineering, science as well, but my main focus is engineering because engineering at least is a closed cohort. You can actually isolate the students and look at them separately. And in fact, I was actually in the Department of Electrical Engineering when this happened back in 1986. And the head of the department's point was that we have many students who are very good, who are missing out on, and they go to some other institution in the same region. I won't mention the names there. And so we want those students in our place as well. Why miss out on those? And so we held that at this stage, if they came in with not the top level maths, but one below that, with at least 80%, we take them in, give them a bridging course over summer, about 7 or 8 weeks, and then they can go into engineering. And that's how they started off with. But of course, now it's quite different. It's very much more larger. In fact, because of this, the number of bridging units actually has increased in my department at least, and I'm sure across Australia as well. So there were no bridging units as such before, because you came into either the main maths or did other maths that is required for your disciplines. But nothing like you can do this to go to this to, and so on and so forth. That's changed quite a bit. And these students can take 2 or 3 bridging units before they actually do the main maths required for engineering in particular. My main interest here is the case here that do bridging units actually do what they're supposed to do. So there are 4 parts of the talk. First of all, some background, and then comparison with the bridging units we do, that essentially high school maths and actually the high school maths itself. And then comparison of students who come in with bridging maths or come in with high school maths, and then implications in particular for engineering. So, as I was saying from the 80s here, this was what's happened, and I'm just talking about the rationale here as what the idea was. And that's how they started off as. And in the first bridging unit we ran over summer, I was still with engineers, and then later I went to mathematics and I actually taught the stuff as well there. There were about 20 students or so, went to 30 or so. And of course, now they're quite a few hundred. So in many cases, in fact, if you look at our university in particular, while they do have the required maths for the engineers, you can come with nothing and make up the bridging units to go into the main maths for the engineers. And I'll discuss the implications of those afterwards. And BUs, the bridging units now are by and far probably the largest units we run. So here's some data from MSV on maths enrollments. I'm sure you've all seen this before here, that a particular dip in 2020 was because Queensland changed their assessment structures to exam-based only, so numbers went down in the higher maths. But by and large, that's how it looks like, about sort of 20% or so at the moment. We haven't got the latest data for that yet. Now, higher school maths essentially has typically 3 levels you can come into university with. They have actually more than 3 levels, but there's the lowest level. I'll refer to this as the WA ones because that's what I'm familiar with. But by and large, this is where they fit in applications, what they call, then methods and advanced or specialists or some other words of that kind. Now, in at least my state, the what they call the SCARS, or the State Curriculum and Standards Authority, doesn't consider applications to be lower maths, just different maths, which is fantastic because it's a marketing thing, right? And now the way it works is with ITA and how all that works, with the gaming that happens with that is many students will do the methods and you require the methods for the specialist to advanced, but they also do the applications in case that gives you a higher ITA, right? Because for the specialist students, applications is really easy to pick up. They can do the thing in a few days, yeah? And so they go in doing all 3 just to see whether that gives them a higher ITA. And so typically universities will run bridging units corresponding to each of those entry points. So if they're a specialist, then there's no requirement for bridging units. If they come with applications or methods, then they require the bridging to catch up to make up the deficit before they can do the main maths here. And essentially, as I say, for my definition here, bridging is anything that it repeats essentially what's already been or should have been done in high school. So here is what I've found from the website. And as you well know, websites are hard to find information from. But even ANU has 3 bridging units. Melbourne, from what I could get, 4, but I can be wrong, and please do correct me. That'd be nice if I can get the data corrected. My university has 3. One is at the almost sort of year 9, 10 level. That's where it starts off essentially with additions, subtractions, multiplications, and going from there to at least algebra and nothing more than that. Sorry. So the engineering, the columns. Thank you. The column engineering actually is what's required for entry into engineering. It's methods everywhere. You don't have engineering in Melbourne. Well, really? Well, all right. Thanks. And sorry, the second is what's required for entry into maths degree. And the last is the number of business units, of bridging units that the university actually runs. You don't have any? Really? All right, I'll check up.
And you get in with them or you don't?
Really? So you can't make it with bridging units?
Not in, well, not in the institute.
I'll check it up, because what I've done is I've looked at the course in engineering and found what they require, and then they've said if you don't have this, you can do this instead, and then come and do this. But anyway, that's fine. That's good to have this. This is great to cross-check that. Yep. So that's what it looks like. So if 2, good. Your case 2. Thanks. I'll make it 2, 1 + 1. And here are the numbers in my university, at least over the last few years. So by and large, if you look at the last column of the bridging is totals, and then the core is totals, you'll find almost everywhere the bridging actually, and this is great, brings us more money for everything else. Not that we see any money anymore, the way the funding works with more departments, but they are by and large our biggest teaching that we have. This is just for the maths, forget the stats and everything else that goes with it. So here's the pathways in my university. You can come with applications, and if you've got nothing, then you do maths 1720, which is essentially bringing you, as I was saying, the year 8, 9, 10 level stuff. And once you've got that, if you've got applications or maths 1720, you can go to maths 1721, which is the equivalent of high school methods. Now, if you have methods, of course, then you don't require 1721, but from there it leads to the maths 1722, which is essentially the same or equivalent to specialist from high school, and then leads to the core maths units required for engineering. That's the pathway. Comparisons. So here is the syllabus for the maths bridging and for the high school maths. So this is for methods and also maths 1721. So the red stuff is that's common to both. the blue is common to only the Math 1721, the bridging, and the black is only in the methods. So you can see here that there's no probability in our bridging unit. We do have logs and indices over here, which isn't in methods, that's in lower high school. Three functions are there. There is no AP, GP. There's no series or progression things at all in the bridging units. Exponential functions, there's nothing to do with calculus of trig functions, nothing at all. Constraint optimization is not in the 1721 R bridging unit, but it is in the methods. And again, there's no the integration or integral calculus of sine, cosine isn't there at all. Nothing to do with any probability as well in the bridging unit. There's another aspect to this. This just looks at the topics, but there's a huge difference in level as well. Yeah. So the kinds of questions that are asked, for example, from a student doing high school methods compared to the kind of questions we get in the bridging unit are quite different. More than that, in the high school ATA exams, by and large, most questions will be unseen, meaning that, all right, might cover the same material, and sometimes it'll be sort of the standard kind of grind the handle questions, but there will be a large portion of questions that are totally unseen, and they'll twist and turn and take you everywhere, right? Because it's an exam that you can't just repeat in some sense. Whereas the university-based exams are by and large, essentially, I can give one exam, you look at the next exam, they're almost exactly the same, not much difference, and at a lower level as well. Because the reason is those students have to pass, in my opinion, but also, as we'll see later on, the other reasons as well. Sorry. That was year 11, this is year 12 now. You can see again, the red is the common thing and the black is not common. So a lot of these other bits and pieces, for example, are missing from the bridging units that actually are in the higher school. Typical question here is one from the calc assumed part of the exam from the methods exam last year, ATA exam. There's the exam question itself, mainly to do with rates of change, I suppose, expression of velocity and those kinds of things. Nothing much more than that. And the is calculated assumed because that means you can do solve the equations, expression equations using your CAS calculator. So not too difficult in one sense. I had to pick questions that would be common to both the syllabus. And here's the same kind of question in the 1720 bridging unit. So while it's similar in some sense, actually it is simpler in many ways. Let's get to the specialist. So again, black is what's only in the high school, red is common to both, and any blue stuff will be only in the bridging unit. So you can see there's a lot of stuff early in the geometry that is missing totally in the bridging units. Lots of other things, for motion, for example, this is just not at all in the bridging unit. Transformations don't exist in bridging units. Complex numbers is there almost fully. This is still now year 12. Again, complex numbers, some parts like, describing loci or set subsets of complex numbers isn't in the bridging unit. Systems of linear equations is in both, but at different levels. So a lot of geometry is missing in the bridging unit compared to what the high school students do. Integrals, other calculus and rates of change, again, you see large chunks of things missing. There's nothing to do, for example, in the high school, they actually will look at the variable separable first order DEs, which we don't have, direction fields, simple harmonic motion don't exist. There's nothing on stats at all in the bridging units. A question here, cis in case I'm sure you all know, is the cos sine stuff. So here was a typical question, or one question from the calc assumed again, although it doesn't help in this case, for the specialist ATA exam last year. And here's a similar one, or at least the same topic in the exam from the bridging unit. So it might look the same, but the other one is much more difficult. It requires a bit more concept and to work out things more clearly, a bit more algebra to fix up there than this one does. This is essentially grind the handle stuff. Now, the Math 1720 syllabus, just to show you what's going on there. This is the one that comes in with where the students come in with no numeracy at all. They do this, there were systems, number systems to start off with, then some algebra to start off with, to go on to logs, indices, rational functions, exponential log functions, and that's all there is. Typical exam question. From there, simplify this expression, solve this equation. The second equation there, the second problem there was a seen problem, and the students were told it'll be in the exam. Otherwise, the examiner would killed. It's too hard, yeah? So seen question. So student performance, the other really interesting stuff for me. Now, unfortunately, I didn't have all the full data because the lady who was helping me from the university test section went on leave, and she just got back this week. So I'm expecting more data. So I've got no demographics here. I'm just comparing here just the overall raw means of the students and their background. So the first graph here, the students came in with either high school methods or did the bridging unit. And this is their mark in the next, which is Math 722, which is the equivalent to the specialist. So either way, they go into the specialist or the Math 722. And you can see the mark here for those who came with methods is much higher than those than those who did the bridging unit. Interestingly, though, there's a larger tail here. And this would be the students who actually essentially dropped out early or didn't do much here. There are quite a few students here who did not go to the exam even. And so those shouldn't be in the cohort at all. Essentially, they just didn't withdraw, in my opinion. That's why the long tail is there. Otherwise, the main thing is you do see a much higher mean there for those who actually did methods in high school. To the next one then, we've got either either the spec from high school or the equivalent bridging unit from the university. They're going to the major maths unit now, which is the Maths 1011, the first core unit for the engineers. And again, those who come with specs do much better. And again, there's a tail here of students who probably should have withdrawn and didn't withdraw, in time. So those to show that those students who come in with the higher school maths perform better, at least at this level. It'd be nice, as I was saying earlier, to look at the data with the adjustments for the background and ATA, whatever else, and also look at completion or rates for students who come in with these, for engineers in particular, but I don't have the data yet. Now, this is the next math unit. There are two first-year core units here, essentially. And again, comparing what happens to students who come with spec from high school or from the bridging unit, we find again, there's less of a difference here because this is 10-12. They would have done 10-11 first with some experience, and so they would be better by now, but there's still some difference in performance there. Although the spec has a larger variance there, larger spread. So some stats modeling very quickly. Essentially, the mean mark in the Math 722 is higher for students who come with methods instead of doing our bridging unit. The mean for 10-11, the core unit, is higher by 11 for students who took methods in high school and 5.4 for those who did specialists. And then if you come with specialists and methods from high school, essentially gives about a 16% increase in marks. And in 10-12, it's similar, 7.8 for those who took methods and specialists in high school, and then 4 there or so, compared with those who did bridging units. Implications for engineers. Well, this is just some syllabus bits and pieces from the engineering curriculum in the second year. So the maths is in first year. So in second year, they require DEs, Fourier series, and they require relative rates, not simple ones. This is mechanical engineers with things moving everywhere, arms and everything else. You can have things to do with polar coordinates, spherical coordinates, things moving in all directions everywhere, change of bases. And for physics, you require vector calculus, DEs, PDEs. Now, the thing is, those who come with a higher maths from high school would cover this in their first year or second year maths. For those who don't, we're only doing this stuff now in the second year of engineering. But it's now sim knowledge and they don't have it. So it's a matter of how they cope with this and how do they actually make it? I mean, how do they cope with this kind of work? This is why it's interesting to see how many actually do complete engineering or not. So as I say, bridging students maybe 2 or 3 semesters behind. It makes the engineering units at least difficult, if not challenging. And it'd be nice to see completion rates. And it'd be nice to get the full data when I do get it. Now, so large sections of the course from the higher school maths is totally missing from the bridging units. And the other, of course, as we've been discussing in the 2 days here, is that this is 12 years opposed to 2 years, yeah? So you can't expect the same level of fluency and the same level of maturity with ideas, because calculus is a complex idea. Well, it is a complex idea. It's not easy. It takes a while to understand it and then to apply it as well. And in particular, the same depth of understanding just isn't there. It does disadvantage students in the engineering units. And a previous study that was done by one of my honor students showed, for some slightly different focus there, it did show though that students who came in with the lower higher school mathematics and the bridging units had a lower rate of completion for engineers, for engineering degrees. And of course, at high school, it's free, whereas at university, you pay for it. You might pay 2 or 3, and especially if you fail and have to repeat it, it's more expensive. Now, the idea of competing with other institutions, and that was how they started off back in the 1980s, is that the 2 universities or 2 institutions have different degree structures altogether. Different degrees focus on different things. You don't compete with those. And so the engineers we produce, engineers they produce are for different markets. So what we tried to do was become more like them. And in fact, I think largely we seem to have succeeded in that part, because now the latest surveys or whatever shows here the students actually have no preference. They go there or here as random choice now. In fact, in some ways, we're probably worse off now than we were before. And again, I keep coming back to this. The government funding is a prime problem, because you see, what we need to do now is we need more students for more money. That's how it works. And so without a doubt, in my opinion, at least, the centers have lowered quite a bit. And what we need to do, well, at least in my university, if you look at the kinds of stuff we did as undergraduates in mathematics to what our students do, is no comparison at all. In years ago, back in the 70s or 80s, when I sat in some of the Board of Examiners meetings in the stage, to give a student a first class honors in mathematics was a real discussion happening. Does a student deserve it? Now, okay, if the marks are clear, it's clear, right? But at that stage, a student who got overall an average of 80% or above was an honors H1 student. If you got 78 or 79, then that had to be justified. And by and large, only probably 1 or 2 students got first class honors in those years. Last year, I think, in my university, the number of honors students was about 15. And the number of first class honors students from last year was 15. Everyone of them first class honors. I just don't know how that works. Now, the long-term effect of this, of course, this economic expediency of, I don't have to worry about funding education because you make it yourself now, right? You might find your own money. Is that this lowering of standards, it will show in time. But of course, all these things take time to show. And as I keep saying, you know, Australia is a small country, by and large, very wealthy. Why can't we take the best we have and make them the best in the world? We take that many students, that lot probably shouldn't be there. We teach somewhere here, so it's accessible to everybody. And that top lot there is just wasted, which is a real pity. Teaching bridging units. Another problem I have here is that our university academics are the best at teaching this kind of stuff. Now, maybe most of us feel at least that we are okay. But you see, can you imagine a professor of analysis teaching a first year unit like 1721, where it's really low level calculus, you know? Now, having said that, of course, there are some who do it very well. Yeah, but there aren't many. There aren't many. And the other thing is resources. We're putting a lot of resources in this because this is a large part of our income now and a large part of our student numbers. Is this where this is the kind of stuff we should be doing as universities? That's my thoughts. And the question is now, is the bridge broken? Well, I'm not sure it's entirely broken yet, but I think many of the students are trying to cross it by what they're doing there, probably fall off the edge. So I don't think it's quite broken yet, but it might be shown to be broken maybe in some years to come yet. Thank you. So I have.
Thanks, Joanne. Thanks, Nazim. So I'm going to thank you for that talk. I'm going to go back to my comment on your chart in the beginning, and I'll retract and then potentially re-answer, because you haven't defined what you mean by a bridging unit. So when I look at your thing, I have an idea about what I mean by bridging unit. I don't think your definition of bridging unit is the same as mine. But I would challenge what you're calling a bridging unit here. So I'm guessing from this, then you're saying a subject that's equivalent somehow to a year 12 maths subject. I don't believe that's a bridging unit. A bridging unit is if you say you expect students to have a standard of maths when they come into the university, and you build your curriculum from that point up, and you let students in below that standard, the bridging unit is what gets them to that standard. So if you're at a university where we're saying, we don't care what maths background you come in with, and we're going to teach you from a particular point in time, then that's not bridging. So I think that's a different question.
Okay. Yeah. What I'd say to that is the maths required for engineers is actually specialist, but we allow them to come in with methods. So at least in my university, what they'll say is that specialist is recommended. You can come in with methods, but you need to do these things.
So that's a different, so that goes back to my original statement. So if you're saying that the expectation is that students have this material, but you let them in without it, and you have a different course, then that's a bridging course. Right?
Yeah, but the thing is, what you've got is you've got two different pathways of students who come with the higher maths and those who come with the lower maths. You've got two different pathways essentially, yeah? And to me, that's bridging, because this student will finish the degree in 4 years. This will take 5.
Second, so that's a discussion point anyway. So the second question I'd like to ask you is, a lot of your comparison is around what you do in your subjects compared to what students do at school.
Yeah.
Why do you think it's necessary that we replicate the maths that students do at school just because they do it at school?
All right, so what we have said is, if you come in with, say, specialist, then you can go straight to the mainline maths. Otherwise, you can make it up by this hour bridging specialist units, right? We are actually classing them as equivalent because they're both going to the same place in the end. That's the first thing. And the other thing is, the reason I think it's important to compare them is that you're assuming a lot of knowledge the students will have to go into this maths unit here or some other place, whatever. And you're actually making this the same as that, and yet it's not. A lot of things over here are missing that are still important. For example, a student has no idea of arithmetic progressions or geometric progressions or series. And suddenly you put them in somewhere, and suddenly you go to series and sequences, and you assume this knowledge is not there at all.
Is we deal with that all the time, because we take students from other states, they have different curriculum. We take students in from overseas, they have different curriculum. So at some point we have to be, no matter what, whether you have specialists as your benchmark or none, at some point we have to make some assumption about what the students know, and it might not be perfect.
Yep, okay.
I have a comment on this one as well, and then I'll go down here. Mine's just about, so do you have prerequisites on your engineering units as to which maths they have to do? So is it possible for a student to hit one of those units that requires a certain level of mathematical understanding without having done all of that mathematical understanding?
By the time you get to these ideas over here, for example, the curriculum for engineers I was looking at earlier, it all says you require that main core mathematics, right?
Yeah.
But that's where it stops. It doesn't stop you doing those engineering units if you don't have the maths, because you are on the correct pathway for engineering. You've done the first year stuff. You get a second year now, and you require this maths background which you haven't got. So you're not going to stop your progression because you're behind on the mathematics. It doesn't stop there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're not
in our university, unless the maths are prereqs for certain of the engineering units, and you cannot get to an engineering unit, for example, like your electrical engineering fundamentals, until you can prove that you have done.
Yeah, that's
the
what
maths
I read
unit.
at least in my
Yeah.
university. I have students who have been doing units in engineering that require differential equations, and they haven't heard of differentiation before. They're still doing algebra at the moment.
Sounds
the
like you
bridging
need to
units.
shake up a prereqs
Well,
within the university. Yeah, internal.
Oh, yeah, yes.
I think you've partly answered this, but if a student comes in and needs 3 of these extra subjects, you said they could take 5 years. Is this because how much of it is just the maths pushed back? Aren't there enough electives for those subjects?
No,
they
it's
tend to
just
fail
because they have to
more?
make the maths prerequisites beforehand.
So it
they do
it
two-
delays the several streams and eventually pushes it
Well, they
out.
do 2 maths units over 2 semesters because they're sequence, then they're full year behind.
Right, okay, and that flows
Yeah,
through.
exactly, flows through, yeah, exactly.
Right, okay. We've also dumbed down a lot over the years too.
Our first year engineering maths is specialist.
So is this
Plus a little bit.
Deb, or is it somebody asking?
I'm just having a look at whether you've
Says,
got.
Deb, can you explain more about the definition of bridging? Was that your miss or somebody else asking them?
Yeah.
But I would say, like, what I think about as bridging is when you let a student into a program under the assumption that they have certain material and they don't have it. So so they have to do a subject to make up the material that they don't have. And often that's for not for credit. So they might have to do a course before they start the first semester to make up, and they do that at Sydney, don't they, Leanne? That was what Leon Palladian used to talk about and all the rest. Yeah, but yeah. So basically it's a subject that you have to do before you can start the actual degree pathway that you're doing. That's what a bridging course is.
But that's exactly what happens, because the thing is, you see, you're allowed to enter engineering with that background, but you can make these up in that, these actually things.
Are they for credit?
The bridging won't credit for engineering. They're not credit for engineering, because the thing is, you require so many units for engineering, right?
Okay, so that's fine, that's bridging, but I don't think that's what you've got on your list.
Good, I can change that.
Yeah.
Thanks.
It looks like we need to help Nazim out and find out where the
What bridging
bridging
is.
units are within our universities, or define them.
Yeah, yeah.
But you could change it to subjects that reteach school level maths. Don't call them bridging, because that bridging has a different meaning. But if you want to talk about, these universities run these math subjects that are equivalent or similar to school level math subjects for credit into the degree, then that's a different
Yeah.
slant. I think that's
In fact, our bridging units are called maths fundamental specialist, maths fundamentals methods, to make them the same as high school.
Yeah, thanks. So we're sort of similar to you. We have we have the methods equivalent, Math 1040, and we have the specialist equivalent, Math 1050, which students have to take to be sort of as they come in order to get to where they need to. So one thing I think that's really useful about all this sort of data and about the completion rates and stuff is getting this information out to schools. Because the problem is that the guidance counselors, speaking from someone whose children are in grade 11 and 12, just tell the students at school, oh no, don't worry, you can do it once you're at uni. You don't have to do it at school. But really, they are so much better off doing it at school for these reasons.
Well, yep.
That, it doesn't put them behind. They actually do better in their future courses if they take the time to do it at school. So that's where we need to get the information to.
I can be cynical because, and I'm cynical because I think the way we looking at this is, we want the students to come to university, right? Once they're there, we hope even they might finish in engineering, they might do something else. But it doesn't really matter because we got them first year, we got their money from first year. So to me, it's like get from money largely. That's my opinion.
Totally. There's one here in the chat thread from Helen Thompson. What are your impressions on the level and quality of maths in your engineering degree? Have the standards lowered, and do engineering faculties and students see maths schools as road blocking students from graduating? I've seen students delay first year non-bridging engineering maths until their final semester, meaning that engineering has permitted this on the odd occasion. This suggests that there are some staff and students who don't think maths is necessary. So it may be important to differentiate analysis of bringing maths for maths degrees versus engineering degrees. Sorry, bridging, not bringing.
So that was one of the things we looked at in my earlier work with the honor student, where the maths was actually an obstacle. And by and large, it seemed to be like that. Yes, maths could be an obstacle for many students to finish engineering. But by and large, the interviews we did for students, most of them agreed, in fact, all of them agreed that maths was important for engineering. And many of them said they liked maths. Some said I can do it, but I would rather would not. That's not my forte. But by and large, many thought, yes, maths can be a barrier for completion of engineering. I'm wondering what the other people
Over
might have.
here.
This is a response to, I think, something someone said earlier of, would we rather teach the bridging courses ourselves or have the students do it in school? There's an advantage to teaching them ourselves because we have control of that. We can talk about it in exactly the way that we want to talk about it. We can use the notation that exactly they're going to see in their subject. So I think there is an advantage to doing it ourselves. But on the flip side, should we? Right? Like, should we be in the business of teaching school maths? If we think that the value that mathematicians and statisticians have is a little bit more, and we have a little bit more perspective to offer, then we should maybe think about leaving that to school teachers. I don't mean that derisively, but that we shouldn't be in the business of teaching school maths at all, because there's already an entire system that does that, and that it's on VCE or whatever state it is to provide options for these students. I know in a lot of cases for rural and remote students, maybe they can't access specialist maths or whatever the highest level of math is, but surely now we all know how to do online education. There's no reason why a student living in country New South Wales, for example, shouldn't be able to access specialist maths.
I've seen students doing maths remotely from higher schools without maths teachers. It's not at all very good because the system is broken. You see, a student came to me a couple of years ago who, in an open day, to ask for help. She said, I'm doing specialists in methods and I've got an online tutor. I ask him a question, I can answer 2 weeks later. And they've moved on, essentially. So it doesn't work very well, unfortunately. But I agree that, yes, it should be possible. Yeah, I think the reality is something else.
There's this is like somewhere in my brain, there's a rural education network of tutors.
Yeah.
Do you know what it's called? Again, this is half a thought and half an idea of something I saw a presentation on 6 weeks ago. There's a network of rural and remote. There's
and that's
something for
in this state.
No, I think it's nationwide.
Australia, yeah.
But I don't remember what it's called, but I do know it just got some seed funding at an ed tech expo at the University of Melbourne. So it's probably not hard to find, but it does exist.
Sorry, one part of the problem is that there's so much pressure on the year 12s to get their highest ATAR mark that they can, is that they're scared to take specialist because they worry that it'll bring their mark down. In fact, it scales so well, it probably brings it up, but
yeah, it does.
if they're a bit math savvy, but that's the thing, is that they're not doing it at school. And they're worried, right?
Deb first, you guys can share.
I'm just going to comment on Chris. I think to be frank, it's the wrong question. It's not about whether we should be teaching it or the school should be teaching it. The fact is that there is a school system that we're almost completely divorced from. And so the thing is, so we're in a situation where the schools decide what the curriculum is. And that's why I was asking Nazim about whether, why he thinks it's important to repeat the whole curriculum. And we don't do it in our specialist maths type subject because because there's no conversation, even statewide, between the schools about what they teach in year 12, for what purpose, for the students going into university. So we've got this disjunct between what schools think the content should be, and they have their own reasons for doing that, and not talking about the way they teach it, just talking about the curriculum, and what we think our first year students need, and those two things are not the same. So if we could still end up, so if we just said, well, we're not going to repeat any of the subjects that they teach at school, we're going to start off with a completely different subject because what they're teaching in school isn't relevant to what we want. So I mean, it's a different question about why we do it. There's all sorts of reasons why kids don't do specialist maths at school. There's a whole bunch of universities, including Bachelors of Science, that don't care about specialist maths, whether students have done it or not done it. So the conversation is much more complex than that. And back in the day when we ran the forum, and basically what we tried to get people to think about was, if you're a university and you're running a degree where you expect students to know a certain level of maths, be honest about that level of maths, tell the kids what it is, and make sure they do it before they get to you and that the schools know it, because it is better for them to do it at school. They have more time, they've got dedicated teachers and all the rest of it. And if we actually give you that information, then it's not up to us to do it again quickly in this way, because they've done it and they've done it properly, and then we can start from that point. But until we get to that point where we set up the structure and the curriculum clearly and in conjunction with the schools, I think we're stuffed.
I agree with Deb. As I say, our engineers clearly say that specialty is what you require, but you can come in without that. And that's the problem, because when it goes out from the departments to the marketing people, they will do all they can to get students. That's where it gets lowered all of a sudden. Don't require that, just do this is enough for you.
That's exactly at my university. In fact, we hardly see a student who's done the highest level of maths anymore. But the reality is we've got to teach it. I'd rather not teach it, because it's a disadvantage coming into, coming into so many more degrees. It's not just engineering, it's science, it's computing, wherever. We get students who come in and are disadvantaged in any subject that might have any quantitative aspects at all. In the life sciences, just the basic things you want with basic genetics and concentrations and so on. Across Australia, that was the QS in Science project over 10 years ago. Biologists were screaming before then and are still screaming. They're not getting the skills, and that means they can't build on that sort of stuff in their degrees. Staff tend to avoid it. That was one thing that came out in some of the interviews. Staff just either ignore those things or don't assess them, and so students learn even less of them. So what we're doing is we're taking quantitative skills, mathematics, mathematical thinking and abilities out of our degrees. We've done that steadily over the years at Western Sydney, and I think some of the effects are being seen. I mean, it used to be that computer science academics had good maths. Now you can't assume they've seen a vector. I think we're seeing that in various areas, and nobody, this comes back to, oh, Laura's gone. Oh no, she's there. What we're saying, and with Julia a little earlier, it's best if things break soon and go kabang, as you said, Nazim, a big explosion, because we're just slowly getting worse, and we have been for decades.
Somebody asked.
That's a high for Nazim to actually suggest an explosion.
I would have to go back and blow up the whole of Year 12 now, because the structure is ridiculous. Yeah. It is the only discipline that we offer instruction at a variety of different levels.
Yeah.
Nobody else does it.
It's like 6 or 7 levels.
Why is it hierarchical? So we're saying you're the dumb maths kid, you're the all right maths kid, and only you smart maths kid can do that, because otherwise it's going to bugger up your score. Why don't they just have two completely different math subjects that are not hierarchical? Have a pure mathsy type 1 and an applied, whatever, you can think of statsy 1 or whatever. They're not connected, and then the kids can choose what they want to do, and then it's a different structure. It's what it's like when I was a student. They weren't structured in that way. And I think and we've seen the specialist maths is going down every year. There's too many. The kids aren't choosing it for a variety of reasons. And I think it's time we need to push back against the schools, and so we need to rethink about the maths curriculum in Year 12 in a different way.
To add to that, the maths curriculum these days, maths, the curriculum is owned by the education departments in the states, right? And the thing is the exams are entirely formula driven. So for example, I think I was involved in some exams a while ago. We put in an exam in Year 12 that required the use of a geometric series. And it was pushed back by the advisors from there saying, That's not on the formula sheet. They're not, you can't assume they can know the sum of a geometric series. It's not on the formula sheet. The other question asked here was about whether maths has been decreased for engineers. Well, now as an engineer, we did 6 full units of mathematics. Now they do 3. In fact, they did 2 until last year. It's only become 3 this year. So it's gone to half. Thank you.
Thank you, Nazim.
Well, I was going to add here that 2 of us from WA.
Okay, and it's our last talk. Julia, all the way from WA, Edith Cowan University, and I love her idea of choose your own adventure assignments, benefits and challenges.
Is it working? Awesome. Last but not least, I realize that I am the only person standing between you and your weekend and your Friday night plans. So I try to wake the room up a little bit. I feel like we're all a bit tired after 2 days. And before I start, I would like
the echo.
Okay, that's the same as no audio.
Okay. All right. Let's try again. Hopefully that's better. Okay. And we don't want. All right. Don't know how to make. Do you might know how to make the top disappear? I don't want the the menu at the top. Anyway. Okay. Pay my respects to the Noongar people on whose lands the ECU campuses stand. I'd like to embrace their culture, wisdom, and knowledge. Okay, so what am I going to be talking about with you today? So I'm going to talk to you about some new assessments that I designed about 1.5 to 2 years ago. And I don't know anyone else who's done these sorts of assessment. Maybe I'm reinventing the wheel. Maybe you've done similar things, but called it something different. Maybe they're already in the literature. Please tell me. Maybe someone else has tried something and we can team up for a research paper. So I'll tell you what I've been doing and you can tell me if you've ever done the same thing. So I'll set the scene and tell you a bit about my university. Not all of you may have heard of it. I'll talk to you about what my assessments are about and the pros and cons compared to more traditional maths assessments. I'll give you some student feedback, and then if we have time and if you're interested and you don't want to go on other adventures, I can tell you about some work we've done with Gradescope this semester on marking. Okay. So ECU, Edith Cowan University, we live on the north side of Perth, and we are the #1 public university in Australia for student experience. There we go. So we very much, we pride ourselves on our teaching and learning and taking care of our students. And very interesting listening to Nazim's talk that we have a very broad demographic. Most students who come to university are not school leavers. They do not come through an ATAR pathway. Many of them come from the VET or TAFE kind of pathway. Many of them will have done some sort of bridging course or uni prep or something like that. Some will be mature students. They might have a degree in something else and then decide to change careers. I have a lot of mature students. I am also a mature student. I'm also studying as well, and 13% international. Maths is an extremely small part of ECU. So we live within the School of Science. Almost everyone else in my building is an environmental biologist, something like that. We only have, I call them 4.5 mathematicians. I'm the pure, we have 1 applied, and we have 2.5 stats people. So we're extremely small department. We have extremely few honours students, PhD students, like we really struggle finding staff to teach our courses. So we all have massive workloads as well. I teach like 6 units a year. I don't even know if that's normal or not. That's all I've ever known. Like, I don't know. Anyway, so that's part of, that's the background. We do have really funky buildings though. Can I get rid of this? Does anyone know how to make the little menu go away? Hide. Just because you can't see the titles of my slides. So oh, you can. I can't see them. Okay. All right. So I'm going to be talking to you about a first year unit, which is a discrete maths unit, basically, maths for computing. And for us, it's considered to be a large unit. It is the largest unit we teach in the School of Science. So I have about between 200 and 300 students every semester, so it runs twice a year. And we also get offshore students who are studying in either Sri Lanka or Singapore, so about 30 students in each location as well. And it is a compulsory unit for lots of different courses within the university. So predominantly computer science and cybersecurity. We also get some data science, a very, very small number of math students. We do have a maths major, but we have less than 10 students a year who are doing a maths major. It's negligible. And quite a few secondary students who are doing either primary or secondary education. We do have a fairly large online offering. So ECU prides itself on lots of flexible learning options. So about 30% of the students in this unit are studying online. They could be anywhere else in Australia, possibly even the world. This is actually a genuine photo from ECU. We've invested lots of money and resources. You can make the lights go whatever color you want. There's even a Christmas option. You can make them flash red and green. So we've invested in all the important things. But this photo is not representative of my cohort. Often I am the only person, the only female in the room when I'm teaching a maths for computing tutorial, with very, very few female students taking this unit, which is depressing. There are no prerequisites. So we get a very broad range of students. There might be some students coming in who haven't done any maths since year 10, and that was 20 years ago. We have some students who've done specialist maths at school, not very many. So we get a really broad range of people coming in. And I always get my students to introduce themselves on our Canvas discussion board at the beginning of semester. And the predominant message coming through is, I'm really scared of taking this unit, please help. So I get a very high sense of maths anxiety from students when they come in, especially the computer science students. I don't know what universe they live in where they think that they can do computer science without understanding some maths, but that's the reality that I live in. Okay, so click, there we go. So this is the structure of our teaching. Or at least it was the structure back in 2020 when I inherited this unit from someone else. So the old system was that there was a 2-hour lecture and a 2-hour tutorial. One of the first things that happened was that the university didn't want to spend all this money doing lectures, so they got rid of the lecture. They said, well, we're going to flip the classroom. So you're going to have all your pre-recorded lectures and the students will just come to a tutorial. Okay, that was kind of depressing. I had like 1 year where I got to teach lectures before it was taken away, and I do think it was valuable. Anyway, that's gone. The second thing that happened, as we all know, in 2020 was COVID. So the next thing that went was the exam. So the university in general, ECU, is moving away from invigilated assessment. Exams are expensive to run and they are a headache. They're just lots of admin. So the university in general, although we got rid of exams for COVID reasons, we've been told not to bring them back. So the exam has been replaced with an online test and it is not invigilated. So they do an online test on Canvas and they have to submit written working for their answers. So that's the best we've got for academic integrity. So we kind of get to the end of 2020 and I'm looking at the assessments and like pretty much everything is online. Like, where are the humans in this? Like, where's the student interaction with the humans? So I decided to get rid of this middle assessment. So not get rid of it, but replace it. So I don't know why that's funny. All right, no, that's it. That's the last red cross. That's it. So what I'm going to be talking to you about for the rest of the talk is what I've replaced this middle assessment with. So instead of doing this kind of big online assessment, which was all graded by the computer, the student had 3 attempts and it was best of 3. I got rid of that and brought back a slightly old school written assessment that they had to scan and upload to the LMS. So I'll talk to you about what that was all about. So at the moment, this is now what the unit looks like. The students get 2 contact hours a week. And they have some short online quizzes. So every 2 weeks, they get a quiz that's graded by Canvas. And they have to do 2 of these portfolio assignments that are 20% each. And then at the end of semester, they now have an online test that I've reduced the weighting on because it's quite easy to cheat. Okay. Oh, and yeah, I just got a sad face on my my ratio of staff to students. Like, I was listening to the talks yesterday of people going, oh, we've got 40 students in a tutorial and we have 2 tutors. I'm like, oh my God, that sounds amazing. We just don't have enough people. So they cram like 70 students into a small lecture theatre and that's our tutorial space. So it's really hard to even run collaborative sessions. At best, students can talk to the person next to them, but like it's pretty bad. So we do what we can with what we've been given. Okay, so the new portfolio assessments, what was I trying to do in the redesign? So first of all, I wanted to have assessments that catered to a wide variety of backgrounds, because the assessment as it was, like, some students would find the assessment really easy because they come in with a high level of maths from either another degree or from maths methods or specialist. And there would be other students that would be struggling from day one and with all this anxiety because they hadn't done maths for 20 years. I wanted to allow for some creativity. Like, when you have a computer graded assessment, there's only so many things you can do. It has to be very procedural. The computer has to be able to grade the work. So I wanted to do something where there would be real value in having a human look at the work and being able to give students some creativity. I wanted to do a bit more to put the maths in context. You think with a title like Maths for Computing that the context would be obvious, but at the end of semester student evaluations, they would say, I don't know why I'm having to learn all this stuff. Like, I want to be a programmer. Like, okay, I clearly haven't got across why this is really important for you to learn about. And the academic misconduct is a big one. So if you're doing an online quiz and it's not invigilated and everyone's getting the same kind of questions, it's really hard to detect if there's misconduct. I'm absolutely sure that students were cheating. They could be using Wolfram Alpha. They could be asking their friend. There's no way of knowing, right? Because there was one particular answer they were expected to get. They got the answer. Who knows what they were doing behind the scenes? So it was more about detecting the misconduct, but maybe if I made the assignment interesting enough, maybe it would prevent it as well. So that was the plan. So I came up with these things which I call choose your own adventure assessments. And I'll just give you a few examples to show you what the style of it was, and that will give you a sense of what I mean by that. So in the old style traditional assessment, this would be an example of a question about circuit diagrams. I give you a circuit diagram, you have to come up with a Boolean expression to express this diagram, and then do some Boolean algebra to reduce it to a minimal sum of products, in case any of you know what that means. In the new version of the assessment, I got the student to design their own circuit. So rather than me giving them the circuit, they had to design one. They could pick whatever they wanted. I would give them some conditions, like there must be 3 AND gates, there must be 2 OR gates, there must be a couple of not gates or something. So they had some conditions, but within those conditions, they could do whatever they wanted. There would be bonus marks if students chose more difficult versions of a circuit diagram, like they included extra logic gates or more difficult types of logic gate. So every student has a unique question and they get ownership of that question because they get to design their own circuit diagram, right? And so not only are they're kind of doing the same process, but firstly, they have ownership of it because they designed it. And secondly, it's a more open-ended investigative question. So they don't just have to, you know, find the minimal sum of products. Maybe they have to find the minimal sum of products in 2 different ways, and then really reflect on the process and think, why did we just do that? Like, where is this going to be useful if I'm designing real circuits as a software engineer or whatever? So putting the context back into the question rather than it just being very procedural. Another question about combinatorics. So standard question in a traditional assessment, there's a lottery, we're going to pick some balls out of a barrel. How many ways are there of choosing your 6 numbers and what's the chance of winning the lottery? So in the choose your own adventure version of the assessment, the student has to write down a set containing the letters of their name. So every student, there won't be a unique version, but like you have to use the version that corresponds to your name. So you can't just copy your friend. And they have to design their own counting problem using that set. So again, they've got the creativity, they can come up with whatever question they want as long as it fits the type of problem. And they get marks for designing a question of the right type, and then the standard marks for solving their own question. Here's my third example. So I teach modular arithmetic in this unit. So standard procedural questions, find some least residues, solve a congruence, find the inverse. Much more interesting, put it into context. Why do we need modular arithmetic in computer science? So I got the students to choose their favorite book, find the ISBN 13 number, and I showed them how to calculate the check digit for that ISBN 13 number, and then reflecting on like, okay, so what is a check digit? Why do we use that formula? What kind of errors is it detecting? And then there were kind of follow-on questions from that as well. So that was what I mean by a choose your own adventure. Students got to choose their own examples. Okay, so the pros and cons. Maybe I'll throw it out to you guys. Now you've kind of seen what I was trying to do. What do you think? How did it go? What do you think were the benefits of the old method or the benefits of the new method? Let's see if you come up with the same list I came up with. Oh, lots of hands up.
In the room this way.
The old method seems much easier to grade than the new method.
Yes, the old method. Okay.
Anybody got anything different?
Okay, so that's number one. The old method is much, much easier to grade. If every student has the same answer, then even as a human, let alone the computer, you just go tick, 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 you're done, right? Now we've got 300 students who all have a unique question that the marker has to manually do the calculation to check whether the student has the right answer. Yes.
It's easier to moderate on the difficulty level of a question on the traditional side. On the traditional side. Because you can set an assignment, you can design an assignment question where you can moderate the level of difficulty of that question. The choose your own adventure assessments, you could have students come up with, you know, like in the counting example, you'd be like, you know, write down, you know, what is 20 times the count of the empty set, right? Then that answer is greater than 10. So you can have like, you know, edge cases where students come up with like, you know, trivial examples, and it may not assess the things you want to assess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that was why I tried adding the bonus mark. If a student deliberately chose a more difficult version of the question, that they would get extra marks. And when I say extra, the extra marks get you up to 100%. They don't take you beyond 100%. So
I think you'll find two extremes for students, those who love this and those who hate this.
That will come up in the student feedback, yes.
Anyone else?
Mm-hmm. It's me and 2 tutors.
Okay.
So yeah, so plagiarism. So yes, it's much easier to detect plagiarism on a choose your own adventure assignment because we are expecting every student to design their own unique problem. So if two students have chosen exactly the same problem, it is almost 100% certain that they worked with each other and collaborated, right? And I will ask that question again at the end, yes. One of the biggest issues, like in the first semester that it ran, the biggest misconduct thing we had was not so much collusion, it was Chegg. So someone would upload my assignment to Chegg and then everyone would have the same wrong answer.
One here from Jim.
So with the new one, students might have been a bit more anxious, maybe have less kind of orientation around what they were doing, might have needed a bit more scaffolding, might have needed a bit more reassurance.
Yeah, maybe I don't even need to talk about the student feedback because you're hitting everything before I get there. But yeah, so some students are sort of excited by the creativity involved and some students are scared by that. They've come through a high school where every question's been given to them and all they need to do is answer, and kind of flipping that around and asking them to design their own problem. That some students were anxious about, am I doing the right thing? Is this example okay? And it would be interesting that I'd have students come up to me in a tutorial and say, hey, I tried doing this example, but it turned out to be a trivial example. Is it okay if I do another one that's more difficult? And be like, yeah, you can do another one. Like someone's asking me, can I choose a more difficult question for my assignment? Like that never happened before. That's fantastic.
There's just one more here from the chat. Sophie says her students would get worried when they're not sure precisely how to maximize their grade.
I get some questions about the bonus marks, like if I do this, will I get the bonus marks? But actually, generally, the students found the instructions quite straightforward. I don't think I got anxiety about that so much. Okay,
I think we're done.
Yeah, so this was the list I came up with. So the traditional assignment, yes, much easier to mark. If you combine it with some computer grading, it massively reduces the workload. Like with the old online version of the quizzes, the quiz would be marked by Blackboard as it was, and then we'd have some written working and a tutor would just run their eye over the working to make sure it matches, but it wasn't much work. But it was very easy to cheat. Just move. Okay, so here's my list for the new version. So yeah, it's difficult to mark. I'll just show you, for most semesters, I came up with something like a spreadsheet. Like this was one I had this semester where students had to write down a color with its hexadecimal code and then do some conversions between decimal, octal, adding up. So the tutor could type in the numbers that the student picked and then my spreadsheet would give them all the answers. So there are kind of ways around having to manually check all the work, but it's definitely more tedious compared to the old version of the assessment. I was lucky that the School of Science gave me permission to pay my tutors for extra marking. We gave them half an hour per script instead of 15 minutes per script. I do have to say that marking is more fun. Like for a lot of the questions, students would deliberately try to be funny or just put kind of poignant things in that would say something about their life and what was important to them. And like the education students might choose different examples than a computer science student might choose. So that actually made marking more fun. Yeah, students, especially when you see them in tutorials, will be trying a few different versions of the question until they found the one they liked best that kind of flowed nicely or and that kind of thing. One of the negative things that no one picked up on was that sometimes the students could game the bonus marks. So for example, this one I had on the board that was, if you use a NAND gate, you will get bonus marks. Now in my head, if you use a NAND gate, the algebra that you have to do to simplify your expression is more difficult. You have to use something called De Morgan's law. However, if a student does a NAND gate followed by a NOT gate, they've reduced it to just an AND gate. They get all the bonus marks because they introduced that gate, but they haven't had to do any of the difficult algebra. So, and there'd be other ones where I'd say like design a function that does this, you get extra marks if you do a square root. So they do a square root and then a square. You're like, okay. So it's been a few iterations of me changing the instructions to try to avoid as many loopholes as possible.
It's not necessarily negative.
Yeah. They're engaging with it, but in terms of the learning outcomes, they're not demonstrating an HD level of learning outcome because they're still doing the easy version of the problem. On the other hand, like, so this is what you were saying, I think it was Nazim said this, that when you are designing the problem, you tend to moderate everything. So you choose examples that come out with a nice solution. Like you choose, like, I don't know, matrices with integers, or you choose circuit diagrams that are definitely going to reduce in a certain way. When students do it and they just pick some random numbers, you get all kinds of interesting examples happening. So we'd have really interesting discussions in the tutorials or with me and the students, where a student would say, I designed this really complex circuit diagram and it turned out to be trivial. Is that okay? I'm like, yes, that's perfectly okay. You've learned a valuable lesson from going through that process, that just because something looks complicated doesn't mean it's doing something complicated. And if you know that and you're a software engineer, you've just saved yourself a whole bunch of time and work, right? So that's good. Like that kind of outcome you don't get when you are curating the process for people. Yes, 5 minutes, okay. So yeah, I sort of designed these assessments so that like there would be 5 questions on an assignment and each question would correspond to 1 week of the learning materials. So they would ideally listen to the online lectures, they'd come to the tutorial, I'd show them, or they would work on some examples, then they'd apply those examples to the choose your own adventure assessment, and they could be doing it in class, discussing with other students, getting feedback from their tutor, like a face-to-face feedback, and then they'd have like they'd have like 7 weeks to work on this assignment. So it wasn't like a big thing that they had to do in front of the computer in 2 hours. They could spend 7 weeks working on it, refining it, getting feedback, and all of that stuff. And yeah, detecting collusion was easy. We had quite a lot of it in the first semester. I've got better at designing questions that Chegg, like can't use previous Chegg answers. AI is a new thing. Okay, so some student feedback. This was one I found that they just didn't like the faffing around of having to do stuff on paper and then photograph it and upload it. Like, I don't know. The reason why I did this was because I wanted every student to have their own handwriting so I could check that they couldn't just like, email it to their friend and their friend could submit it. So we had, every student had their handwriting, that it was much easier to do a plagiarism check. I don't know, maybe I'll rethink this in the future. Someone else said, yeah, you've got some people that love it, some people hate it. Yep. Some people love that it's creative. Other people said, a lot of the problems I had in this unit while trying to do assessments were in trying to create my own questions and ensuring that they would be acceptable. So a bit of both. I would say more people enjoyed the creativity. Yeah, that's just generally good feedback I found from this. I like the third one here. It was my favorite unit because it challenges me. Everyone was talking about how they love how finally they are enjoying math and see its practical benefits. So like, whoop. Okay, maybe I'll stop there because I've got 2 minutes to go. And the other thing I was going to talk about was Gradescope. If you're already using Gradescope and want to see how I was grading with it, welcome to come chat to me. If you're not using Gradescope and want to know how we used it, come and chat to me. All right, and I'll leave you with my doggy.
Any questions?
Actually, I'll put that back up. Yeah.
Has there been any feedback from not the students, but the staff from computer science where this is taught?
No.
Just wondering whether
We
things.
don't talk to each other.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether things of, because often what you might find is, or what you find at least, is if something happens in the maths department and you're teaching a student from some other department, it flows over to the other department. And you know things are wrong.
Yeah,
you know things aren't working out when you get complaints, or at least sometimes.
I've not heard from any computer science colleagues as to whether or not it affects their progression in the higher years. I've no idea, but I should figure that out.
I just had a question about the level of difficulty that students are allowed to work within in terms of pushing their adventures. So maybe a way of phrasing is, did you put any constraints on how adventurous they could be?
No. There was
So
no
did you?
upper level that constraint? There was a minimum level constraint. So generally for each question there was, you have to choose an example that fulfills these criteria. And if you want to go wild, go wild.
And that was my next question. Were you pleasantly surprised by any students who went totally wild? And yeah.
Yeah, like there was one that was a sort of graph theory question about using adjacency matrices, and the standard example, like you could get the basic marks if you did like a 3x3 matrix. I had students doing 7x7 matrices, and that was the semester where I hadn't yet thought of doing the bonus mark thing. So it was after that when I really need to reward the students who are going above and beyond. So yeah, there are. No, is anything else happening in the
I think question 3 is amazing. How can we protect academic integrity in large first year courses when universities are reluctant to reintroduce exams? I don't have an answer.
And should we? Like I had a big debate with Chris on the first day of like, should we even bother?
I think
no.
Stepping back from the Thursday.
I think you should all fight it. I wrote a letter to Texa. I think you can do that. It'll probably be, it was let out of the bag that I wrote the letter to Texa, though those who were the other signatories are still confidential, and I promised I wouldn't let them out, but it's okay for me. It might be a little harder for you, but that was, and the other thing is, look at all the people here. My university has gone back to on-campus exams. They made no promises for next semester, but I think we might stay back, and there quite a few of us are back. And I think you might be able to perhaps gather data from the group that you can use to push your senior people with, and write a letter to Texa. I'll send you the
Yeah,
text.
I think the biggest problem for us is exams is this pretty large online cohort who are spread all across the world. Like, how do they get to an exam center? It's just a big headache for the university to organize it. Yeah, it's their headache. It's not my headache, but that's going to be the pushback from management.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Here now, we can do it. So you can use it in your focus mode. So they all have to share their screens, and So one way that we deal with the people who are online to do an invigilated exam. I mean, we're lucky UQ allows us to go back to invigilated on-campus exams mostly. But for our online people, we still make them do an invigilated exam under Zoom invigilation using focus mode.
I think we were kind of advised not to do invigilated online because it was a breach of student privacy or something like that.
Well, yeah, we do it. And there are some issues with it, but mostly it works.
We're in one of those lucky universities being audited by Texa this year. We're in the same situation as you. I will pass on the results.
Thank you. And is anyone else doing something similar? Have I reinvented the wheel, or is this a new thing? Okay, good.
We might leave you to chat about that and wrap up now. Thanks so much, Julia, for your great talk. And the reason is because some of us have to get to the airport. But I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who came. If you're still online, thank you for hanging in there online. I hope it was great for you there, as good as it was for us here in the room. And thanks to everybody here still in the room for hanging in there. And special thanks to my co-organisers, Don, who's been beavering away here on the computer doing all this stuff. And a very big special thanks to Michael, who put the whole thing together, organised the fantastic catering, and we'll send a message of thanks to Joe Grotowski, who paid the account. So that's always really fantastic. We'll get back to you about next steps and putting things online. Have a safe trip home. Fantastic to see you all. And I'll see you somewhere around the world at one of these conferences or wherever we're doing first year maths next year. Thanks, Julia. It's great.
Bye. Thanks a lot.